So
That'll be good. That'll be
we're
good.
happy.
So
Yeah,
Well,
Miss
good
Donna.
morning, everybody. It is
Amazing
9
job.
o'clock, and welcome to the 2021 Fresh Book Festival, which has gone virtual and international this year. We had such an amazing day yesterday.
Yes.
Thank you to everybody who participated. I don't want to go through the names because the list is way too long. Thank you to Saxman, who ended the night with beautiful renditions of his songs. And he was supposed to play longer, but we were too tired for him to play longer.
yeah.
So,
That was beautiful.
yeah, he did a great job. And we want to thank everybody who was there yesterday. And those who didn't find it robbery to wake up early this morning and join us once again for the 2021 Fresh Book Festival, which has gone virtual and international. And to the city of Daytona Beach, we could not be here without you, Commissioner Paula Reed, and to the Mayor Derek Henry, who brought us welcome yesterday. Thank you so, so much to all the commissioners in the city. This is our 10th year, and the city has been our major sponsor for 9 of those years. So thank you very, very much. And this morning, my friend, my faithful person who keeps me in check, praise the Lord, because somebody needs to, as Minister Faye Dadsy is going to bring us a word this morning. And thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to have been asked to play this small part just to open up today's session with a word of prayer. But before I do that, I just want to give you one scripture that I thought was so apropos for the Fresh Book Festival, and it's found in Proverbs 18 and 20. And it says, wise words satisfy like a good meal. The right words bring satisfaction. And so since books are all about words, I thought that that scripture would fit what you are all here doing today. So let's pray. Father, we come in your name and we are grateful. We're grateful for the gift of life. We're grateful for the gift of knowledge. We're grateful for the gift of words, for words express ideas and emotions and experiences. Thank you for giving us the gift of people who put words together and the words make books. And so, Father, as we continue in this 10th year of the Fresh Book Festival, we just say thank you for every author, for every participant, for the intelligence that you've invested in people to be able to write a book is amazing. And the glory belongs to you. And so we ask you to put your seal of approval on this day. Let it enrich and expand lives, minds, and hearts. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. God bless you all. Make it a great one. I know it will be.
We're ready for the video. Here we go.
Let's go. To all the brothers out there. To all my sisters in the struggle. Till that time.
Yay! I thought that was apropos in this time that we're in right now. We really must keep each other lifted up in prayer and in love. And anyway, all lives matter, Black lives matter, and we just want to make sure that we go into 2021 loving each other and making a difference in the world. So up next is Mr. Mike Powell, who's been with us for 9 years. Yay, with the Fresh Book Festival. He is an author
Yay.
and an attorney. He's going to give us a tribute to Congressman Lewis. Mr. Powell, are you wanting us to just move the pictures along, or are you going to tell us when to change?
I'll do that.
You're going to do that. Okay. Okay. So Ms. Ferguson, he's going to do that. And that means change the picture. Okay. So we're going to get ready to do that right now.
So am I starting speaking now, even though it's
Is ready for
only-
you? Yep.
Hang on a second, because, okay. It took a full screen and blocked my notes.
Can you see them now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I hit escape, and now I see what you have and I see what I have.
Okay, so this is a tribute to Congressman Lewis, who is one of Mike's, what would you call him to you, Mike?
Hero.
Hero. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Take it away.
All right, so you may wonder why Donna thinks that he's my hero. Well, maybe it's because of the shirt that you've probably seen and my Facebook cover page. But also, I bought a bunch of masks for my friends, like this one that I always wear, and like this one that I always wear. And so it became rather obvious that I'm a fan of John Lewis. 7 years ago, I didn't know who John Lewis was, even though I had a great number of photographs of him in my archives. I had for years collected photographs of old demonstrations, things like that, before, near Civil Rights Act and things like that. And so I have this great compilation of photographs. And it wasn't until I met him 7 years ago, almost 8 years ago now, that I suddenly discovered that I had a ton of photographs of him. And I also have a ton of books from back then, including a book about this thick about the Freedom Rides. And I believe there are photographs of him in that as well. So my talk is about John Lewis, the civil rights activist and the congressman. But because this is a book festival, primarily it is about the John Lewis as an author. And this is a flyer. I'll be talking about various things in this flyer as we go on. But basically, the book series is called March. I'm sure everybody knows that. The very first one was called March Book One, because they already knew they were going to make more. He was the primary author because it was his story. Andrew Aden and Nate Powell were his co-authors, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. This particular flyer, without the words "the writer" at the top, was at the, I forgot the name of the event and I can't read it, at the National Endowment for the Humanities, which was a presentation that was made in Orlando in 2015. And that was the second or third time I had met him. So I write fiction, and I like to call it historical fiction because I always deal with some kind of history. It often is kind of Daytona Beach fiction because that's where I grew up and that's what I know. And it also deals with other things. And so my first fiction book was published, gosh, well, if Donna says I've been involved for 9 years, maybe it's been 9 years since I published the first one.
It's been about 9 years, yes.
Yeah. So I was at a book festival in New York called the Book Expo America, New York City in 2013. And I was walking around the great big display area in this giant building. And I came across this man all by himself because there was nobody there listening. And even his compatriots were someplace else at the moment. And he had this sign behind him, which you can see behind us, that says March Book 1. And so I had the opportunity to talk to him, again, because nobody else was there. So I talked about my book, and I forgot to say when I was talking about my writing that even though it's not really about racism, segregation, and things like that, I always deal with those issues. And so I was talking to him about that, learning about his book. We talked for 15 minutes or so, and then he looked at his watch and said, "Oh my goodness, I have a presentation to make. I need to go." So I followed him to his presentation, and I learned a lot of things. First, I learned about his history in the civil rights demonstrations, etc., back a long time ago. Yeah, next one. And so you'll see photographs of him in every one of these. I believe from the video we saw at the documentary, I believe that's actually him getting hit by the police in the bottom left, but I can't remember for sure. I know he was in that rush. So I think he's in that photo also. I learned about his history in the Freedom Riders. And next. And that's a photograph of him after a Freedom Ride event with blood on his shirt and jacket. I learned about the purpose of the graphic novel, March Book 1. I also didn't even know what a graphic novel was. I mean, I would have thought it was a comic book, but I guess plenty of people knew what graphic novels were before I did, but I learned what a graphic novel was. I learned about his co-authors and how the book came to be. And I learned about the graphic novel Martin Luther King, The Montgomery Story, because he talked about that. And I'll talk more about that in a few minutes. Well, and he also explained that March Book 1 and the March Book series was modeled after Martin Luther King, The Montgomery Story. And I first heard the words that he became famous for. And he, at the end of his talk, he does kind of a little step, and he says, "Get in trouble, good trouble, necessary trouble." So in 2015, while displaying my book again at Miami International Book Fair, and in Orlando that same year, I wasn't presenting anything. I just went to the National Endowment for the Humanities program. He was there again with his co-authors and signing books. And that's Andrew Hayden sitting next to him. Andrew Hayden was his long time congressional I forgot the word for it, aide, his congressional aide. And Andrew Hayden was a big fan of comic books when he was young, / graphic novels, and convinced John Lewis that he should take his story and put it in a format that young people would appreciate, being a graphic novel. And I don't know whether Andrew Hayden knew about Martin Luther King's Montgomery story, the Montgomery story, but somehow they decided to use that as the model. The last time I saw John Lewis was in Miami at the Miami Book Fair again. By then I was there with another book or 2 or 3. That's not the year we went, was it, Donna? No, we went 2017, I think. I can't hear you. I think you're on mute. Anyway.
It was not that one. I would
Right.
have remembered if I met John Lewis. Yeah.
Right. Anyway, that's the last time that I met him. Now, you know, he never intended to become an author. As I said, Andrew Hayden is the one who convinced him to do so. And then they got the third guy who was on that first flyer we looked at, Nate Powell, to do the illustrations. And I only saw Nate Powell at the very, very first presentation I met him at. Next. Oh, next.
That's a good picture.
Oh, thank you. So this is a compilation. I stole this from the internet, although I have it and I could have separated it. And the Montgomery story doesn't look really real there because it's too bright. But anyway, it was just a nice compilation showing March Book 1 and the Montgomery story and little snippets from the inside, but I'll show you more. You can go to the next one. So this is the cover of the real Martin Luther King and the Montgomery story. And I had learned about it at that first talk and had found it on the internet. By the way, if you ever want it, there are beautiful entire copies of it on the internet. You can download every page and it's really, really a remarkable thing. But at this, I don't remember, the second or the third or the fourth presentation of John Lewis that I was at, they actually gave out copies of it, and I have a copy of it. And the Montgomery story was really, it talked about, well, it showed things that had occurred, all kinds of discrimination and racism and the fight for right. But more so, it tried to show young people how to participate in demonstrations and how to do it peacefully. And I mean, some of the pages are really interesting because they'll show you how to dress and how to wear your hair and how to look like an upstanding person so that you'll be paid attention to without violence. Next page. Now, interestingly, the front page of of Martin Luther King, the Montgomery story, talks about Gandhi. And it says that, you know, Gandhi promoted peaceful demonstration, and basically you can too. This is a typical kind of page of the Montgomery story, and it's obvious what it is. So these are the 3 books, the covers. And as you can see, the first one has a sit-in at the bottom, counter closed, and feet of people marching. Second one, you can see some Freedom Ride indication above, and speaking. And you know, John Lewis also spoke at the Lincoln Memorial. And then book 3 is a little bit later in time. Next page. So this is a page from book 1. And obviously you have the Edmund Pettus Bridge again, and you have the results of the demonstration there. So then we come to 2019 and 2020, where in the United States we had the most horrific known violence, police brutality, wrongful killing of Blacks ever, or at least we became more aware of it because, you know, there was more media, there were more cameras everywhere, more people with cell phones taking pictures, but all of a sudden it became almost a weekly crisis, and we had all kinds of demonstrations, and we had Black Lives Matter happening. And I was expecting at that time that all of a sudden the book March, the series March, was going to come to light and going to be talked about, and people were going to consider it, and youth were going to learn more about the history from the book March. And, you know, I know that John was becoming ill. He wasn't so ill at the beginning of 2019, but he was as time went on. And I never heard of Andrew Hayden again. And I was just surprised because the books were not talked about. I had gotten copies of them. I was on the board of directors of the Child's Academy, which, if you don't know about it, is a school here in Daytona Beach. It's a charter school for unwed moms and childcare for their kids. So I brought them back signed copies of all the books and talked about them. And but I don't think the teachers ever presented them, or the kids learned much about them. So then, you know, John got iller, and the documentary finally came out that we had been waiting for, called, I think, yes, it's Good Trouble. I think it's the next slide. And I remember watching that video thinking, I'm going to see the book series March in this documentary. And I don't think it was mentioned at all.
At all.
Is that right, Donna?
It wasn't mentioned at all.
Right. And I was shocked. I said, what happened? John Lewis spent all this time and effort writing the series of books that could be very useful right now, and it's just gone. And I don't understand. And by the way, the book won awards. It was well received and well honored. And maybe it was a marketing thing. Maybe nobody realized it. Maybe when the documentary and the later documentaries were happening, he didn't raise the issue. They didn't have it on their agenda. You know how it is to be interviewed sometimes, that you're told what to say and they already are ready for you, and they didn't have it in their minds. And then he died. And then there were all kinds of additional documentaries and presentations and discussions. And again, March wasn't mentioned. So I don't get it. I don't understand. I feel like there's something got lost in this shuffle. But anyway, I believe that John Lewis was a great person. He obviously did many things beginning at the beginning. We learned in the documentary that Martin Luther King met him a couple of times, and then you know, brought him into his fold, and he was always right there with him. And you know, then being a congressman for many, many years, for being on the streets with Black Lives Matter demonstrations, even when he was very, very ill. He was just a remarkable man. So that is it as far as my discussion about John Lewis, and you wanted me to answer some questions about my.
We're going to talk about you. How about talking about you? We're going to talk about you for a minute, Mike. Thank you so much. What a great presentation. I was able to get a copy of that poster, and it is now in my living room, very front and center of Congressman Lewis. And thank you, because I think you're the one who told me that it was at Cinematique. And as I was leaving Cinematique, I said, "Can I have that poster?" And the lady said, "Well, no." I said, "Well, I would love to have that poster." And then she said, "Okay, so okay, Donna, you know." So I purchased it from her. You know, I didn't tell her to give it to me, and I had it framed, and so it is front and center in my house. So thank you very much for that. So I call you Michael. I know you like to be called Mike. I have to make myself say that.
That's
So
okay. My mother called me Michael.
Huh? Yeah, that's what I always call you, Michael. So you're an author and you're a longtime attorney. You are a Daytona native, is that correct?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. So we call that Florida grown. So tell us about the books you have written and how they are so very different.
Well, the first book I wrote was called White Sugar, Brown Sugar, and it's this book here. And it didn't really start out dealing with racial issues at all. It really started out, I started writing it when I was 20 years old because I had had some bad experiences with drugs, and I thought that maybe I was ready to talk about drugs and recovery and everything. But then actually I ended up still doing drugs for quite a few years after that. And I worked on that book and sent it to a couple of editors that published my, I wrote English grammar books years ago, test preparation books. Sent it to my editors there, and they're like, it's kind of weak. And then I worked on it in creative writing courses at University of Florida when I was getting my bachelor's degree in English. And there was a difference in the, well, I grew up on the beach side in Daytona Beach, which of course, many years ago there were only white people living here. Black people were not allowed to cross the river. Black people were not allowed to go to the beach. And, you know, for years we had all kinds of situations regarding segregation and changes in that. Like Jimmy Huger, who was a well-known local man, he and I served on a board of directors at Stewart Marshman Act for years. And, you know, he told me about fighting to be able to get blacks into Peabody Auditorium, et cetera. But anyway, we folks on the beach side really had very little idea about the fact that there was even segregation. We didn't even think about it because we just lived here, and that was that. And a woman, her name was Eva Pearl Murphy. In the book, I call her Pearl May. She came to town when she was 16 years old with 2 sons. And somehow my father learned about her. I guess somebody took her to my father, who was a lawyer, and asked him to help her. And so he hired her to come to our house and clean and be like a nanny to my younger sister. I was 6 years old. Eva Pearl was 16. And that was like the first, well, not the first, the second Black person I had ever met even. And sometimes my mom would drive her home and I would go with them, and we drove across the Silver Beach Bridge because we lived right near that, out Orange Avenue. And she lived across from whatever the bread company was that was on Orange Avenue at the time. and she lived in a little red brick house. And I met her two sons, and we kind of became friends, kind of. I still know them. I'm friends with them now. And I know her. She's still alive, except she's not quite, her memory's kind of slipping. But so there was that connection, and I, you know, I loved her. She was a wonderful person. And then the other person in my life, besides a yard man that came around once in a while, but he was usually intoxicated, was a guy at the Halifax River Yacht Club, which was a whites only club. His name was Brownie. It was not his real name, but that was what he went by. And he was, my mother called him a steward. He was just like the person in charge of everything. And he was the greatest person. And anytime you ever talk to a kid who grew up around the yacht club like I did, everybody just raves about Brownie. And when he died a few years ago, the kids from the Halifax River Yacht Club went to his funeral and everything. Anyway, when it came to the drug situation, we kids on the beach side, we had our little whitey kid drugs. We had speed, we had LSD, we had marijuana, and that was about it. And one day when I was about 18, suddenly I got introduced to narcotics, Dilaudid. And within a week, I ran out of Dilaudid, and somebody said, let's go across the river and get heroin. And so we did. And then I was a fixture at Bellevue and Campbell Street, which is now Martin Luther King Boulevard. And I was there forever. And then I knew a lot of families, and I really got to know people. And then my story kind of changed. I started writing more about the differences, but I didn't have Roosevelt Harris in my book as a main character back then. And it wasn't until like 10 years later, suddenly I said, I'm missing something here. This book is about drugs and whatever, and it's about two sides of the river and two different pictures, and it totally misses something, and I need to do that. So I took the name Roosevelt from a kid I was in drug rehab with, who was a black kid with kind of reddish tinted hair. And I took the name Harris, the last name, from a black girl that I dated when I was 17 or so. And I thought of her all the time as actually Roosevelt's mother. Because when I write, I always have somebody in my mind, and often it's somebody real, even though the story has nothing to do with it. So that's what that book was about. And then when I wrote my later book, which is Cuban Roots, which you're going to ask me other questions about, but I wanted to deal with the racial matters in that too. And by the way, in Cuban Roots, Roosevelt and Jude, who's the white character in White Sugar, Brown Sugar, are responsible, mature adults. They didn't die, and they're good.
I have no idea why this keeps going in and out like that. So go ahead.
Well, I'm finished with question one, I guess.
Okay. So in the book, you show how Daytona was very divided along lines of color at the time. Has it changed much?
Yeah, it's changed, because back then there were actual laws that said blacks couldn't come over here unless they were working. Interestingly, I forgot to mention this, Eva Pearl used to come to my talks. And when I gave a presentation to the Volusia County Library group, actually it was, I was the annual speaker for, what is the name of the library branch on Keach Street? God.
The Keach Street Library.
I think it has another name. Anyway, when I was speaking to them, Eva Pearl was in the audience. And Eva Pearl raised her hand and stood up and said, you know, I don't remember a problem going to your house. You know, I just got on the beach, I got on the bus and I went across the river and I went to your house and nobody ever stopped me or nobody ever gave me trouble. And I was thinking, I didn't say it, I don't think, but I was thinking, well, Eva Pearl, you were wearing a white uniform.
Right.
You know,
it's a John H. Dickerson.
That's it, John H. Dickerson Library. So I was their annual speaker one year at the Halifax River Yacht Club, which I loved it being at the Halifax River Yacht Club because my book starts and ends, White Sugar, Brown Sugar starts and ends at the Halifax River Yacht Club. That was a big part of my life. So as I was mentioning, like when Jimmy Huger was talking to me about desegregating Peabody Auditorium and things like that, I mean, it was true that there was nobody over there, over on this side of the river. I live on the beach side now again. And nowadays I walk on the beach every single day and I just love it because it is the most racially, culturally integrated place in the world. You know, even nowadays, you know, homosexuality is just out there, beautiful. Nobody is saying anything. It's just totally different. But, you know, when the Civil Rights Act was enacted in 1964, obviously things didn't change in many places automatically overnight. And I know a bunch of guys who, like I've learned this mostly from Mr. Daniels, whose book I published, but he has friends who I worked with as a teenager at Morrison's Cafeteria. And at Morrison's Cafeteria, all the waiters were Black and other workers were different races depending upon their jobs. It was really a segregated place inside of a restaurant. And some of his friends I worked with. So one of them told me one time, or maybe I was at a meeting of several of them, told me that they will never eat at Hampton's on Derbyshire and Mason. And the reason they won't is because it didn't change when the Civil Rights Act was enacted. But in my book, I have my two characters about 17 years old, the white one and the black one. And the white one's driving the car and they head across the Seabreeze or the Silver Beach Bridge towards Main Street because the white one says, let's go over there and get some other kind of drugs. And the black one goes, what are you doing? Don't take me across the river. I can't go across the river. I'm going to get arrested. And the white one says, nah, that's not a law anymore. It hasn't been a law for years. And the black, are you sure? Are you sure I can go across this river and not have a problem? And so, you know, things change gradually. The other thing about Daytona Beach versus other places, and maybe it was one of those guys who said this sentence to me. Maybe it was Mr. Daniels, I can't remember, but you know, we were talking about sit-ins and things like that had occurred here. And somebody said, yeah, well, Daytona had its issues and we had the Klan here once or twice, but it was no Selma.
Well, I mean, it depends on how you look at that, right? But okay. There are things that are quantifiable. I mean, Selma was one thing, Daytona was another. So what we think was not it was no Selma, but what we thought what was happening was very important to us at that time, right? So it might not have been as big, but it was as impactful. So tell us about the Cuban roots now. When you wrote this book, there was a Daytona connection. Was that the impetus for writing it, or were there other things?
No, it wasn't the impetus for writing it. The impetus for writing it was that my now ex-wife was born in Cuba. And when she was 6 years old, her family heard of a rumor, and she had a brother who was 7 years old. There was this rumor going around Cuba that kids who were 6 and 7 years old were going to get sent to Russia for indoctrination. And, you know, Cuba has always had a strong relationship with Russia. And so the parents sent her to a boarding school in Spain and her brother to a different boarding school in Spain, which was affiliated to their churches in Cuba. And they were separated for 7 years. And the father left the mother and the 2 younger daughters in Cuba. He came to the United States and eventually went to South America. And the mother was there alone. The 2 other kids were in Europe. And finally, when my ex-wife was 13, the family got together back in Cuba. In Venezuela this time. She returned. She didn't know where she was going, but she ended up in Venezuela. And so eventually she came to the United States from Venezuela to study. That's how I met her. I was her teacher. Because I taught English to foreign students at University. So, but I learned over the years about how the family struggled because of that. And her brother became very depressed later in life and stopped talking to the entire family because he felt like he had been abandoned. And I've read a lot of books about that, the Cuban kids from the flights, the Peter Pan flights, they called them, that were sent to the United States to live in foster families. And a lot of those experiences were not good. And the kids felt abandoned. The parents felt depressed that they had sent them away. And it caused a whole lifetime of tragedy. And then over the years, I met my ex-wife's family in Miami. One time we were there and we had to go to some house for something, and there was a party going on. And they were old people. The ladies had blue hair, the men were old. And I learned that all of them had just gotten out recently from a prison in Cuba.
Wow.
And I'm looking at these old people who just look normal. And I'm like, I can't even picture this. And then she has an uncle who lives in Miami who had escaped from Cuba by raft. He lived on the south part of the island. So escaping by raft just meant he went to Guantanamo, because Guantanamo is US.
Yes.
Alberto Jones is one of the people following this, and he could tell all about Guantanamo. So anyway, I started writing this novel, I don't know, 17 years ago. I had never been there. Internet wasn't that good back then to go even look at maps and try to figure things out, but I tried. And then President Obama opened the ability of family members to go to Cuba in 2010 or late 2009. And I said, I can go to Cuba. And of course I asked my ex-wife if she wanted to go, and she's like, no, I don't want to go. You know, they took away my house. And she kind of has the mindset of the Miami exile community as far as that goes. So I went to Havana and spent a week with one of her cousins, walking the streets and learning everything. And then he and I flew. He had never been on an airplane. He had never been in a hotel. A Cuban wasn't allowed to be in a hotel for tourists until right about that time. And especially a hotel with an electronic key card. I had to teach him how to use it. But we walked the streets of Santiago de Cuba for a week and saw other family. And I learned a lot, we learned a lot. And really Santiago is the place where a lot of history happened. So early on, I had asked my ex-wife's cousin in Miami to draw me a picture of the bay of Santiago. And I just found the other day his hand-drawn paper where he tried to show it to me. Well, then I got to go there and I got to go to museums. And so I created the story out of that. It really has to do with the beginning of the revolution, as they call it, when when the government changed, but a lot of things. But it also has to do with playing off the different views of Cubans who've left the country and the Cubans who remain in the country. So you have the Miami exile community, who are the ones that Trump tried to always pander to, and they are totally opposed to doing anything that helps a Cuban person because they feel like it helps the government. And they're totally opposed to a person like me traveling to Cuba. And I remember that my ex-wife's family in Miami, they were appalled when I started going to Cuba. Like, what is wrong with you? You know? And anyway, I've been 150 times in the past 11 years. So, and I have great friends there. Let me say one more thing about that. I forgot to say. My friends down there are graduate students of Cuban history, and they love their country. And they also explain country is country, government is government. They're not the same. But at the same time, many of them, especially the older ones, loved Fidel Castro. I witnessed it. They really legitimately cried when he passed. So I played with all of that stuff in my story.
So our next guest is not on. I'm trying to reach him right now. So let me just continue. Victor's not on, is he? I don't see him. Tony, do you see him? No.
Well, I forgot actually to say the one more thing, which is
no. Well, we have time because he's not on. I want to ask you about the political connection and about who lived on the beach side from Cuba.
Yes, that's what I was supposed to answer, and I'm ready to answer it. So in the 40s, between the two times that former President Batista was dictator of Cuba, he lived in Daytona Beach. He bought a house. Actually, I've learned recently he bought more properties than that, but he bought a house from Ransom Olds, the race car driver of Oldsmobile fame, which is right where the Greek Orthodox Church is on Halifax between Seabreeze and Main Street now. And he also brought many loads on trains of artwork that, according to the Cuban people, he stole, and a lot of cash. And a lot of people like Mr. Daniels, for example, say they were there when the train came and they watched it get unloaded. And so he lived there from the early 40s. And then he actually got reelected as a senator back to Cuba while he was living in Daytona. And when he got reelected as a senator, he got back into Cuba. And then the second time he took over was basically a coup. And that's what started the revolution going. And
so how did he get a chance to live on beachside as a Cuban? Was he very light, so he kind of passed for white, or he was just because he was who he was?
Well, many Cubans are Spanish background, and they're completely white, and I mean, it's really quite diversified down there. But they called him mulatto. Now, if you look at him, you don't really see African features. I don't know why they even call him mulatto, but somebody thinks that there's some color. But what I'm told is that, well, he was a president of the country. He brought a lot of money. He brought all this art. Eventually, he gave it all to the city. It didn't matter.
He gave it to the city of Daytona Beach?
Yes.
Wow.
And so in 1957, he invited the entire city commission and the mayor to Havana to try to convince them to let him come back here because he knew he was going to lose to Castro. And they had a great big party. And the mayor of Daytona at the time was Hart Long. And Hart Long gave me a video of that party banquet at the presidential palace in Havana. And Batista signed the deeds of the two properties he owned on Halifax next to each other to the city. And one of them was the Cuban Museum for years after he wasn't here anymore. And then that's what's at the Museum of Arts and Sciences now. It's his prior collection. Now, in my book, in Cuban Roots, of course, I'm always dealing with the racial stuff. I dealt with it in Cuba because the family lived in a neighborhood in Santiago de Cuba that was very white European, and the workers were blacks. And my main character's father is very racist, and my main character doesn't understand that. But the father also has a compatriot in the company who's mulatto. And they come to the United States, they are in Miami, they're coming north on a train, they're seeing all kinds of signs at bathrooms and water fountains on train stations on the way up. They get to Daytona, they're getting ready to go across the river to Batista's house, well, actually the hotel, and the mulatto is stopped. You can't go, you can't go. And so they drive around and they have a green book. And they drive around, they go to the only place on Campbell Street it's actually in that version, 1946 of the Green Book. They go there and try to get in, and they say, no, we're full. And they sent them to Bethune-Cookman College at the time. And so then the mulatto later on gets to the party at Batista's house, and he's talking, and he says, yeah, I had tea with Mrs. Bethune, and somebody took me down to Bethune Beach. So you guys think you're nice, you had a beach here? Well, I had my own beach, you know? And so I dealt with those racial issues in that book too.
So let's just talk real quick, and then I'm gonna give some other authors who are here this morning, since our other guest is a no-show for some reason. Tell us about, I wanna do something really personal really quickly. How long were you in addiction, and when did you decide that that's not what you wanted anymore?
Well, I started doing drugs. I wasn't addicted, but I regularly doing drugs when I was 14 years old, because my parents got divorced and my mother, her house became a party house. And if you read White Sugar, Brown Sugar, you'll learn exactly about it, because it's exactly described the way it happened. I was in drugs for a long time. I didn't start narcotics. I didn't become addicted to a narcotic drug until I was 18. And then I was on and off that until I was 22. And I was arrested for possession, actually over here, 2 blocks from where I live now, when I was 16. No, I was 15, and it was actually in the newspaper and on the radio. And I was admitted to the, how can I forget the name? The mental health part of Halifax Hospital, the 1400 ward.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Thank God I don't know.
And while I was in there, we
smuggled
some stuff in, and the other person who was in there with me got arrested inside of 1400 ward. And I had to report I'm a lawyer now. I've been a lawyer for all these years, and I'm planning to retire and write beginning 2 years and 9 months from today, when I'm 70, and not today, this month. And I had to report all of this stuff to the bar to get admitted.
Oh, right.
Because they say, have you ever been arrested? Not even have you been convicted, or have you been convicted as an adult? Have you ever been arrested? So I said, well, I'm not gonna lie. And have you ever been treated? I'm like,
not gonna lie.
Yeah.
And so I just wanted people to know that, you can come from addiction to better, right? I mean, it's something that you can do if you really want to. But let's talk about whether that could have happened to somebody Black.
Sure.
I mean,
Well, and
one
it
of
happened to my character, Roosevelt Harris.
right, I
Same
mean,
kind of
but
thing.
he didn't become a lawyer. So I guess that's my,
Actually, he became a business executive in my book. So yeah,
but in real life, he did not.
well, I don't know. I never found Roosevelt again.
Oh, you never found him again.
I did look up Roosevelt Harris because I
Mhm.
couldn't remember whether his last name was Harris or I just made that up from Anne. But I don't know what happened to him.
So leave us with a pearl of wisdom really quickly, and I'm gonna give some other authors chance to speak. Tony, I'm very sorry. I have no idea where Victor is. I've reached out to him, and I don't. He was having some difficulties yesterday at his home, so maybe that has interfered with him today. So leave us with a pearl of wisdom, would you, Michael? I appreciate it.
Well, as far as writing goes, I think one writes because they love to. And I I started writing just because, I don't know, I read Hemingway when I was a teenager and I said, I want to do that. I want to do that. And you know, my books have never been bestsellers. They're not known almost beyond Daytona Beach very much, but I write because I want to and I love to. And I think that's what I suggest that people do.
Thank you so much. Jenny, are you there? She might not be there. Jenny is an, are you there, Jenny? Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes. So Jenny is an environmentalist. She lives in Daytona Beach. Are you outside?
No, I'm inside. Can you all hear me?
I can. Could you tell us about your book?
Oh, thank you for asking. I wrote a book called Deep Green, and it was inspired by first my upbringing. I had a very privileged upbringing. Our parents took us to lots of national parks and state parks. We were a military family, so we moved around a lot, and a lot of our education was on the road, and we learned through nature. And so that was instilled in me at an early age. And I grew up to be an environmentalist because every year, with each passing year, I see that it's more urgent. And so I wrote a book actually to support fellow environmentalists. The audience is basically fellow environmentalists in the wealthy, developed world. Like, hey, you guys, you're really trying to walk your talk. And you always tell me I'm walking my talk. So here, I've written you a book. I'm kind of like Mike. My book, well, I can't say my book isn't known outside of Daytona Beach, but it's mainly known in my family and friends circle and my fellow environmentalist circle. But I also distribute copies to the libraries, to the little free libraries at like Dickerson Center and Midtown Cultural Center. I like to put my books out there. And but really, thank you for asking. And it's basically, you know, we can be victims of the government. We can be like waiting. Well, when's the government gonna institute a policy? When's the government gonna switch us over to renewable energy? Well, I'm trying to make it easier for them to switch us over. Like if we're living a lifestyle that isn't consuming excess resources, if we're only consuming what we need, and that includes joy in life. It's not deprivation, but it's like being discerning. I would call myself an ornate minimalist. Like I like to pick my treats. I don't need a treat in every area of life. But so some people think environmentalists is all about deprivation. So I try to bust that myth.
So I drag Jenny to any environmental things that we can be a part of together.
I'm always so happy. That Brownfields conference was amazing.
Wasn't it amazing? Well, we had a great time.
Yep.
Some people might not.
Did you know that Jenny? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You know that Jenny and I live about 10 houses apart. And,
I do, but I don't
and
think
that I have trees in my yard that she gave me.
It's great.
We do love her and her her drum majoring for environment. Thank you so much. How can we get a copy of your book, Jenny?
You can go, I have my page, jennynazak.com, and it's a blog, and it kind of my book is a kind of an organized, concise little guidebook, and my blog is a wandering mass of spaghetti about whatever environmental topics are on my mind, and including also anti-racism and other essential topics. You can't have the environmental without the social and economic justice. So that's my wandering blog. When COVID hit and a lot of folks started going through really hard times, you know, I always say that my book isn't just an environmental manual, it's actually a household thrift manual. So when a lot of people started going through really hard times, I also made my book available free online on my blog. So a person can read it chapter by chapter online, and then a person can also order a paper copy and get it signed and all that. And order or if it's ordered by a person in Daytona Beach, it'll probably be delivered on a bicycle.
Well, I don't think anybody would mind that at all. Thank you, Jenny, for sharing that information.
Thank you,
We
Donna.
just started the environmental justice committee. We started up again this month. I'll keep you abreast of what we're going.
Thank you. Yeah, good stuff.
Carolyn Sanders James, you are an author. Come and tell us about your book. You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My second book, which I cherish very well, it's House on Maxon Street. Many years ago, with my parents, my mom and my dad and my 8 siblings, we grew up on Maxon Street. And there were times where my parents working, trying to meet ends with their children, taking them to the beach. And what's so funny about that is that a lot of times you couldn't go to Myrtle Beach, or when you went to Myrtle Beach, you couldn't, stay in a hotel. So we would stay overnight on the beach, going to the ocean and wash off. And of course, my mom always prepared different kinds of pots and pans of food that we ate out on the beach as well. But it tells the story of a couple raising 9 children and the struggles that they had to go through with the KKK coming through the streets and turning the lights off and scared, and we were just frightened. Also, you hear many stories about other families around the area. So my thing is that I need to tell the story about my family, about the struggles and the demonstrations that took place over the years, and being arrested because we went downtown Orangeburg demonstrating that in Woolworth, you go into the stores and you could buy, but you couldn't sit at the counter and eat at all. And it's just a variation of a lot of issues that went on during the South. So I need to tell the story about my family. I hear about other stories about other people. So the story had to be told about my family.
So most people don't know that you're very connected to the New York City. You want to give us a little of your background?
Yes, I was part of a coalition, the Coalition for Elected Officials and Clergy in New York City. Also a district leader and a state committee woman in Brooklyn for 10 years. And I worked in city government for many years, actually 25 years. I worked with our mayor, former mayor who recently passed, David Dinkins. I worked in the crazy Giuliani administration. And it's also Andrew Stein. I was his special assistant for Brooklyn as well. And last was the director for Brooklyn for Mayor Bloomberg as well, which I keep closely in touch with him. So
What's your first book? You talked about your second book. Let's have a few minutes on your first book.
the first book is Finding Finding My Way. There were times when not knowing what I wanted to do, growing up in the South, I wanted to become a nurse. I wanted to become a teacher. I wanted to go into service and be a part of the Army. And when I got to New York, I ended up on Lincoln Place, where I grew up as a teenager up into an adult, and started working in the bank and Morgan Guaranty Trust, and that wasn't enough. And start getting involved into the community, going to precinct meetings and attending other civic organizations as well. And that was something that I really liked to do. So that's when I started working with Congressman Major Owens and Assemblyman Boylan and a lot of the elected officials in Brooklyn. And I really enjoyed it, working with people, helping people. And that's how it actually got started. So that's something that I love to do. And that's my ministry.
Can you tell everyone how to get copies of your book?
My book, both of them are on Amazon. Also, it's in Walmart. It's also Target, as well as Dare Books, which the young man talked about yesterday. My books are there. My books are in all of Daytona libraries, where you can get a book there. And starting soon, I will be giving out a lot of books to the library, where you can go there and you can pick them up as well. But it's doing well. It's also IE Universe as well. You can get books there.
Okay, thank you so much for taking the time. And Miss Tony, I'm sorry your guest did not arrive. I don't know what was going on with him, but let's tell Tony is the drum major for Fresh Book, and I certainly appreciate you being a part of the tribe. Please tell us about your book club, and everybody can tell that you're a reader. And look behind you, but introduce yourself to our audience really quickly.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm Tony Robinson, Tony Benita, known to most people. The second of 6 children born and raised in Birmingham, Alabama during the height of the civil rights era. So I can identify with some of the things that Mr. Powell talked about this morning. I'm a retired educator. I spent the first half of my career in special education, the last half of my career in my real love, which was books. I've been reading for as long as I can remember. I am a member of several book clubs. Scylla's Book Maniac, which is an online group. And our thing is to support literacy. We attend various literary events when we can. Of course, as you all know, because of the pandemic, we haven't been able to do anything this past year and a half. But we meet monthly online to discuss a book. We do giveaways. We support charities. This past year, we had members who had dealt with cancer. So we had members to do an anthology. And with that book, we were able to donate $3,000 to cancer research on behalf of Scylla's Book Maniacs. I'm also a member of a local book club here in my area, and I live in Southeast Georgia, right on the Florida-Georgia line. And that book club name is Prominent Women of Color. We have ladies in that organization. Our oldest member, Miss G, is 86 years old. The bad part about the pandemic is she's not good with Zoom, so she's been missing a lot of our monthly meetings. But we meet the second Saturday every month at 5 o'clock. With the onset of Zoom, we've been inviting authors in, which has been wonderful because not only have we had a chance to discuss their books, but we've had a chance to discuss their books with them. My good friend Victor, who I'm going to get, who I was supposed to interview today, I've known since the late 60s when he wrote his first book, Autumn Leaves. And I've been a follower and a reader of him since that time. Reading to me is the answer to everything. It can take you places you've never been. It can soothe your thoughts. I survived when I lost my son to an aneurysm at the age of 20. And then 2 years later, my mother to cancer because of a book. Books were my solace. As long as I had a book, I could deal with all of the other craziness that was going on around me. For those of you who are parents, that's a nightmare I don't wish on anybody, to get that call that your child is gone. It's horrific. But books, having a book, books that would take me places, comedy books, humorous romances, and also my Bible and prayer. I'm a firm believer in Bible, but those books help me to survive. So when things get bad for me, I just absorb myself in a book. Literacy, I think, is something that we all need. The name of my online book club is Scylla's Book Maniacs. I'll put it in the chat when I finish. And it's open to membership because it's an online group. We do have a yearly dues fee, but with that dues, we contribute to charities. We send flowers and cards to members who are sick when they're anything like this. And there's a deaf, we get recognized from the club for us. So it's a camaraderie, it's a sisterhood. And we do have a couple of men in Scylla's Book Maniacs. We started out with all ladies, but now we do have a couple of male members. And it's just a good way to stay connected to people that have the same thoughts that you do, who believe in the same things that you do, who love the written word like you do. I guess the best way I can explain is yesterday when we watched Milton's movie, all of us had a different reaction, but the discussion to come together.
Booker T movie.
Yeah. we had a different reaction, but we all came to, it hit us from a different way. And that's the good thing about a book discussion. I see it to the left, you see it to the right, somebody else sees it ups and down, but it's something that we've all enjoyed and that we've all connected with in some way, shape, fashion, or form. I saw the mother one way, somebody else saw the mother a different way. We were looking for the rape at one time, it didn't happen. Everything, and that's the good thing about a good movie and a good book. It will draw you in, bring you to it, and can lead to awesome book discussions.
Well, I'll tell you that you should stand by for Lunch and a Movie today, because the two movies that are going to be presented will give you pause for the rest of the day. So please stand by, get something to eat, and stay with us, because Sandenise Myers, who is a very young filmmaker, but she has given us two movies to watch that will we won't have enough time for the conversation. That's all I have to say about that. So
I'm going to stay until then, and after I have to dump up, because today is the day for my local book club Zoom meeting at 5 o'clock. And as president, I need to be there. So
you need to get ready.
I need to do that, but I will stay for the movies. Okay. And then after that, but I thank you, Donna. I have thoroughly enjoyed this. I appreciate the first invitation to your F.R.E.S.H thing, and it has been marvelous. I look forward to that more than I do Monday Night Football now.
Well, on this Monday, actually, I'm interviewing a young man who is Florida grown, and those are very rare that you meet somebody who's born and raised here, and raised in a very religious Bible Belt situation, and how that impacted his life growing up here in Florida. he also lost a child, and a lot of women will talk about we are more open about
Yes.
loss, and so he's going to be willing to talk about how a man feels when you lose your only son
Hmm.
and how that impacts everybody. We're waiting for Mr. Vincent Taylor. Is he on? I don't see him.
We don't have him yet.
We don't have him yet. Okay, so is it 10:15? Yes. So Miss Angie, thank you, Tony. Thank you very much.
You are more than welcome.
Yeah,
You're
thank you
more
so
than
much. And
welcome.
thank you for being one of the tribe. Here he is, Mr. Vincent Taylor just logged on, because we can't do this kind of stuff without people who help us. So thank you, Tony, and
You're
to
welcome.
Scylla's Book Maniacs for being a part of the Fresh Book Festival family. Mr. Vincent Taylor, there you are. How are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm just fine. Our next segment is all about the children and young adults. Hey, everybody. Sandra, Cami, how are you guys doing? Terrence, everyone, Dion. It's very nice to have you guys here this morning. You can unmute your mics if you will. Just say hello to everybody.
Hello.
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 Hi.
Hello.
Right.
It's wonderful to have young authors and young people who are spending time in literacy. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I will turn this over to Mr. Vincent Taylor, who's going to interview each of you. And thank you for being with us this morning.
Good morning, everyone. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good.
Good. That's good. Well, let me just tell you, I'm like a kid in a candy store right now. You know, I waited until I was about, well, let's just say a real grown adult before I wrote a book. And to see you all doing what you do, writing books at such a young age, that's just amazing. So give yourselves a round of applause just for that. So we're going to jump right into it. Let me just tell you a little something about me. For those of you who don't know, I write children books, but my love for learning and teaching started when I became a teacher. So I am what am I now? I'm a math coach, but I was a fifth grade teacher for 13 years. Woo woo for fifth grade, the best elementary grade ever to teach. But now I'm a math coach, and I really enjoy it because now I get an opportunity to see so many other great teachers do what they do in the classroom. So now as an author, again, it is a pleasure to speak to young authors. So let's take a minute if you could just tell me your name, tell me your age, and we'll stop there. Then we'll jump into the individual interviews. So let's start with Sandra B.
Hi, my name is Sandra Bennett, and I am 8 years old.
All right, Miss Sandra. Next, we have Cami Love.
Hi, my name is Cami Love.
And how old are you?
And I'm 9.
9, okay, 9 years old. And Mr. Dion.
Oh, hello. My name is Dion Taylor, and I'm 16 years old.
16 years old. And last but not least, I think we have Mr. Jalen Alexander.
Unmute. We can't hear you, Jalen. Put your headset in. Okay, we can't hear you, Jalen.
How about now?
There you go.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jalen Alexander, and I'm 15 years old.
15. Again, young authors just doing it, sharing with the world your greatness. All right, so let me start with Miss Sandra. So I understand that you are a voice actor. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so how was that? Tell me about that. How is being a voice actor?
Doing audiobooks.
Doing audiobooks. And What was the first audiobook that you did? What's the name of that book?
No means no.
No means no. Okay. And I understand that was a book that you did with Mr. Jalen Alexander.
Yes.
I'm sure that was a lot of fun. I'm sure that was a lot of fun. I tell you what, I have something I want to try, if this is okay with you. So you're reading lyrics or you're reading words to go on a book, but I was just wondering if you were a part of one of those Disney movies and you were the voice of one of those characters, what character would you like to voice? What movie do you think about when you think about voiceover?
I like to be Princess Elsa.
Ooh, okay, okay. That's good. So I have a challenge for you, Sandra. You ready for this?
Mhm.
So let's imagine you're in a Disney movie. And in this Disney movie, they need you to be the voice of this old lady. And she's about 90 years old. And they want you to say, hey, little kids. So I'm not going to say it like she would say. I want you to do that part because you're the voice actor. You would need to say, hey, little kid, stop playing in my garden. How would you say that with your voice acting voice?
Hey, little kids, stop playing in my garden.
Love it. I love it. You're hired.
Yay.
I love it. Yes. All right. So is there anything that you would like to share with everyone at this time?
Me and my cousin Jalen Alexander are gonna read No Means No.
All right. I was waiting for that. Okay. Well, go ahead.
Maybe
Yes, you may.
Jalen.
No means no. A fun guide to teach kids about body boundaries by April DeBro, illustrated by KD. No means no is a fun way for parents to teach their kids that it's okay to say no when it comes to their body.
Hi, my name is Millie.
And I'm Tim.
Did you know that your body belongs to you?
Well, it does, and you have the right to control who touches it.
That means your daddy, uncle, friend, auntie, grandpa, cousin, babysitter, stepdad, and even your teacher.
No means no.
If anybody touches you inappropriately or tries to make you touch them, run and tell.
No means no.
Wow.
Your body belongs to you. You.
No means no.
You may be small, but you have a big, loud voice. It is your body and it's your choice.
No means no. You can go to the bathroom to poop and pee. If you can't, it's your choice to say, help me, please.
Don't be afraid to tell somebody right away. You have the right to protect your body in every way.
No means no.
Wow.
You have a choice. If you want to be tickled, rubbed, or engaged in play, no means no.
It doesn't matter if you give me money, candy, or say you will harm me.
No means no.
So for the last time, listen to us.
No means no.
Right. All right. Oh, man. That is such a powerful and much needed book. So I thank you all for being the voice behind that great book. I know you all had to love that experience and take a lot of pride in what the message of that book is all about. You know, it's one thing to read a book, but it's another thing to hear and feel the emotions of those words. And that's what Jalen, that's what you and Sandra did today. So thank you all for your contribution to that particular book. So let's give them a round of applause. So Jalen, I had an opportunity to ask Sandra, you know, to be the voice of one of those Disney characters. So I want to put you in that same predicament. So you are an old man, okay? And your line, let me see what your line is. Hey, has anyone seen my glasses? I know I put them on the dresser.
Okay.
Hey, has anyone seen my glasses? I swear I put them boys on the dresser.
Oh my God. Oh man. That was good. That was good.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all have a career in this, I see. Oh yes. Oh yes. Well, thank you all so much for sharing all those things with us. Do you have any social media that you would like to share with everyone who's listening?
I have an Instagram.
Okay.
Follow me at SPICE8NTNICE. Spice ain't nice.
Okay, can you say that one more time just in case they missed it?
And that's SPICE8NTNICE.
Perfect, perfect. And it'd be great if you could put that in the chat as well. All right. And what about you, Miss Sandra?
I have a Snapchat.
Okay.
Sandra Bennett. Sandra B _2012.
All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So everyone, please follow these great authors, great voice actors. They're about to do some great things. All right. So we're going to move on to Miss Cammy Love. Miss Cammy Love, where are you? Raise your hand if you're in the house. There she go. There she go, y'all. So I understand that you are an author. So tell us about this spa party I hear about. What is that all about?
It's to get kids not to be scared when they have to go to the spa to get their hair done or to get their nails done.
Okay, okay. So will you do me the honor of giving us some of the words from a page or two from your book?
Okay. So here's one page. Aunt Nisha helps in the salon when she isn't busy. She is light-skinned with a medium build. Aunt Nisha has beautiful hazel eyes and a short, shoulder-length red hair. Aunt Nisha, both girls scream and run towards her for a hug. They were not aware that their aunt was coming to visit. Yes, darlings, who wants some love? She flashes them her best smile while lowering the tray so they can see the cookies and glasses filled with goodness. The two sisters, Cammie and Corey, lick their lips excitedly. They reach out for the snacks, but Anisha pulls away. Not so fast, she smiles. Their mother is done with her work now. She rises from her chair and walks towards them with a smile, and her arms crossed against her chest. Kia is a very pretty woman. She is beautiful both inside and out. She loves her daughters, and she has raised them well too. She is really proud of them. Kia is an African American woman with long brown natural curly hair and has dazzling dark brown eyes like walnuts, a dark skin tone like coffee, and a 5'7" thin build.
All right. Very good. Thank you. I love all those adjectives that you use to describe your character too. It really paints that picture so you can see exactly what the characters look like without even looking at the book. So great job. All right, and in your book, like you said, it deals with personal hygiene and bullying. Again, another subject that people really need, children need to hear about. Very important. So I understand that you have another book that you're working on. You're just talented, I see. So what is the name of this next book that Miss Cammie is working on?
Unicorn Fantasy.
Unicorn Fantasy. Okay. So this sounds like a different kind of book. Unicorn Fantasy. So can we please just get a sneak peek of what it's about? You don't have to read it. Just tell us quickly what it's about, if you could.
It's about a unicorn because with my book that's already out, Cammie's Spell Party, my logo is a unicorn. On every one of my shirts, it's a unicorn. So I thought it would be nice to have like a unicorn logo.
Okay, I like that. So it's part of your branding too. That's great. That is awesome. So Cammie, you know, when I was a little younger, you know, well, a lot younger, I used to love the martial arts, and I still do love karate. And everybody thought because I knew karate that I knew gymnastics, but I don't at all. And I hear you are a gymnast. Tell us about that.
So when I was a gymnast, I did get out of gymnastics like last year, I think. And when I got out of gymnastics, it was fun because I had been in gymnastics for 2 years already. Because when I used to live in Maryland, I would do gymnastics, and I've always wanted to be a gymnast so I could be on TV like another girl that's on TV, and I believe she's like 16. And I wanted to be on TV like her because it would be fun to know that people are watching me. And this all happened because I went to gymnastics.
Okay. So since you've already gone through this practice and everything, I need you to be honest with me now. Is it too late for me to be a gymnast? Is it too late for me? It's not too late? Because I want to learn how to at least do a cartwheel, at least. Okay, so it's not too late. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna have to look into that so I can become a gymnast. Okay, so before I leave though, I do have a question. I want to go back to your book because it was so powerful. Again, you're talking about personal hygiene, you're talking about bullying. Do you think that your book will change someone's life?
Yes, and if it doesn't, I really hope so.
Yeah, well, I honestly think that it will. And I don't think it's just going to change kids' lives. I think it's going to change adults' lives as well. So I know this.
About the Chronicles that they did. Did I miss that? Because my computer went down. Angie, did we talk about that?
No, we didn't talk about it, and I'll make it brief. Each of these young authors wrote a segment in the Confinement Chronicles where they talked about how the pandemic affected them in 3rd and 4th grade and 9th and 10th grade. I mean, and it was perfect. Cammie Love really hit the point with having to be stuck at home with her parents. And Dion's story was just wonderful for me to narrate. Jalen Alexander not only wrote his story, but he narrated it too, and it was powerful. And I got to interview Sandra B when I was with her, and she talked. I asked her, "What is coronavirus?" And she said, "It's this little ball with sticks on it." So the entire audiobook is filled with stories from these young authors, and we were thrilled to make it available. You can contact any of them to get the digital download.
Can they tell us a little bit about what they wrote? Is Jalen still on? I don't see him.
Jalen's still here.
He has his camera on.
And I know Dion is here, but
hey,
yeah.
Jalen, take yourself off of mute, honey. Could you tell us a little bit about the article that you wrote, if you don't mind? Okay, we can't hear you.
He's on mute.
No, he's off of mute.
Okay.
Is your volume up, Jalen? Because we can't hear you. Did he speak before? I missed him.
He spoke with Sandra.
Oh, he did.
They read the book together.
Okay. Something
Hello,
wrong.
can you hear me?
Okay, it's better. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jalen. Tell us
Okay.
about that. Mhm.
So my story was about my time searching for toilet paper, which was pretty much about my time in quarantine and what it was like when it first started, from my transfer from school and what I thought it was going to be like when it first started, and how huge it ended up being to my knowledge. And I didn't expect that to happen. And it was something new and it had a huge impact on my life.
Okay. Wow, that is awesome for you all to have been published in such a prestigious anthology like that. So I can't wait to hear all the different stories that you all wrote. Jalen, I think I asked you about your social media. Cammie, I don't think I asked you. Do you have any social media you would like to share?
Yes.
Okay, and that is?
I have Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Messenger, and Gmail.
Okay.
And my name is Cammie Love on all of them except for Facebook. And okay, all of them are Cammie Love.
Okay, all right. That makes it real easy. That's good. All right. Well, thank you for sharing that. Let's move on to Mr. Dion. Mr. Dion, you here? How you doing, man?
Good.
All right. So Mr. Dion, again, congratulations on your contribution to the Chronicles. And what was your article about?
It was about exploring myself during quarantine and thinking about things that I haven't really thought about, like what I was going to do for it in life. And I also got to get into some new interests, like playing the piano, and I was thinking about writing soon too.
All right. Okay. So you picked up some new interests. That is great. I always thought about playing the keyboards, but I guess I have to get a little more discipline because I hadn't started that journey yet. So I'm gonna follow your lead. Okay. So I understand that you are the recipient. You were the person who won the first scholarship of the Mr. Joy. I'm sorry, My Joy is Powerful scholarship. How was? Go ahead.
Excuse me?
No, I was just saying congratulations on that. I'm sure you felt real excited about that honor. How was that for you?
Oh, well, it was the first because, again, it was another one of those moments where I got to express myself. So I think it was pretty cool, and it was my first scholarship too. So I'm really happy about that and grateful as well.
That's good, man. That is great. That's great. So let's go back a little bit. I want you to tell me what was it like for you growing up?
Well, growing up in New Jersey, it was kind of similar to the way those hood movies were, where people would be everywhere all the time. But I'd go outside and everybody was everywhere. And my grandmother, she would be the only one to take care of us because when I was young, my mom had passed away. So she had took me and my brother in, and my sister had came down here with my aunt. And so it was kind of hard, but not hard. She made sure we like ate and we had clothes on our backs and stuff. But it just made me think after when she passed away, how much I enjoyed that and how much I missed all of that.
Okay, great memories. Awesome. So what's, from then to now, what are some of the things that's motivating you now?
Belief. That's got to be one big thing because my aunt and my uncle Daniel and Aunt Teresa, they believed in me enough to take me in and to pour into me. And my friends as well, because I believe in them just as much as they believe in me. So we decided to help each other out, and we've known each other for a lot of years as well. And before my grandmother passed, she used to say that I was always going to be a manager of my own business. And I believe that just as much as she does. And when you believe in yourself and others believe in you, that can push you to do great things. And that's what's motivating me.
Oh my gosh. You see what I tell y'all? This is not just for kids. Man, you're teaching me some things. You're making my heart like, yes, Jensen, you can do it. You know, I got some things I'm thinking about. And now that I hear your voice and hear your words of wisdom, it's making me say, yes, I know I can do it now. I heard what Dion said. So I'm serious, man. I thank you for that. So Dion, as you know, I'm the author of the Cornbread series. And I am honored because I heard that you were going to at least read a couple of pages from one of the Cornbread books.
Oh, yes. So thank you for allowing me the chance to read it. And when I was reading it with my aunt, I was having fun because it is actually a nice book. And I hope to read your others as well. Okay, so.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're starting at chapter 2, and it's called Talking Back to the Teacher. Boom, tick, boom, boom, tick, boom, boom, tick. Man, that beat is hot, Cornbread, Roscoe exclaimed as he paused from drawing a picture of a car with some smooth rims on it. The rest of the class was jamming as I continued with the beat. Cornbread, could you play that again? Asked 3 students as I finished. I got requests like this every day. It didn't matter to me. I'll be on the dry erase board, the cafeteria tables, anything, just as long as I could produce a fresh sound. Isaiah, is that you again? Asked Miss Robinson as she walked back into the classroom. I don't know why she won't call me Cornbread like everyone else. Yeah, I said, knowing I was about to get chewed out. Yeah, she looked down at me with her hands on her hips. I mean, yes, ma'am, I quickly responded. Does this desk look like a drum to you, young man? She asked, though not expecting an answer. I've told you numerous times, Isaiah, that this is not your music class. You have a bad habit of beating on your desk when you know you're not supposed to. When you go to see Mr. Tolbert for music class, then you can beat, but not in there. So your parents can expect a phone call tonight since you can't seem to remember the classroom rules, she uttered. Man, the entire class said in unison. I was embarrassed. Every eye in the room was on me. I had never gotten into trouble like this before. Roscoe, on the other hand, well, that's another story. All of a sudden, this weird feeling came over me as everyone continued staring. Before I knew it, I had done it. I said the one thing that teachers can't stand to hear. I didn't try to say it. It was like I had too much chapstick on my lips and it just slipped out. I don't care, I said in a low tone. That's it.
All right. Thank you. Man, I wrote it, but I'm still drawn into because the way that you read it, oh my gosh. I was anxious. Okay, what's next? So thank you again for reading that for me. For us, definitely. All right, okay. So how can people get in contact with Mr. Dion? Do you have social media?
I have an Instagram, and it's, should I type it in the chat or should I spell it out?
You could do both.
Okay. It's Dion _ with 2 T's Taylor, like this TA. There you go, like that.
Oh, okay. _ And did I tell you that I think you probably have one of the best last names in the world?
Thank you.
I'm just saying.
You as well.
You as well. Thank you, man. All right. So, again, I know all of your parents are proud of you, all your family. How is it at school though, when your when your classmates find out that you all have written and published a book? What do they say? And this question is for all of you.
Oh, they actually find it kind of cool because they don't really know anybody that does this. So like, I'm kind of a first for them and they think it's really cool.
Wow. And I'm sure that's going to motivate them to say, hey, if Dion can do it, maybe I can do it as well.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, Kemi, I saw your hand.
When I told my classmates, they told my school principal, and then the school principal said that they would buy books for the library.
What? For the school?
Yes.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, okay. Anybody else? Sandra, did you have an experience when your friends found out that you were the voice, a professional voice actor? What do you?
When I had told my friends, they said they didn't believe me. But then my mom told them, and they were like, "Oh, we believe you now." Only because an adult told them.
Yeah.
And now they wanted to.
There you go. There you go. That's good. Man, Jalen, how about for you?
For me, I don't really talk to that many people, but the people that I did tell, they're like, "Oh, that's cool. Want to write me a book?" I was like, "Sure."
Okay. That's all right.
So Vincent, I think each of them have something inspirational to say to everybody before they leave.
Oh, okay.
Is that correct? I was told from a good source that you guys had something inspirational for all of us. So should we start with you, Cammie?
But Donna, I think Jalen and Sandra have a shirt that they want everybody.
Oh yeah, okay. Stand up. Oh, fresh.
I
Thank you
love it.
so much. That is so sweet of you.
Oh man.
So do you want to share your inspirational parting words with us? And thank you, Vincent Taylor, for your time. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Sandra, we'll start with you.
Always follow your dreams no matter what.
Jalen?
Mistakes are okay, and don't forget that they'll guide you through your life.
Oh man, I could have heard that this morning. Amen.
So, having someone to be there and to care for you and help you overcome the hardships and struggles life throws at you can mold you into a happier and a better person. And the way I see it, the world needs one of those people, and that there will always be light at the end of the tunnel, no matter where you go.
Wow. Thank you so much for that. Cammie? Cammie said, you didn't tell me that.
If someone believes you, don't care what they say, just go on.
We didn't hear you, honey. Say it again.
It doesn't matter what someone says, just
Say it again, honey, please. Your mic went off. It doesn't matter what someone says.
Go on.
Go on. Okay.
Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you all for being here. I can't thank you enough for spending time at the Fresh Book Festival 2021, which is virtual and international. You guys give us all pause for glory, and we will be talking about this event for quite a while. Thank you so much for being here. It will go up on YouTube on Wednesday, so you can show all your friends that you were actually part of the Fresh Book Festival. Yeah, go Cammie, go Cammie. And thank you very much. We have a 10-minute pause for the cause, and we will be back with the Dream Team. Angie Ransom Jones, Tamaya Davis, Elizabeth Savage, and Asante McGee. Thank you so much. 10 minutes, we'll be right back.
All right. Goodbye.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you for having
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming.
For
Have
real.
a nice day.
Great job, everybody. Great job. Keep up the good work.
That was awesome there. Man. Hold on. Let's see.
Morning, Monique. It's me, Angie B. I think your microphone is on, dear.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. It is 11 o'clock and the dream team is here. Thank you very much for coming. You guys can unmute yourselves. Angie Ransom Jones, Tamaya Davis, Ashante McGee, and Elizabeth Savage. Where are you? Yay! We're going to try to put you stand. Thank you so much for coming, ladies. We also always appreciate your time and your talent. We wish you were here this weekend because it's beautiful, sun is shining. But next year we're all going to be together, hopefully.
Yes, we hope so. We sure hope so.
Thank you so much, everybody. Make sure that your mics are muted so that these young ladies can give us all the wisdom that they can. So thank you, Angie. Thank you for coming. It is on you now.
Awesome, awesome. Well, hello everybody out there in virtual and international land, which is really exciting. So my name is Angie Ransom Jones, and I am a national best-selling author, and I'm a ghostwriter also, and I will be moderating this panel today called Turning Your Pain into Pages, featuring these beautiful, bold, talented, just gorgeous, vivacious, resilient ladies that you see on your screen. Wave, Asante, Tamaya, and Liz. Hey. But before I allow them to introduce themselves, I just want to give a shout out to Miss Donna. Miss Donna, you know how I feel about you, and I'm just so grateful for this opportunity. This is my second year attending F.R.E.S.H. And of course, we all wish we were there on the beach, kicking it like we were last year. It's actually like 20 degrees here in Dallas today. So yeah, it's really cool. And we're expecting snow tomorrow. So just FYI. But just really want to just thank you for the opportunity to have us again. And you are a rock star if no one has told you that. So thank you.
So now we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to have the ladies introduce themselves, tell us a little bit about themselves, where they hail from, the name of their books, and a little summary of their books. So we will start with you, Ms. Tamaya Davis.
Oh, okay. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Donna, I love you. Happy birthday. My name is Tamaya Davis, and I am the author of my very own book, From Fatal to F.R.E.S.H. The year of 1997, I was in a near fatal car accident that changed my life forever. At the age of 18, I wanted to be 21. And at 21, I wanted to be 30. I just wanted to be grown. I wanted to do what I want to do when I wanted to do it. And I didn't want any consequences behind it. But wanting to be grown came with the price with my life. I fell asleep driving one night and ran into a tractor trailer. I ended up in the hospital for over 3.5 months, which left me disfigured. They even had to go back and find my fingertips to reattach to my hand. My parents was told that I may not live. They was told that if I did, I would possibly never walk again. They was told that I would have a learning disability. And they was also told that I could possibly be a vegetable. This was very devastating. I had a 4-month-old son, and my parents had to take care of my son, and they also had to take care of me. When I came back home, he was 8 months. I had to learn to walk again. I had to learn to use my hands again. I even had to learn who I was. I had to learn to love myself and even deal with myself by looking at myself in the mirror every day. And even though my left hand, I could never use it again in my life, I am an Old Dominion University graduate. My major is communications. My minor is psychology. I've owned multiple businesses. My son is now a college graduate of Salisbury University Business School, and he owns his own business today at 24 years old. It was a tough journey, but through the grace of God, I've survived, and I'm here talking to you ladies and guys every day and living my best life. I have been an international longshoreman for 20 years, and I own my own construction company that builds new homes here in Hampton Roads, Virginia. I also own a trucking company that transport cars, vehicles from auctions to auctions and dealerships to dealerships. I help entrepreneurs start their own businesses. I help authors become authors. And I have a women's group on Facebook called Inspire Her that has almost 20,000 women in the group that I help inspire every single day. And I help my community, and I am a vessel of God. I used to hide behind my PTSD, behind my scars, my internal scars, my physical scars, my depression and everything. And I also used to hide behind these bangs that I've been wearing since the accident because of my scar on my head. But when I met Angie, she helped me come out of that shell, and she helped me write my book, From Fatal to F.R.E.S.H. And in 2019 of July, my book had released at Essence Festival. And November of 2019, my book had became an Amazon bestseller.
Yay. I'm sorry. Thank you, Tamaya. Thank you so much. Liz, I'm going to let you go next.
Okay. Well, my name is Elizabeth Savage.
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Elizabeth Savage. I am the author of No Trespassing. It's based on my life story, overcoming domestic violence, along with the biggest tragedy of my life, losing 3 of my children in a house fire, only 1 surviving. My book talks about literally how I went through a storm and how I came out victorious. It has a couple of people on there because I wanted people to also see my life through other people's eyes. And I also wanted to see that because I didn't understand how it affected not just myself and my family, but it affected the community and even co-workers. But it talks about my abuse, how I met my abuser. And it talks about, of course, the loss of my children and how it affected me and how it took me through that walk of grief and how I overcame grief. And now I'm actually having a nonprofit organization for domestic violence to help victims of domestic violence to literally know that there's life after abuse. And I started a program called Born with the Purpose in honor of my children to help our youth not to repeat the cycle. So I have those two. I am working on a big project, but I can't speak about it now, but it's an awesome, awesome thing that's happening, but it's going to be giving back to the community. So that's my story, just coming out of a dark place into light. And we did take the picture of the book cover in front of the house where it was the last time that my children were alive and the last time that I was abused. So I needed to have that house in the book cover. And no trespassing is a way of God saying, once you give it to me, you can't take it back because it belongs to me. So move forward to your purpose. So it's just talking about how to step into your purpose and overcome grief.
Amen. Amen. All right, Miss Asante.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Asante McGee. I am the founder of GAS, the Fuel Behind the Fire, a 501(c) and brand designed to elevate the career and lifestyle of individuals who are in need of reset transformation. I am a business executive, advocate, thriver, and author with over 5 years of experience leading a male-dominant industry. My book, Reclaiming My Power, My Life in the Aftermath of R. Kelly, was designed to set the record straight, rebuild my character, and separate myself from the pack. I am more than just one of R. Kelly girls.
Yes, she is indeed. And one thing, I'm just going to go back to something Tamaya touched on. The connection with the four of us is that I had the pleasure of, I'll say, escorting these ladies into their literary journeys by either ghostwriting or consulting on all of their books. So that's kind of how we're all connected. So Ms. Asante, I'll start with you since you have the newest release. I know we have talked at lengths, and everybody probably best knows Asante from the docuseries, R. Kelly docuseries. We were all glued to the TV for, I think, like 2 or 3 months watching it. But I know you have really worked hard to overcome the stigma and just all the negativity associated with that whole saga. So tell us, how have you been able to reclaim your power in the midst of the scandal?
I was able to reclaim my power because I had to let the naysayers know that, again, I am more than just one of his girls. I received a lot of backlash from the first docuseries where it went to the extent that people wished death on me. It did bring me to a Great Depression where I just wanted to just give up. But then when I started receiving those messages that people were saying, because of you, I was able to leave my abuser. Thank you for telling your story. Because I got more positive feedback than negative feedback. And then most importantly, I knew I needed to be that role model for my children. So I had to, keep my head high and continue moving forward with my life.
Good. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. And I know we spent a lot of time together. I had the blessing of traveling to New Orleans and visiting where Asante grew up and talking to a lot of her family members and whatnot. But I know you really, in your case, you had to overcome a lot just to even reveal some of the intimate details that occurred. So tell us what you would say is the one thing you felt like you had to resolve in order to really commit to writing this book.
For me, I had to commit to myself most importantly, because this is my second book, but my first book, I only put out the first book because I felt I needed to defend myself because there was so much negativity about me in the media, on social media, and our own people of color were the ones that was attacking me the most. And so I immediately wrote the book because I felt I needed to defend myself. And I learned by the second book that it's not their story to tell, it's my story to tell. And I need to take my time to tell that story.
Yeah, I would agree. Thank you, Asante. And Liz, I'm going to skip over to you, my love. Are you there? You can take yourself off mute.
Yes, I am.
So, oh gosh, I have told you this time and time again, but your book is the one that stretched me beyond my wildest imagination, just because of just all the time that we spent together and just all of our talks, girl time, and just the emotional bond that we had just going through the process. So one thing that I would ask you is, what's your kryptonite? Because that's one thing we're always telling you, you're so strong. And just the fact that you lost, 3 kids and just everything you've gone through, just tell us, what is your kryptonite?
Man, It took me a while to find myself, because of the grief, to even find my purpose. I was very angry, not just at myself, but I was angry at my ex. I was angry at God. Had so much anger in me. What I did to finally move over to my purpose was I needed to find peace. And I was losing myself in the grief that I was not really living the life that I should have, be living, that I know my children would not want me to be in the depression and alcohol, because I became an alcoholic. I didn't become an alcoholic, but I was drinking so much to try to bury the pain. So my strength came from God. Literally, when I finally said, you know what, I can't do this on my own. I need you right there with me. And just walk in the healing, you know what I mean? It's not a 12-step healing process. People are different. Some people might take years, some people might take 6 months. It's just how you deal with it and how you go about getting the help that you need and stuff. So that is mine, just finding God, finding peace in God and walking with him and having him to heal you.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. So I know we've talked at length, speaking of God, that sometimes he gives us testimonies that we don't necessarily want or ask for. So what would you say to the person that's out there today that has a similar story, just of tragedy or loss or anything that just may be hard to reveal about themselves? What is the one thing or one piece of advice that you would give to them in starting their journey?
I would say to them, don't lose yourself in the grief. Grab the memories that your loved ones left with you and share them. You know what I mean? Share them with others. Talk about it. You have to continue their legacy and not just leave your imprint here on earth, but you have to continue the imprint that they left in your life. They don't want you to be stuck in the grief. They want you to live your life the fullest. And to do that and to honor them is to be able to share the memories, to laugh about those memories and cry. It's all okay. Get counseling. I do suggest counseling. Write it down on a journal, what you're feeling inside. Put it on a piece of paper and just let all that out. Talk about it. Share the stories. Take the baby steps, but don't stay stuck on the grief, because that's not honoring them. And it's not a way of living. Being in depression, being upset, being angry, it's just not life. And that's not what our loved ones will want us to do. So do something that will honor them, something that they love to do. Do it every year in their honor, or start something, maybe a grief group, something that will honor their memories, their legacy, and keep sharing their legacy and the imprint that they left in your life.
Yeah, I agree. And a book is the perfect way to do that. In fact, when I have clients that reach out to me about starting the process, that's one of the things that I preach is you have to journal. You have to capture these memories. And especially if it's with somebody that's here today and gone tomorrow, make sure that you're writing it down. And if you're as old as I am, you forget everything anyway. So it's really important to document and just journal everything if you're thinking about writing a book. So thank you for that, Liz.
Oh, no problem.
So Tamaya, all right. So we have a very interesting connection. I call her my little sister. So the way that I always know that somebody is serious about working with me and they want their story told is how much effort they put into it. And Tamaya flew down here to Texas from Virginia. Met with me. She stayed at my house. We took a 4-hour drive to, I think it was Austin, somewhere that I had to go, and she was in the car with me. So we connected over a 4-hour car drive. And then somehow we ended up at the outlet mall and the Gucci store. I have no idea how that happened, but we ended up there. It was her. But anyway, one of the things that I guess stuck out to me with Tamaya's story is that she and even her family members and friends talked about the fact that she used to be a mean girl before the car accident. And just, to know her is to love her. And I could never see her being a mean girl. So you have to tell us about that whole mean girl transformation process.
Like I said in my introduction, you know, I was young and I just wanted to be grown. You know, all of us has been teenagers, and you know, some of us just want to be, like I said, 21 when we're really 18, and we want to be 30 when we're 21. We just, you know, we want things to go the way we want to go. Well, we want things to go. And yeah, I was a little mean when I was younger. I grew up in the streets of Baltimore. So, you know, I had to grow up pretty fast. You know, back then you was first, second grade, you walk into school by yourself, you know, so you had to know to pick up a stick to protect yourself. And I don't know, it just changed. Like when I was going through my car accident, I didn't understand at the time why I had to go through this. You know, I asked my father, why did God keep me here? Like, why didn't he just kill me? Like, why am I here? Like, if he wants me to be here, and if he loves me the way he say he loves me, and if I'm his child the way he say I'm his child, then why does he have me here? Why can't I walk? Why can't I use my hands? Why do I have to cover my face? Why do I look like a monster? Because I call myself Beauty and the Beast because of everything that I've been through. And you know, today I know why he kept me here, and I changed. He humbled me, and he will do that. He will humble you. And that was his way of humbling me and letting me know that, Tamaya, I brought you here and I will take you out. And if you don't change your ways, I will show you. And that's what he did. And that's why you couldn't see, you know, the person that you know today, Angie. It's called growth.
Yeah.
And that's what I've done. I've grown to understand that I'm here for a purpose, and my purpose is to show how real he is. And if I show how real he is, there's no way I could throw a stone at my neighbor when I don't want a stone thrown at me.
Yep. Yep. Amen. Amen. And you alluded to something earlier in your introduction about the bangs. So let's unpack that a little bit. Tell everybody not only about your PTSD journey, but also the story behind the bangs.
Yeah, so that's what I call it. I call it the story behind the bangs, because if I don't know if any of y'all have my book, but you can actually see, I know you do, Donna, but you can actually see my brain from the accident. My head had scraped on the interstate so bad that they had to reconstruct my head and everything. I'm trying to find this picture.
I have it. I'm showing you.
Oh, she's showing it. Thank you. So y'all can see the picture pretty much of my head. So they had to reconstruct my head. As y'all can see, I have scars on my hands. They had to reconstruct my hand, as I told y'all. So that's the story behind the bangs. And today I still have scars on my head. So this was my way of hiding. This is the way that I found my normal, by wearing hair on my head, and people don't have to ask me, you know, what happened and so forth. And it's not that I don't love my scar, because I love every scar, but it's just my shield. So I call it the story behind the bangs. And as far as my PTSD, I went through real depression. Like I said, I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to live. I didn't want to get out the bed. I didn't want to walk. I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted I wanted my normal. At 19 years old, you know, you want to live normal. You want to be with your friends. You want to hang out. You want to have a good time. And I couldn't do that. I had to learn my life. As I said, my son was 4 months. So my son was learning to walk while my mom was holding him up to teach him to walk. My dad was holding me to teach me to walk. So me and my son, we were learning to walk all over again together. So we were both infants in a sense. So you know, that's my story. And From Fatal to Fierce is definitely, I've been told, a page turner. So you guys might want to get the book and kind of read my story, or follow me on social media and learn a little bit about a survivor.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Tamaya.
Thank you.
So my next question is actually for all three of you ladies. What is the one thing that you would say, and I'll start with you, Asante, that you know now that you didn't know in the beginning of our journey? That, you know, one thing I pride myself is being upfront and honest, and telling people that you have to do the work. And I'm going to ask a lot of questions, a lot of personal questions.
Some of them you may say they're none of my business, but they really are. And it's up to the client on how much they want to reveal. But in order for me to help them, I serve almost as a counselor, because I have to know what I'm dealing with. A lot of times that takes me going to their hometown, them coming here, spending time with me, but it's a very intimate process. So I would just ask you ladies, what is the one thing that you know now that you didn't know before you started, that you would just let everybody who's on the phone, if they're interested in writing a book, know about?
For me, my biggest thing was I was embarrassed about a lot of my situations, not even with just Rob. I always addressed him as Rob, never R. Kelly. So for me, I was embarrassed not only with the situation with him, but even my childhood and even through my marital abuse. And Angie took me to levels that I didn't want to go, because it brought back painful memories, but I had to understand that it needed to get out so people could have a better understanding how I became one of his victims, by bringing back up my childhood, my marital abuse, giving a little background. And so what was embarrassed to me was not embarrassment to others. It helped them to be able to get their stories out, because again, I've had a lot of people ask me, how can they start telling their story? And like Angie always said, keep a journal. And so for me right now, I still held a lot back from Angie. And I think now I'm ready to reveal even the most embarrassing things, because even with him, it was a lot of things I never revealed, because I've saw other survivors get teased, or, every time they post about a survivor, oh, I never forget that you did this or you did that, you ate feces and stuff like that. For me, that was not the situation, but it was a lot of things that was embarrassing that I never revealed. And I swore that I would take it to my grave. But I think now it's time for me to release that and just start worrying about what people are going to say and how embarrassing I feel that it is to me.
Yeah, that's very true. And I applaud you for that, Asante. So it sounds like there may be another book that we may be embarking upon.
I believe so. Book number 3.
Okay, I'm up with it. I'm up for it. So, all right. So Liz, I'll ask you the same question.
I wish I would have known that I was going to go deep. That hurt that I was still holding inside, that I did not want to talk about, needed to come, I need to speak about it. So it was really, you have to go deep to be able to write what really people need to hear. You have to really be open, an open book. Your life has to become an open book. And you really pushed me. You're like, I need more, you got to go in there. And so when we started talking, we cried and we wrote it. And you can literally, people I hear, even my oldest brother that I've never seen him cry, told me when I talked to him, he goes, your book really made me cry. He goes and we were like, really? And he's like, no, for real. He goes, you can feel the pain through the book. He goes, so you can feel that you wrote it with everything, so I wish I would have known that you were going to take me there.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
But going back home and then reading what the firefighter wrote, how I was like, oh, I remember that. And I remember this. And I didn't know, because I always wondered, did it ever affect them? And it did, like he said, I always wondered where you were at and how you were doing, along with your daughter that survived. And it did affect them that he cried, you met him. And my sister, how it affected her. And then things that she said, really, I was like, oh God, I remember that. Because, when you're going through grief, you forget things, especially with me, myself, going into a house fire, trying to rescue your kids, you kind of lose things, or you try to, not remember things. So when people start talking about it, it really takes you there. And, so yeah, being prepared.
Yeah, I would agree. And one of the things that Liz is talking about, it's amazing what people carry with them. And one of the firefighters, I think he was Captain Robinson, was it? I think he was one of the first ones on the scene the day that her children perished. And he had always, when I reached out to him and asked him, would he be willing to contribute or say something in the book? And he was like, man, I always wondered when I was going to get this phone call, because I think about her every day. Mm-hmm. He's like, there's not a day that goes by that I don't wonder how she's doing, how her daughter that survived is doing. So that was really, really, that was emotional, just meeting him and Liz being able to thank him again and just experience that whole thing. So Thank you.
Yeah, because he was actually one of the firefighters that rescued my 7 month, and it kept in his mind. So when he met us, he was like, "Thank you for literally the closure that he needed."
Yeah.
So yeah.
Exactly. All right. So Tamaya, what is your one thing?
I wish that I knew that the prayer that I had put out there to God, that I was going to have to live up to it. And when I was writing this book, I'm so private and I don't talk about it much. I had this thing that I walk with strength. And I had prayed to God and asked him that he does not make this book of me, and he make it of him. And when people read my book and hear my story, they know how real he is. And I didn't know that that was going to make me have to walk in my strength, even when I want to be weak. I have to walk in my strength, because when I put this book out, the people that have read this book and heard about my story, and they meet me, they want to hug me, or they want to talk, or they want to send me an email. And like, I've gotten so many messages about people's survivor stories. They've been raped and they've been molested, and they were left, and they was in a car accident, and so many things that I have to literally pray over it, because it's too much for me. Like, God, I can't handle this. I got to give this story back to you. But I am blessed that he uses me the way he do, because that's what I asked. So I do wish I knew that, stepping out, doing this book, is that I really have to walk in my strength as much as, even when I don't want to, I have to.
Yeah, yeah. So then, Tamara, I'll ask you also this next question. Then, for somebody that's out there today in the audience that actually wants to start the process of turning their pain into pages, what is the one thing, just the one piece of advice, I guess, that you would give them?
So I help people write books. And that's from this as well. I kind of taught myself, Angie and I did a lot of Googling. So I didn't get any other help, but me and Angie, we wrote this thing out, and I figured out how to write this book. And the first thing that I usually tell people is write your chapters. And your chapters is your life story. It could be that you walked across the street. So you could write chapter 1, walked across the street. Chapter 2, my marriage. Chapter 3, I ate at the lunchroom the other day, and then you go back into those chapters and you start filling it in, and you start filling it in. And the next day you can be like, oh yeah, I do remember that day that I did such and such. And then you fill it in, and you fill it in. And before you finish, before you even know it, you have a book. You have a whole book, because you done filled your whole story in. So just do it. Don't be afraid. Step out on faith and just do it, and believe in yourself. Because if you don't believe in yourself, nothing is possible.
Yeah, yeah. Hear, 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 hear. Asante, what about you?
For me is don't be afraid. Keep a journal of everything and don't rush. Because like I said, that was my biggest mistake. I rushed the first book. Take your time. And once you take your time, and even when you thought that you finished, go back, because you're going to realize you needed to add something else to it. It doesn't matter how many pages your book is. It's your truth, and don't let nobody else stop you from telling your truth.
All right, Miss Liz.
I would say is that it's important to write, to write, like Tamaya was saying, write a journaled things, even before you go to bed and before you pray, write something that you remember, that you have inside of you. Definitely write it down. Writing is really a therapy, to be honest with you. But I would definitely, because I believe that your story, when you overcome something, is not for you just to keep it, but it's for you to help others to overcome what you've gone through, loss, pain, divorce, whatever the case may be. But I believe that our story, it's someone else's breakthrough. I believe that once you write that, you have to leave something behind. So when you're gone, that imprint lives on. So writing a book will forever help someone, even after we're gone. So I would say journal, write it, put it together, and get that book out there, because you just never know who is the person waiting on you to read how you overcame, or how you did things, or how you became successful. So someone's out there waiting on your story.
Yeah.
So I say write it.
Yeah. And like I always say, even if you just touch just one person, just one
You touch a
person.
million.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. So I would like folks to go ahead, and I'm not good at this, but if you have questions for the ladies, go ahead and start putting them in the chat, and I'll do my best to keep up. But my one and final question that I have for all of the ladies is, what is the biggest win that has come out of you writing your book? And I'll start with you, Liz. What's the biggest win?
My biggest win in writing this book has been trusting myself, walking through total healing. But the biggest win, I say, the people it has helped to overcome their hurt, to overcome their abuse, the lives that my book has really helped others. So that's my biggest win, is that when you see someone really step into their breakthrough, their purpose, and you have part to do with that, that's the biggest win. So that was my biggest win, is to knowing that this book has touched many women, men, and stuff. So that's the biggest win, is just knowing that this book has really helped others to overcome their pain and their hurt and their grief, and able to step now into their purpose and walk in their healing. So that's my biggest win.
Awesome, awesome. All right, Tamaya.
My biggest win is that the young girl that I was at 19 years old, I can lay her down finally and live in who I am, and be okay with it, and be okay with my scars, and be okay with, the journey that I had to go through. And that, like Liz says, that I've touched so many people. Like you said, I was the mean girl, and this mean girl has touched so many people. I can inspire so many people just by turning my life around and living in who I am and stepping in my faith. And most of all, that I have a book that I can leave here forever. Like Liz said, when I'm gone, you can always have a piece of Tamaya. Tamaya Davis is stamped in history by writing a book.
All right, all right. So I see a couple of questions coming in, and please forgive me. Like I said, I'm not good at this. Okay. Booker T, I see you have a question, young man. Okay, so Booker's asking, for all three of the women, how are you able to be so transparent on the page? By nature, most of us are private individuals. So how did you overcome that? That's a great, great question. Okay, Asante, you want to start and answer that for Booker?
For me, like I said, at first I was embarrassed. I was ashamed about the situation. I thought it was just me, but when I came forward, I realized it was hundreds of women, although hundreds have not come forward, because there are a lot that's still afraid, because they'll watch the backlash that we've received. And so I felt that I had to share a lot of embarrassing moments to help others, whether they're a victim of his or a victim of someone else. Don't be afraid and don't be embarrassed to tell your truth. So for me to tell a lot of private, intimate moments that I had to endure with him, at least I know that at least one person knew that they were not alone and they could sit there and face their abuser. I could no longer hide behind what I've gone through. I just had to be honest with myself and tell my truth, and don't let nobody else tell me how to tell my truth.
That's good. That's good. All right, Tamaya, what about you? Booker's question.
Booker, it took some time. Angie, while we were writing this book, there were some times I would have to tell Angie, I can't talk to you right now.
Mm-hmm.
I was so hurt and lost in living it out all over again. Because when you write your own story, I'm sure Santi and Elizabeth can agree with me, and even Angie, she has her book. You have to literally live those moments out again in order to get it on the pages. And I wanted people to be able to walk in my journey as they read it, not just read my journey. So there was sometimes I would tell Angie, I can't talk to you today. I have to call you. And I would just text her. I wouldn't even answer her phone call, because I just had to live in that pain myself and get through it. So it wasn't easy, and it's still not. Like, I don't even think I've read my book all the way through since it's been published, honestly. I've paid people to edit the book, but I can't really read all of it. It's really, it's pretty hard to live through it. So that's it. Just walking through my journey and trying to figure it out day by day.
Thank you, Tamai. Liz, anything different for you in that respect?
Mine was overcoming my fear. You know what I mean? I know there was a story to tell, but I really didn't speak too much about it because being afraid of what he would say or what his family would say or what his family would do or what would happen. But I had to learn that my story needed to be told because it needed to heal other people and help other women, men, you know, and even teens to overcome. So I had to literally walk, and I knew that I had to write this so that my fear will become less and my faith will become greater. So I had to literally write this book so that writing this book, to be honest with you, it felt like the chains were broken, that he no longer had control of me, and I was still not had fear towards him. So now I can look at him and like, yeah, I got a book. And it's talking about what you did.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It was just the fear that I didn't want to talk about it because of what he would say, what would happen. And then I finally said, God is greater. So that was mine.
Yeah.
Knowing God is greater.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, these trolls are something else. These people, when they find out, and that's another thing I tell my clients is make sure that you are ready to deal with any backlash, even if, of course, their stories are the truth, but anybody who thinks that you're lying on them or you said something that they didn't want share, because they will come after you, and in some cases have come after me as well. So, but I got these, so. Oh, all right. So I see another question in the chat from Miss Janice, and Janice is asking for the three ladies, who is your most important audience and why? So Tamaya, I'll start with you this time. Who's your most important audience and why?
I think everyone. Anyone that touched my book or anyone that wants to know about me or anyone that has purchased my book, I am so thankful for everybody that has purchased my book. I'm actually working on the audio, just to let y'all know, throw that out there. But yeah, everyone that touches my book, anybody that have survived something or anyone that is feared to just show your truth or step into who you are, that's who my book is for you to be okay, to be able to show who you are and to be okay to not be okay. That's who my book is for those, for those people.
Yeah. What about you, Asante?
My book is, like Tamia said, it's for everybody because abuse have no age. Right. And a lot of people feel like because of the age I was with Rob, that I should have not allowed myself to get abused, but abuse have no age. So I want everybody to read my book, whether you're 17 years old or 60 years old, because everybody can be a victim of abuse.
Yeah. And Liz?
Like I said, I would say everybody, but if I had to really, really say someone, it would say our youth, my youth, our next generation, because a lot of them and parents, it was amazing how they did the research, but a lot of parents didn't know that there's teen dating abuse. I am after my youth, because I don't want them to repeat the cycle. If I can start with the youth and help the youth how to deal with hurt, how to deal with anger, how to deal with it, then they won't become abusers or victims. So I would say a youth, that's why we started that organization, that program, Born with a Purpose. But I would definitely say our youth so that we can stop the cycle from repeating itself.
Yeah. And I think you said something key, because when people associate domestic violence, they 9 times out of 10 will think about a man laying hands on a woman. Right. And that's not necessarily the case, as I think you've covered. There are men that are out there that are also abused. You've got the young teenagers, there's all sorts of it. So I think it's so key that you're touching on all aspects of it.
Yes.
Angie, yes, Dr. T had his hand up.
Okay. Dr. T?
He can unmute him.
Yes, you didn't answer my question. So
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I know that I'll be I know these just want to say, because I know all of these ladies, I'm just super proud of you all. But I do have a question for you, Angie. So, what's for you?
Oh, wow. Okay. And that's funny because that's one of my questions that I was closing with, to have all the ladies talk about what's next for them. But wow, I have probably about 4 or 5 ghostwriting projects in my pipeline right now that I'm working on. And then I am writing my very first novel, my second book. Look at Donna. Look at Donna. Yes,
Yes.
I am. Yep. I am. My second book, but first novel. So I'm working on that. So just pray for me, y'all, because this is another I've written fiction before, but not to this level. So that'll be coming out hopefully 2022. And then also I have coming up a book event, a book release, hopefully if COVID will allow it to happen next weekend in San Antonio, Texas, for one of my clients. And he may be on the phone, Arlington Callies, who has written a book, The Man Behind the March, which is an incredible story about his father, who started the first and the largest now MLK March in history. It's like over 300,000 people, and it takes place right in San Antonio, Texas. So I'll be going down there for that. And then I have Lit Night Dallas that's coming up, and I think that's in March 9th. And for that one, if you guys want to tune in, I'll send some information. We have confirmed Kimberla Lawson Roby will be one of my featured authors, as well as Sadiqa Johnson, Kathleen Kent, Joan Vassar, and I'm working on one more. So that's going to be really, really huge. And then towards the end of March, I think it is, and Booker knows this because he's involved, SMU presents the Dallas Literary Festival, and it'll be a virtual event also. So I'll be hosting a ghostwriting discussion and publishing discussion with, I think we have Marissa Montley. God, we have lots of great ghostwriters and people that'll be a part of that as well. Letitia Lovely will be a part of that. A lot of you know her. So yeah, lots of things. I'm a busy gal. All right, so I want the ladies to tell about what's up for them, what's next for them, and give everybody your social media, all of that good stuff. So Tamaya, we'll start with you.
Yes, so as I said, I'm working on the audio version of my book, From Fatal to Fierce, and Angie and I are, we're going to be writing another book. I just released that just now. So yeah, we've been working on that. It's been kind of secret, but yeah, we've been working on another book. I've been having people ask me for another book, and that's it as far as the author world, what I'm doing. And I want to say before we get off this, I want to say Asante, Elizabeth, Angie, Dr. T, Donna, Lord Jesus, I love you, Donna. But I love you ladies, and I appreciate your courage, and for you all to sit up here on the stage, on the panels, and we did it first time last year, to speak your truth and speak your pain. I know it's not easy, and I really commend you. Elizabeth, I told you from the beginning that you are phenomenal, for you to have lost your children in a fire, and you're still so beautiful. The first day I met you, you were just like a little angel walking around. I was like, who is she? She's so sweet. You are so sweet, and I appreciate you, Elizabeth. Asante, girl, for your whole life to have been on TV like this, and you a straight boss lady, HVAC, everything that you do. I commend you. And I know that you're quiet, Asante, but guess what, girl? Your sister Tamaya got you. Don't worry. Send them my way when they come at you. No, really. But I really want to commend you so much. The mean girl is gone, but she in there somewhere. No, but really, I want to commend you for stepping up. I'm sure, speaking on R. Kelly and everything, that is something so big, and for you to still be able to walk around and hold your head up high, I commend you. Angie.
Yes, ma'am.
Not gonna make me cry. I love you. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Booker, I love you. I just want to say hi to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Give them your social media, Tamaya.
Yes. So on Facebook it's Tamaya Davis, and on Instagram it's Why Not Tamaya. It's YNOTTAMIYA. And to find me on my website is www.tamayadavis.com.
Awesome, awesome. Asante. So tell everybody about the HVAC business and all of the wonderful things you're doing. Give them your social media, so on and so forth.
Well, I own HVAC plumbing business, and a lot of my clients think I'm a male, and I let them think I'm a male as long as the job's still coming.
That's right.
I started a nonprofit, the fuel behind the fire. I actually named the nonprofit after my three children because they are my inspiration. I'm dedicated to helping abused men and women because just like Angie and Elizabeth said, a lot of people don't realize that men are abused just as well as women, and there are different types of abuse. It's more than just physical abuse. I'm in the process of actually starting a trucking company. I just want to keep the money coming. And then we plan on taking my story to stage. So my story will become a play. So hopefully you'll be able to see it on the stage real soon. So my social media is Asante_McGee. That's ASANTE_McGee. My nonprofit website is gasthefuelbehindthefire.org. And so hopefully if COVID let us be great, I do want to do more with the community. We did give back to families for Thanksgiving as well as Christmas. And I just want to continue just giving back, not only just on holidays, because I know people need help every day, feeding the homeless and just helping people with their bills, utilities, or just the basic necessities. And so I just want to just keep getting out there and helping as many people as I can.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. And Liz? Oh, go ahead.
And I just want to say to Maya, thank you for always keeping me uplifted. I could be a mean girl, but I have my team to keep me sane because it's times I want to pop off, but I can't let the night walk come out of me. And like just knowing your story, even we met the year before last at the book conference in DC, and even Elizabeth's story, I was just like, oh my gosh, how can you guys go through so much? And it's just like you walk with your heads up high, you continue, you did not let whatever happened to you define you. And it was just like, when I heard y'all stories on the stage for the first time, it like brought tears, and I was like, wow. Meeting you guys, I would have never known that y'all have gone through as much pain that y'all have gone through. And losing children, I know that's devastating. And Elizabeth, I commend you for always remaining strong and just always want to, be that light to everyone, because you always laugh and you never let it get you down. And Angie, you always, when I don't want to talk, and you text me stuff and I be mad, I be heated. Like, I don't want to talk about this right now. Leave me alone. But I have to calm down and we have a deadline. We have to get it done.
Yes.
Dr. T, thank you for always keeping me sane. Every time I want to just quit when I fall into depression, the team is up 3 o'clock in the morning, trying to make sure that there's a plan so I don't give up. And so thank you each and every one of you ladies for always just making sure that I'm just staying stable.
We got you.
Yes. It's a village for sure.
Hey, Angie, can we talk about the two ladies' foundations? Tamaya, I don't know that you have one, but I know Asante does and Elizabeth does. So could we talk a minute about your foundations? Let the people know about that.
So it's Gas the Fuel Behind the Fire. Like I said, I named it behind my children. So the goal is to help abused men and women. I'm trying to provide emergency shelter as well. I am a 501(c)(3). I am also trying to work on doing the transitional housing. So because for me, a lot of people don't know, when I was 21 years old, I was in a short abusive relationship. My boyfriend, he hit me, and I always remember my grandmother say, if a man hit you one time, to slice his thing off and hand it off to him. But I knew then I needed to leave, and I went to social services in New Orleans, and they found me a transitional housing where they allow you to stay there for 2 years, and they help you with money management. They help you with childcare and different things like that. And one of the women that's in my book, her name is Terry. She was my counselor at that transitional housing. And I've been knowing her since I was 21 years old, and she's more of a mother to me than my own mother is. She knows my deepest secrets and everything. And so I want to provide a transitional housing to help young women like I was. And I don't want to actually have an age limit, because even when I was in my abusive marriage, I couldn't get the help and leave as soon as I wanted to because I was in the wrong zip code. They only help people in certain zip codes, or I was too old. So for my nonprofit, there's no age limit and there's no zip code barriers. I'm going to help you if you need the help.
Awesome. Thank you, Asante. Liz, you want to talk about and give all of your
Yes.
information, talk about the nonprofit?
Yes, I have some things coming up, but right now I can't really share, but I can't wait to be able to share. But what is up with me? I'm continue with my nonprofit organization, Stand Together Against Nationwide Domestic Violence. We're located here in Arlington, Texas. We actually have done work with the Arlington Police Department. Our organization helps victims of domestic violence, not just women, but also men and our youth. We have a program called Born with a Purpose that literally focus on our youth from age 6 to 18 to help them not to repeat the cycle. We have had programs. We actually are the first nonprofit organization that is allowed to take the youth without from the shelters and take them to a safe place and do activities with them. So we've done activities with the young boys where the men come in and become mentors of these young boys so that they won't repeat a cycle of becoming abusers or even victims. We've done painting, paint with the twist. Of course, we didn't have the twist, we just had the painting where it became a therapy for them to paint and be able to just be boys, be young boys. We've had businesses that have shut down for us. We take the young girls and literally show them how to be young ladies and to expect a man should open the door for you when you start dating, how you should expect things out of relationships. We've had our 10-5K where we honored victims of domestic violence that either have overcome or lost their lives behind domestic violence. But of course, COVID wasn't letting us be great last year. So this year we're putting it together. So we'll probably do it again for 2022. Our goal is to continue to do what we're doing, helping victims. We go into shelters, we feed, we take clothes. When the women leave the shelter, we make sure that they have furniture so it can become a home. This past month or so, we've collected coats for kids that, because when you leave a home, you leave with whatever you can. So some of these kids did not have jackets, and it started getting cold here in Texas. So we gathered some jackets and of course was given to them. So we've done a lot of things. We've helped a lot of families. We do stay connected with the victims because we want to make sure that they don't go back. But you can find me on Instagram. You can find our organization and me at EP Savage. That's EP as in Peter, Savage, SAVAGE. And you can find our organization as well, where you can see what we're doing, because we're not just doing it here in the Dallas area, but we're doing it in Houston, Amarillo, trying to help everybody everywhere. But you can find our organization. It's called Stand, STAND DV. And then you can find me on Facebook, Elizabeth Navarrete Savage, and that's Elizabeth, NAV as in Victor, ARRETE Savage. And you can also find our organization on Facebook, Stand with capital letters, periods and after each letter, organization. So yeah, follow us because we do ask for volunteers. Of course, with everything, I can't take a big group like I was, but we do take a couple of ladies to the shelter to help the women. We've done pamper them. We go in there and talk to them so that they can continue to walk in their healing and not go back, because especially sometimes it gets difficult and you get scared. How am I going to survive? I have kids. How am I going to be able to do it? And we show them how to budget, how to be able to do it. We help them even finding jobs. So that's what we've done. And and you can find my book. I'm sorry, you can get my book on my website, www.elizabethsavage.org. And you can also get it on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. Yep, that's me. So yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. With 4 minutes to spare, how'd I do, Miss Donna?
You did great. I got one last question for you. Are you taking, I got a text message. Are you taking new clients or are you done? I know. You were thinking about
that's
that
a tough one. It depends on how this novel is going, but just, yay, hey, call me.
Okay.
You never know.
Okay.
Yeah, you can find me on Facebook under author Angie Jones. My website is authorangieransomejones.com. And I think I'm on Instagram also under author Angie Jones. So yeah. Yeah.
Lady, I love you. I love your spirit. I just cannot tell you. It was amazing meeting you last year, and I had no idea that was the first time you guys had met each other, because we all kind of just gelled up. So I've not had that kind of tragedy in my life, praise the Lord. But what I can say is that I look at old pictures and think about who that is too. Even though there's no tragedy, there's always trauma, right?
Yeah.
And I thank you for putting your pain on pages to make paper.
Yeah, that too.
Can I say something before?
To make paper. So thank you very much for being here, Angie. Everybody, I appreciate your time. I hope you can stay for the movie. It's very poignant. I think you enjoy it. Angie, I love you. Thank you so much.
I love you. I love you more. Thank you, everybody. Yep, I'm staying. I'm here.
Okay, bye-bye.
Can I say something before everybody leaves?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, okay. I just want to say I am very proud of all the ladies that were here on the platform today, even the ones that came before us. Tamaya, girl, we clicked right away. I was like, hey, you can stay in my room. Didn't even know you. I don't even know you were a killer. And Ashanti, I was like, I'm very, very proud of you, because my life was not put out in the media, but girl, I am very proud of you for taking that step, for being the voice for the ones that are voiceless. And Tamaya, girl, for having that courage, and for even showing me your scar that I didn't even think you were gonna, ever do, but you did. You shared that with me, and I thank you for that. I love you, girl. I know you got my back. And Angie and Miss Donna, girl, love you. I love you. I met you. You were sitting like the table was one table between us. We were just talking like we knew each other. Like, hey, I need to come today. I was like, yeah, okay, we'll make it happen. So I just love. And Angie, thank you for pushing me and pulling me. So I thank y'all.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
All right, thank you.
Proud of you, Angie. Love you, girl.
Love you more, Soror. Day 15 is coming.
Yes, it is.
I see you, Miss Angie B. I see you up there.
All right, ladies, great job. Great job. We learned a lot. I had to keep from shedding a tear, really, because it's amazing what God can bring you through. It is amazing what God can bring you through. And thank you so much for sharing your time at the 2021 Fresh Book Festival, International and Virtual. I appreciate it. Thank you. Up next, Donna Tucker and Santanese Myers. Are you on board? Where are you?
We're here.
Hey, how you
I'm
doing?
here. Hi.
We're gonna put you guys, I want everybody to see you, so I want to keep you on the gallery. Donna Tucker is going to be the moderator for Santanese Myers. Santanese Myers was introduced to me by Mr. Booker T. Madison. This is what I want people to know. You cannot do anything unless you're connected to other people. Open yourself up. Make sure that your life, you are willing to help someone else. Don't look sideways, look back, because those people are the one. I mean, I called Booker. He didn't know me from a can of paint. He was like, oh, what do you want? And so, but I got to him from Primrose Cameron and Davita Bonner, because those are people that you know. So don't just look sideways, look back, because there are good people behind you who just need a leg up. And so anyway, I'm gonna quit talking. Donna Tucker, it is on you.
Thank you, Donna, and thank you for this opportunity.
No problem.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all are being safe and healthy during this pandemic. Well, welcome to the Fresh Book Lunch and a Movie. My name is Donna Tucker, And I am a member of the Daytona Beach Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and we have sponsored the Fresh Book Festival for the last 8 years. I'm also a member of the Daytona Beach chapter of the Links Incorporated, and we have sponsored it for 7 years. So before we begin, a little housekeeping. Let me remind you that you are being recorded, and if you don't want to be recorded, please leave your little square blacked. Also, if you have any questions for Ms. Myers, please place them in the chat box and they will be addressed after the video and the short film. Now let's meet Ms. Myers. So today I have the pleasure to introduce Ms. Santanish Myers. This is her first year being featured at the Fresh Book Festival. You know what, Ms. Myers, you and I have something in common. This is my first time as well. And we're pretty sure it will not be her last. Ms. Myers, can you please tell us something about yourself? Give us a little brief bio and tell us a little bit about the music video and the Cross My Heart film.
Sure. Hi, everyone. So glad to be here. Hope everyone is well. My name is Santanish Myers. Thank you for that lovely, energizing introduction. I am a filmmaker. I'm currently an adjunct professor at NYU, where I also attended film school. I like to explore storytelling, spotlighting Black women, particularly and women of color, on various heroic journeys of various genres. I love playing with science fiction and fantasy as well as drama. I think you'll kind of get a sense of both of those things today. My father's from Jamaica and my mom is from Maryland in the United States. And so I have a foot in both worlds, and I find that that kind of comes out in my work. I'm not really sure what else to say, but that's a little bit about me.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Myers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will view the music video and the short film, Cross My Heart. The Q&A will begin after the video and the film. Please begin the film and short film and video.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Oops.
I forgot that you also asked for me to introduce the two projects. So BGM, the music video, is a collaboration with an artist that I actually met at Black Star Film Festival, which is my favorite film festival in the States, at least. And we wanted to tell this story about a young Black girl who, in a moment of questioning herself and her beauty, gets transported into this underworld of Black girl magic. And so that is the story of the music video. And as for Cross My Heart is set in Kingston, Jamaica, majorly, where you follow an American teenage girl who goes to Jamaica to visit her family and discovers a secret that changes the way she sees the people she loves. So that is the description of the two projects. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thanks, Ms. Myers. And now we'll begin the film and video.
Hey, girl. Hey. Hey, you changed your hair. Yeah. It was in braids before, right? But it's shorter now. Those were extensions to my hair. So that hair wasn't yours? It's so frizzy. You could like put a weave in it, right? Oh my god, that would look so good. Yeah. Oh, are you free to study for Silverman's test this Saturday? No, I actually have something to do. Are you sure? Yeah, I'll see you guys on Monday. Okay. Bye.
Girl, why you let them get to you? Come on.
I like 'em long. Yeah, girl, how? Maybe a twist out or two. Maybe a lace front, some bantus. Shout out to my girl on YouTube. I see you teaching that. We so, we so, we so, we so, we so versatile. Versatile. Ain't nobody gonna do like me. Ain't nobody gonna do like us. Ain't nobody gonna do like we, 'cause we so, we so, we so, we so, we so, we so, we so. We so, 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 we so. How are you? Good. Look at that over here. What are you eating? No, I'm starving. Figured.
Hey, good morning, darling. How was the flight?
Good.
Good, good. You just tell my brother to be with you next time you get here, okay? Please. No, no, it's all right. I got this. I got this skinny mini. Yes. Oh, skinny mini's right, but got it more than done. Hey, girl. Good to see you. We missed you.
I miss you too.
Yeah. Hello. Sure. Yes, you got it. You got it. Hey. You remembered it.
Yes. I wish you didn't have to leave. I just got you.
Come. Come. Let me stay in the water the whole day, you know.
Put your clothes on first.
And my bathing system is so good.
Just do it.
My angel. What's country?
Good.
Yeah? You all right?
Listen to you just Ted.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, Daddy said he would take us to the beach tomorrow at Fort Clarence. Ooh, then we can go to Gloria's, get shrimp and fish. Oh, Uncle Melvin mentioned going to the beach for a couple of days. Maybe we can just do that and he can nap all day. All you think about is food. Plus, I don't want to go to St. Elizabeth. Why not? We always go. Just don't feel like it. Okay. Stop. I don't like going anymore. You don't like going anymore? Stop. What's wrong with you? He watches me shower. What? You mean like he came in on accident and saw you naked? First time. Maybe it was an accident. The next time he came in, suddenly I could talk to me. He was watching me. The doors don't lock. Then the last time he came and
come, babies, we're waiting on you.
Coming. Sarah. Sarah, what? Why did this happen? I could blame myself to this film. Are you gonna tell him? Kind of like me. He said that a man can't help himself.
Dear Lord, we thank you for this food we're about to receive. For you are a gracious God, and without you, nothing is possible. I thank you for my brothers, for my niece who is visiting. You know not why you giveth or taketh, but in the face of all this, we still give you thanks. In Jesus' name, amen.
Mm-hmm.
So, how was the school year? Got good grades?
Yes. A's, B's, 1 C.
C. What is that?
Math.
Mel can help you with that.
Oh, no, that's okay.
He's an engineer. I'm very smart, you know. I was thinking of taking the girls to St. Elizabeth tomorrow. Get some get up and novels. You know? I can't eat one guinea pig. I ate one before you know it, I've had 40.
Yes, well, I can help himself.
So, any boyfriends?
Boyfriends? She's just a child. Only, you know, maybe
15, same as Sarah.
Yes, right. Well, all she needs to do now is just focus on her schoolwork. She don't need to trouble herself with no boys.
How are you when you start liking girls?
95. More like 5. This guy was precocious, man. Besides, boys are different.
Why are you skating in the dark? It's not your secret to tell. Promise? I promise. I miss mommy. I'm sorry.
Morning, Minnie. It's been my overdone. I think I show like this last. What's wrong? We were just there. We were just there, really. Come on, you forgive me, right? Hey, what's up, brother? Ready to go? Good morning,
Good
Missy. How are you? You good? You're up early. Oh, hey. Ready, man? Yeah, man.
Wow. What a powerful and impactful music video and short film. Wow.
Thank
Wonderful
you.
job, Santanese.
Thank you.
Can I ask you, what inspired you, or what was your inspiration behind that music video and that short film, Cross My Heart?
As for the music video, you know, Tammy just kind of, the artist just told me what she wanted it to embody and what she wanted to spotlight. And I, you know, I think short form like commercials and music videos, if you're able to just kind of play with genres that you're already trying to play with and to do it in this short form way can be really fun. So I was just like, I really want her to explore this underworld. And I really liked the color scheme of music videos like Make Me Feel by Janelle Monáe. And so I think that just kind of gave me an opportunity to play. But it's honestly, the story of BGM is a story that I want to continue telling, like just a story about a young Black girl getting transported to various types of realms. And so this was just me kind of playing in that area. As for Cross My Heart, I mean, honestly, I was dealing with something very different. Cross My Heart is extremely fictionalized, but I was dealing with my own version of this story at the time. And I had to write it because I couldn't think about anything else. And it was something that I couldn't stop thinking about. And then when I started playing with the idea of actually making a film regarding this subject matter, I was telling a classmate of mine, we were on set and we were talking and I was like, yo, I'm thinking about making this film. And then she told me a story that had happened to her. And every single time I confided in someone about what I was going through, they had a story. And I was just surrounded by human beings, mostly women, but not all women, who had stories like this. And when my classmate told me that, that was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. And I called up my aunt. I was like, Auntie, can I shoot a film in your house? And she said yes, which I'm sure she regrets now. And the rest, that's just kind of how it happened.
Wow. You know, when things like that happen, it's especially with a loved one who violates you or violates your trust, you think, well, who can I talk to? Who can I tell? And should I tell?
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, we're going to open up for questions. I'm going to check the chat room and see if there are any questions out there for you, Ms. Myers, at this time. But we are versatile.
Yes.
Do you have any questions for Ms. Myers on her video and her short film on Cross My Heart?
Well, I would like to say that I would love that music video to be shown to every middle school group of young ladies.
Yes.
Because Tamaya talked about being a mean girl, and that's where you're really mean. Middle school.
Oh, yeah.
Middle school is rough. Middle school is real rough.
I worked in middle school for about 20 years. It is rough.
Mm-hmm.
And you have
I think
bouncing hormones and
yeah, that's when you see like kind of what like the human spirit is capable of. But like I remember that was another thing the artist and I talked about, where we both at some point in our lives went to predominantly white schools. I went to a predominantly white all girls high school in a very wealthy area, and I commuted, and it was a very traumatizing time. I got a really great education, but very traumatizing socially. But sobering, and I learned a lot. But yeah, that also inspired kind of the sequence, which the artist and I wrote together, that opening dialogue.
Yeah, if you can make it in middle school, you can almost make it anywhere.
I have a question about performance, Santanese. So
yeah.
How did you handle directing the performance of the abuser? I know I've found that typically when actors are repulsed by the actions of a character, they can't emotionally invest, but this guy did an extraordinary job. He seemed like the creeper that he is. So I commend you, one, on the performance, but two, what was your approach? One, getting him the script, the audition process, and then directing him on set so that it was such a powerful performance?
That's a great question. I had help from a local casting director who donated her time and helped me find local talent. The only American talent is the American character, Jordan Amanda. And so she brought in a pool of folks, and then I had like a short list of actors that I wanted to consider. And then I was trying to decide and then it came down to Earl and John. And I was trying to decide which one should play which uncle, because they were the strongest actors out of that pool. And I went with John, and because I knew that I needed the character. I didn't want this performance of the creepy uncle. I wanted someone that seemed likable and charming, but then as soon as it's contextualized by this new information, you're viewing his performance and his actions in a completely different way. And luckily, John is the type of actor who, we were just WhatsApping every night. He would ask me questions about if he's married, if he's this, things that aren't actually stored narratively in the script, but the phantom limb of the character. And he was just down for whatever. Poor thing. I had him read and watch old interviews with Oprah interviewing pedophiles and stuff. I probably really traumatized him, but he was really down. And but I was very clear in that I didn't want the creepiness being played. I want that to play out in the rationalization that he tries to play with. And that was probably the toughest time to direct him was probably on the balcony scene at the end, because it was such a delicate balance. And we just did a lot of takes of him running that line. I think on his own, he sipped his tea, and that felt casual to me in a way that I felt worked and dimensionalized the moment. And so I kind of had him start sipping his tea in the following take. So it was really just kind of playing with layers and not wanting to be on the nose in that sense. Does that answer your question, Booker?
Yes, it absolutely does. Thank you.
I want to bounce off what Booker was saying with the gentleman. I want to ask about the two young ladies you selected, and with them playing that part, what were their ages, and how did their parents relate to them playing that part?
Let's see. I'm trying to remember. So Jordan Amanda, who plays the American cousin, she, I think, was 20 at the time. So I was looking for actors that were above 18 or at least 18, so that I could have more leeway, because then you have to, on a production side, you have to honor child labor laws, and you don't have as much time with them. But also, I think I wanted someone who had the emotional maturity to engage with this material, but still kind of had access to that youthful innocence. And so Jordan Amanda was 20, and Jada Ann, who plays Sarah, was 18 at the time, and she studied theater. But Jada, they're both two very different actors. What was great was that they hit it off personally, and they bonded off, the misery of long hours and swimming in cold water. So that helped. I was like, yes, be bonded against me. But they vibed well personally. But I think, this story, while it deals with the subject matter, is about this love between two cousins and this obstacle that comes in the way. And so I was really channeling my relationship with my cousins. The happiest memories of my life are just many summers swimming in the water with my cousins, laughing until we almost drowned type of thing. And so it really is about the love between these two girls. I'm very interested in exploring that through story, just ways that Black girls love each other, hurt each other, save each other, stick up for each other. And so I think that's what I started to explore through those two characters.
Okay, thank you. I have a question in the chat box. It says, have you always wanted to produce films?
No, I didn't. I'm trying to think I think when I was in college, I went to University of Maryland. I think I wanted to do I thought I wanted to do diversity and inclusion work, when that was kind of a newer terminology. And I enjoy doing it with high school students and in the education circuit. So that's what I thought I wanted to do, because I loved studying media and television and film and how it influenced the way we see ourselves and the way we see each other. So I was very focused on identity, and I studied American Studies, which is a boring title for an amazing major, where you study the social constructions within a country. And I took amazing classes Native American representation in film and food as cultural memory. And like those were seeds that were planted. And then after I graduated from undergrad, I moved a couple times. I studied in Italy for a little while, and then I moved to Thailand, and then I lived in China long term, where I was singing at clubs during the day, and I'm singing at clubs at night and teaching during the day.
Too.
I dabble. I dabble. So yeah, so that was my life for a little while, but I never stopped thinking about just like that type of work and that type of material until that while I was in China, the trial against George Zimmerman was happening for murdering Trayvon Martin. And that I remember being in my apartment, just glued to YouTube watching the trial. And I was on the phone with a friend who was in China, but in another section. And we were on the phone just watching this trial. And when he was announced not guilty, I was just washed over with this feeling of invisibility. And I was just like, that was my aha moment. I was like, I don't want to critique the things that are being made. I want to be a part of making them. And so not long after that, I moved to New York, which is where I'm from, Money Earning Mount Vernon, where Booker was born. And I started interning at New York Women in Film and Television. And that's where I started to get the mentorship I need, and people started suggesting film school, to which I applied. So it happened organically, but I wouldn't change a thing. I wouldn't try and pursue film any sooner. I think all of those things and experiences and education inform the work, how I approach writing and how I approach directing.
Wonderful. There's another question here that says, while this story is about young women, have you found that it has crossed to and resonated with young women in other cultures?
Oh yeah. I mean, the classmate that I was mentioning that told me a story of her, she's from India. So like, no question. So that's another thing I always like, while I'm talking about issues of sexual assault in Jamaica by default, like I really wanted it to feel like you're just following this one family that happens to be set in Jamaica at the same time. And that this is something that happens, unfortunately, in every family. Another friend confided in me after I had confided in her. She's Nigerian. So it's like, it's a patriarchal problem. It's not an American problem or a Jamaican problem. Wherever the patriarchy is, this is that. So.
Yes, you're definitely correct. It's across all aspects. Your next question, what's next for you? How can we find more of your work? We're excited.
Thank you. I have a website where I post my photography as well, and I share some of my photography. It's just my first and last name.com, so santanishmyers.com. Instagram is probably the way to keep up with kind of the developments of what's going on right now. I am in the developing and casting process of my first feature-length film, fingers crossed. It's titled Stampede, which is set on a plantation in the early 1800s, where an enslaved girl named Lena has telekinetic powers that she cannot yet control, and which means she can move things with her mind. And circumstances escalate when she's separated from her mother to be a house girl in close quarters with the master's wife, Elizabeth. And so the film asks this question: what happens when the most powerless person in a system has an extraordinary ability? What does it look like when she shies away from it? What does it look like when she's wrestling with it? And what happens when she finally embraces it? So that's what I'm currently working on, praying that we get to shoot towards the end of 2021, ideally between August and October. So but we'll see what 2021 has to say about that.
Just fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
So who are your biggest artistic role models?
I think it depends on like the category of artistry. I was reading Beloved earlier this year, and I was just like, oh, Toni, she's amazing. And and I know I'm very overdue. I've read her work like completely out of order. Like the first book of hers I read was Sula, which is like also, well, I think my favorite Toni book. But so Toni Morrison for sure. In terms of film, it depends on the characteristic. For filmmakers that are extremely versatile, I love Spike and Spielberg. In terms of like where the camera is pointing, probably Lynn Ramsey and Andrea Arnold. Andrea Arnold did, I'm trying to remember, her last feature I think was American, I'm blanking on the title of her last one. It'll come to me. But Lynn Ramsey, her most popular film is Ratcatcher, which is a really great film. I'm trying to think, but also just like, it's not just artists I get inspired by. I'm constantly soaking in like just interactions with my grandmother, interactions with my sister, with my cousins. Honestly, I love living. I never want to live in a predominantly white neighborhood because I want to be immersed with the people that I want to make stories with. And so I've lived in Harlem like for the majority of my adult city life. And I love that. I love like hearing what music is being played down the street. I love like, I love all the little nuances, seeing how we experience joy day to day. So while there are artists that I really admire and photographers I really admire, I really love Andre Wagner, who's a photographer. So many artists, I could go on and on, but I will say that where I find myself extracting inspiration most frequently right now is like from aunties and my grandmothers.
So your next question, do you provide workshops or training to young African-American producers?
Well, not to producers because I am not a producer. I'm a writer director, but I am often invited. I wouldn't say often, but pretty frequently invited to maybe speak in a particular class. So I don't independently do so, but I love participating in that. I love teaching. I just love that whole experience. And so I'm always down to do it. So if you have anything that you want a school that you want me to come, please, I'm down.
That question was from, I have a set of twins and they are high school teachers in Tampa.
Okay.
They're on the line. So they asked that question because they are like their mom, English majors.
Okay.
And they dibble and dabble a little bit in writing. They're pretty good at it, but they haven't, done any books or whatever, but they enjoy that. So that question was coming from one of my twins in Tampa.
Hi.
I have a question. Since I want to know what led you to those subjects that you work on, the ones that's including womanhood, racial identity, and the power dynamics.
I mean, it's simply because they're the things that I think about most. I'm sure it has a lot to do with my mother, who like made sure like I knew the truth and like outside of what the history books were telling us. And like, she was really intentional about giving me children's books that had characters that looked like me. I read amazing supernatural stories and folk tales and fables where, Black girls were going on these epic adventures, meeting Black mermaids, the first Black mermaids I'd ever seen, getting kidnapped by supernatural creatures, meeting old ladies who can take off their own head and brush their own hair, like all these amazing images and gorgeous illustrations. And I think like that was like a very pivotal like moment for me, I think. And so I think a lot of times what I'm doing now in live action is calling upon those types of stories that I first fell in love with when I was a kid. But I think it has just a lot to do with my mom, who's just like, she was not playing around. Like she would tell me like, she hates this story, but she would tell me like bedtime stories about slavery. Like she would be like, imagine like your father is naked in chains and like your brother and sister get pulled away from you. Like she really wanted me to know like what it was like for my American ancestors. She was not playing around. She really hates that story and thinks I'm making it up. But and then she wonders like why she has such a militant child. But I think that a lot of that has to just do like with how I was raised by my mother, and I'm very, very, very grateful for that. And so, and some of it I guess is just kind of, hopefully you're making work about the things that you think about the most. And I feel like my perception of the world is very much framed by issues surrounding gender and race,
Right.
because they impact my life significantly.
Yeah, your mom gave you that foundation.
She wasn't playing.
So let me ask you, is there going to be a part 2 to Cross My Heart? Because go ahead.
No, please finish.
Oh, just because I would say that 90% of most women have had a situation where they've had an abuser or someone close to being an abuser in their lives. So I'd like to see the back end of that story. Not to say that he went full on and abused her, but what happens when that happens to a young woman at such a very young age, and how that evolution of sexual misunderstanding permeates her adult life, right?
That's a very good question, and I appreciate that description. I wouldn't say there's a part 2 to Cross My Heart, but I don't think that'll be the last time that I will explore that material. I see it, actually, it's interesting you're talking about like when it happens to you when you're a young girl. I'm currently developing a film that kind of explores what it's like when you've lived with the knowledge of that assault for decades, and just how things get swept under the rug and how like that's still boiling underneath. And I want to set it within the frame of a funeral happening. And so this main character has to go back, has to go to this funeral reluctantly. And you can tell that this character has been kind of disengaged from their family. But when they have to go to this funeral, they're kind of face to face with all of these family members, and re-engage with this world that she tried to leave behind. I also think that funerals are just like a fascinating, beautiful and terrible, but really beautiful, like fascinating experience of human behavior. Like I have had some of like my hardest laughs, like my deepest belly laughs, like went around my family at a funeral. And then sometimes you have like honest conversations with people that you never would have had before. And so I would say that I probably will explore some of the family dynamics like that in Cross My Heart, and hopefully another feature length film down the line. Don't tell anyone.
And what about boys? Because they have that same issue, a lot of them.
It's funny because I never, while I want to acknowledge that, I'm always kind of like, is that my story to tell type of thing? And so perhaps I think at most what I would do is acknowledge it, like maybe like a male character, not like kind of slightly admits that something has happened to them, and then we kind of move on. Because I feel like that's like the most I would acknowledge it, because I want to always hold space for that. But I'm always like, oh, I don't know if that's my story, and I don't want to teeter into. But I remember like being in high school, and like guys I was dating like at 16 like would confess like something that happened to them when they were kids.
Yeah. And so the hair issue now, I grew up in the 70s. So getting on a yellow bus in a predominantly white neighborhood with an Angela Davis afro, right, was I thought it was the best thing I could have done for myself, right? But the backlash from that was something that you'll never forget when you walk onto the yellow school bus, and then you get all that comes with that. But I think that that particular movie would really help so many young women. I mean, even now, sometimes people will come up to you and say, "Can I touch your hair?" And like, no, it's such a violation. And I think people ought to know that that is a violation.
Yes.
You just can't touch my hair. That's crazy. And
or they ask, "Is that your hair?"
Well, they don't really ask me that, but okay.
No, that's definitely a question I've heard.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's interesting. I think everyone has like, I have a little like Tammy, like kind of had more of that experience that you're describing. Also, just kind of bravo to like getting on a school bus with your afro because I
Oh,
wasn't
right,
brave
exactly.
enough to do that when
Oh,
I
I
was in high
see, yeah.
school.
I got
I was,
suspended for it like not too much later because I had to beat somebody up.
wow.
Oh, no.
I want to watch that
Another mean
short
girl.
film.
Donna
Yeah.
was a mean girl too.
Listen, I had to pull Becky off the bus because she was beside herself. So, sometimes
I
I
want to see that movie.
Donna's been transformed. Don't let her fool you.
Okay, not the Becky.
take Becky off the bus. She was getting beside herself. So, but go ahead, Denise.
No, I'm like, I want to see that movie.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, my relationship to it was very different. I was like lucky in that my mom never let me get a perm. Like I grew up with her having one, and then I think, but she never let me get a perm. So I was technically always natural, but I was a slave to the hot comb. But the pressure that I felt to keep my hair straight actually came from Black men more than it came from my fellow Black women or even white people. Like when I started playing with wearing my hair more naturally, oh my gosh, the white girls, they were like, oh my God, it's so cool. Like, I love it. And, but the Black men would be like, oh no, I feel like the straight hair is more you. And so that made me want to keep I would sweat my hair out at the club in college, and then it would be coming to my dorm at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I would pull that hot comb out, do my roots, wrap it up before I went to sleep. Like that is how like heavy I was like into that kind of way of thinking. It took me like a long time. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with keeping your hair straight, but not with that thinking.
Yes. Yeah. 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 Anyway,
but
I
yeah.
just, I think there's a part two to middle school, and then, it doesn't stop at middle school, unfortunately.
But I think there's so many, I love that we're just talking about this like middle school like experiences, because while the coming of age genre is very saturated, it doesn't have a lot of like Black girl. I want to see like 10 coming of age like movies about Black girls in middle school, because those are gonna be 10 different movies,
Most definitely.
and I'm like, I want to see that because it's complicated and it looks so different depending on like what type of environment. Like I want to see those.
Yes.
And I don't know how different it is now than it was 40 years ago or 50 years ago. I think
I
it's
don't know how different it is 15 years ago.
Right.
With technology, there was no technology when I was in middle school. So I don't even know what it's like now.
So go ahead, Don.
I was just saying it was a different world. We have another question. It says, how does your Jamaican heritage provide perspective for your artistic side?
That's a good question. I would say, I mean, some of it's completely unconscious. I've been going back and forth between the States and Jamaica since I was like 4. So I think simply by being yanked out of the American bubble and never really having a chance to be in an American bubble, I started to have some semblance of a worldview at a very young age, and knowing different ways of life and knowing different cultures. And so I feel like simply by being a part of an immigrant family, I already felt like I had a relationship and a capability of empathy for any other immigrant family that I came across. I find myself wanting to, like the films that I want to make, I find myself kind of going back and forth between like a Caribbean story and an American story. Stampede, the feature that I'm working on now, is American, but there's like another story that I want to tell that's about like a young boy from St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, immigrating to the Bronx in the 60s, and kind of exploring kind of like the iconic chapters of those decades, like the phenomenon of Bruce Lee or the crack epidemic or the birth of hip hop. And so those kind of decades are the backdrop to his life. And so I find myself wanting to play with both of those things and both of those sides. I'm always thinking about my elders, and so my elders are on both sides. And so I'm constantly investigating those sides and seeing how they inform how I see the world. And I'm sure it comes out in my work for sure. I hope that answers the question.
Yes. Also, what piece of advice do you give for young women trying to establish their voices as creators?
Gosh, community. Like, I feel like, and honestly, gravitating towards like women collectives, I found to be extremely helpful. I'm not saying exclusively, but like interning at New York Women in Film and Television. While I don't always encourage unpaid internships, what's really great about this internship is that after you complete a certain number of hours, you have access to a mentor, and it could be any member with the director's approval. It could be any member of the organization. And then you get mentored by them. And so the mentor that I ended up having like just changed my life. And she's still a mentor to this day. She actually executive produced the music video. And so I think finding a collective to be a part of, because being an artist can be such a lonely business, especially if you're a writer. And so I think having community will save you spiritually, but also you have somebody to bounce things off of. And I think investigating yourself in order to know like what steps you want to take next. Do you have an idea of what you want your career to look like? If you don't have an idea, start with whose careers you admire, and then ask yourself, why do I admire those careers? And then that can kind of be a springboard to figuring out, you know, what you want to do. And also, you don't need to know the whole staircase. Just know like the first 3 steps. Like first, all I knew was that I wanted to do film, had no idea. Then I did NIWIFT, and then someone was like film school, and I was like, okay, I'll do that. It wasn't until maybe like I was graduating or my 3rd year in film school that I actually started to have an idea of what my voice was and what type of filmmaker I wanted to be. And so you don't have to have the whole thing figured out. You just have to follow your interests, and it's gonna unfold. It's gonna unfold. People are gonna hit you up, and you're like, you know, I was just thinking about that. That's crazy. And then you're gonna, you know, follow through with that thing. So it's really just following your interests. You don't need to know the whole staircase.
Now, this is my question. Is there an age limit on that? You know, can I, after retiring from the administration?
There's definitely not.
Can I do a second career?
Yeah.
I don't know if this little brain is still working, but we'll see.
Yeah, I wanted to ask if you could talk a little bit about what it takes behind the scenes. Everybody wants to be a filmmaker. Everybody wants to be an actor. But talk a little bit, Ms. Myers, about what it takes to put it all together.
I'm still learning, honestly. I'm currently in this moment learning a lot about perseverance and being humble. Being humble when there is some type of success, as well as when there is a setback. I remember I was listening to one of my favorite interviews is with Torre and Zadie Smith on Torre's podcast. I listen to it all the time when I just kind of want to listen to a writer and be kind of inspired. And she kind of talks about how she always warns her students about how lonely writing is. And I feel like I came to understand that like the following year. It's a lot of time alone. It's a lot of time living in a world where that you're the only one living in that world, and no one else is gonna care about it as much as you for a while. But it's such a game in perseverance, and that there are going to be a lot of no's in all stages. If you're applying for a grant, it's like 10 no's to every yeses. You know, if you're trying to get financing, it's going to be a lot of no's, but you just need that one yes. And you just need to gravitate and show graciousness and gratitude to the people who do take their time out to believe in you and to support you, and not try and spend so much time getting the attention of people who don't get it. Because it's like, it just shouldn't take that much convincing. Yes, you got to pitch. Yes, you have to advocate for yourself and be extremely clear. But I'm learning that the people who get it. And those are the people that you're meant to collaborate with. And I'm still learning. I'm very result oriented by nature. And so I am learning how to make myself enjoy the process more, to also be creative outside of work. I think when you have a creative job, or career, it's easy for that to be your only source of creativity. And the next thing you know, the only time you're being creative is when you have to deliver something. And it's like, no, like you need to, if you can, find some type of separate creative hobby for yourself so that you're still finding joy in the creative process that isn't being measured by someone else.
I guess let me say part two, the back end of the story, the camera person, the boom person,
okay.
costume person, the person that does the makeup. When is it that people should decide that it's not everything behind in front of the camera and the filmmaker, but there's like 10,000 jobs behind the camera. Let's talk about just kind of what some of those nuances are.
Yeah, and please, yes, please let me know if I'm like steering off from the question. With BGM, I mean, what an amazing crew for that music video. It was like one of the best set vibes ever. There, like Joanne Petit-Frere was the hair artist, who is different from her assistant, who was actually doing the hair, but she was creating the wigs to like be the hair art. We have Mia Chaffee Henry, who is the DP. Mind you, all of these people are Black women. Like every department head was a Black woman on that video. There's so many moving parts, and then we have two ACs, assistant camera folks who are assisting the DP, and all of these were like through relationships, folks I know. It was a really big production. We had an assistant director and AD who's managing the schedule, as well as a second AD who's the one who's like making sure to bring everyone like to set on time, like as they're waiting, getting their hair and makeup done, etc. There's so many moving parts, and I think especially now, as a lot of things are going to streaming, especially now, and we don't know what the landscape is going to look like in a year. I think it's really important that streaming services have a responsibility to show how these things are getting made. There's just like this really heavy binge culture, like watch what's next, watch what's next. You don't even get the opportunity to watch the credits. Netflix is changing that a little bit, but like you don't get to watch the credits. We don't have like the special features that we used to have on DVDs anymore, where you get the behind the scenes and the director's interview. And so I think people just think that kind of like unconsciously think that these projects come out of thin air. With Cross My Heart, it was the same thing. I had an amazing AD, Kurt Wright, who's a filmmaker in his own right. I had an amazing UPM who like reminded me to eat. And there's so many like the person who was helping light the film, the gaffer, was also booming sometimes. So when you're doing like a small indie project, sometimes you have a lot of Renaissance men who are playing multiple roles. Prashant was booming one day, gaffing another day, like just doing a lot. I mean, for the wrestling scene that happens at night between the two girls in Cross My Heart, like we had another local gaffer in Jamaica who set up like a huge street light, like a huge light to go outside of the window to be the moonlight. And he had to rig that thing up really high because we were on the second floor of the house. And so like the things that seem so subtle and quiet just have like so many like large pieces that people put together. And he volunteered that equipment that wasn't even in like the original gear list. And so there are just so many moving parts.
Yeah, I just think that young people ought to know it's not just what goes on in front and the filmmaker and the writer. There's just, there's tons of other things you can do to make a really good living being creative in the film industry. So
not just a good living, to find joy in it. Like I love people who are like lovingly snobby about what they do. Like I love a gaffer who is a perfectionist, like, and who actually loves light and like loves the way. And so it's a lot of pressure being in front of the camera. And some people just naturally like don't like that. There's like, so while being in front of the camera and being the writer director is glamorous, it's okay to like not want that. It's okay to like want to be on the decision-making side as well. Let's not even just talk about behind the camera, but us filmmakers depend on people at these production companies who have financing or who have access to a stamp of approval that's going to get us financing. We need people to say yes to those projects, and people only say yes to what they get or what they relate to. And a lot of times they're not going to get it or relate to it if they don't look like you, or if they don't have exposure to that type of story. So there's also extreme importance in people who are working at those types of production companies and studios. And there are a lot of initiatives now where that are supporting young people of color, or just people of color who want to come up in the kind of executive track in the industry. So yeah, I would say that as well.
Well, thank you, Donna. Are there any more questions? We could sit here and talk to Ms. Myers all day. Does she have any more questions in the chat?
I don't see any more in the chat. Just a couple of thank yous and phenomenal film, wonderful film, impressive film.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Beautiful, well done. All of those wonderful words of.
And I think somebody did put her contact information in the chat. I think that was, I'm not sure who that was. But if they could do it again, I think it was LD Robinson. If you would put her information in the chat room again, that'd be great. Donna, thank you so much for being your first time here at the Fresh Book Festival 2021.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you. And Ms. Myers, of course, I don't know what else to say.
Such a pleasure. Thank
Yes.
you for this energy and
Hopefully
for all
we'll
of you.
see each other
Thank
again, you and Booker at Embry-Riddle University. We're still working on that for Black History Month. So cross your fingers. We're going to make that happen. So
Yay.
thank you very much. Thank you, ladies.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, so we have our awards, but it's not supposed to be until 1:15. Miss Reed, do you have time to wait? We'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 1:15 to give out the Literacy is a Legacy, not give them out because they already have them, but to acknowledge the Literacy is a Legacy Awards for 2021. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you again. Thanks, Ms. Myers. Thanks, Donna.
Thank you,
everyone.
I just sit at home and I eat. But now all that has changed. I found someone to ease my pain. And it don't hurt now. No, not now. Baby, it don't hurt now. No, not now. Well, there's no more sleepless nights, no more heartaches, no more fights, and it don't hurt now, not now. It used to be every time I would hear a sad song, I would die in mind. Me of when you and I was so much in love. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. I just sit at home and I eat. But now all that has changed. I found someone to ease my pain. Trying to tell me it don't hurt now. No, not now. Well, there's no more sleepless nights, no more heartaches, and no more fights. And it don't hurt now. No, not see, there's no more sleepless nights, no more heartaches, and no more fights. Now all that has changed. I found someone to ease my pain. Trying to tell you, woman, it don't hurt now. See, there's no more sleepless nights, no more heartaches, and no more fights. And it don't hurt now. Will you listen to me? Don't hurt now. Please. Don't hurt now. Trying to tell you that it don't hurt now. Don't hurt now. No. Hey, hey. It don't hurt no I think it's over. I think it's over. I think it's over. It's over. Between me and you. Between me and you, baby. Tired of being alone. Tired of being all Think I can make it without you. Think I can make it without you. Think I can make it. Think I can take it without you, baby. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I don't need you no more. 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 No, 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 no. I'm a grown man. Yes, I am. Think I can understand. Yes, I can. But you didn't mean me no good. Right now, my heart is so happy. I'm so happy, baby. I don't need you no more. I found somebody that can make me feel.
farewell to your cold when you visit walk-in care provided by Flagler Health Plus and select Publix pharmacies. Chat with a licensed healthcare provider via video. No appointment.
Okay, everybody. Welcome back. That was a very needed break for me. um, it is 1:15 and we are going to now have the recognition of the Literacy is a Legacy Awards for F.R.E.S.H 2021 Virtual and International. And the person who is responsible for making sure that all this happens every year in the city of Daytona Beach is Commissioner Paula Reed. Thank you so much. Paula,
You're welcome.
Thank you. Paula is going to give the awards out, well, acknowledge the awards today. I'm not sure everybody's here, but if you are an award winner, please let's see your face. So Paula can know who you are. I know LD is here, Carla's here.
Elma needs to undug.
Elma's here.
I saw Carolyn.
Carolyn's there.
I saw her earlier.
She's still here.
Okay. LD, okay. Is Vincent on?
Vincent's not here.
Okay.
And Vincent
all right.
To be on, yeah.
Yeah. Did Elma she was here. I saw her name. I don't see her face right now.
She's here. Yeah, her face is there.
Oh, I see you, Elma. People are switching around. I've got it on the what
gallery
view is this? Gallery view. So I'm looking at everybody. Oh yes, I see Carolyn's beautiful face smiling at me. Okay. And Carla, of course. Well, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Donna, for that acknowledgement. The F.R.E.S.H Book Festival is the first initiative for myself becoming a new city commissioner. Within my first month or so of taking office, Donna's in my office asking me to support this initiative. So it was very easy to say yes. She gave me something to run with, and the city has adopted this, and I ensure that they continue to support this because we need this in our community. So Donna's applauding me, but let's all applaud Donna because she didn't allow the pandemic to stop her. We have still transitioned through this pandemic to host this event because we got to keep on living, don't we?
Yes.
Yes, we have to continue, and we want to save this time. We don't want you all to get free and loose in that second week of January or first week of January and think you're free. We want to keep you on schedule, knowing that F.R.E.S.H Book will take place.
Right, exactly.
So Don, I don't know if you gave me this this gracious 15 minutes because you think I'm a politician that's going to talk a lot.
No, because I'm asking you some questions when you're done.
Oh, you're going to ask me some?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, my. All right, then. Well, it's wonderful to see each and every one of you. As Don indicated, I am the commissioner of Zone 6. I'm also the president for the Daytona Beach Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And I left my Daytona Beach Links meeting to join you all this afternoon. So you can see why the Deltas and the Links also support this. and ladies, two ladies from those organizations being recognized today because of what they do. It's a pleasure to acknowledge the F.R.E.S.H Book Literacy is a Legacy Award. It's given to authors, to service individuals and corporations who have shown by work and deed that it's not only, I gotta read my stuff now, Donna, who have shown by work and deed, not only to themselves, but to their communities. We salute each and every one of the 2021 awardees, and we say congratulations to you. Now let me name them. And would you wave when I name you so that you are recognized at that time? All right. Carolyn Sanders James. Yes. Gwendolyn Monroe. L.D. Robinson. Ah, beautiful smile. Vincent Terry isn't with us, but we will say his name. He's an employee for the city of Daytona Beach, and he helps us tremendously with setup and making sure that even when cornbread comes to town, that that everything Donna needs, Donna gets. Alma Glover Smith. Good morning. Good afternoon, Alma.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
I know I messed you up, Brittany. Carla Y. Lester.
Hello.
Hey, Carla. And then we have Parkside Realty Group, who probably won't be able to join us, but we do want to acknowledge them as well. Those are our 2021 Fresh Book Festival Literacy is a Legacy Award winners. Let's all applaud them today. Keep on doing what you're doing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Would any of the ladies like to say a few words? Because this is your time to shine. Alma?
I'll call them by name so they may. Carolyn, would you like to say something? You have to unmute.
Unmute yourself, Carolyn.
There you go.
I just wanted to take the time out and thank Donna Gray Bank. She's a jewel in Florida, in Daytona Beach, and globally and locally. Thank you so much, Commissioner Reed, for all the work that you do as well. Thanks, LB Robinson, for helping Donna along the way. Yes, indeed. And all the sponsors and the mayor of Daytona Beach, a wonderful guy, good guy, doing wonderful things. Also you, Commissioner. And thank you, Donna, again, for showcasing me again for my books for the past almost 4 years with you. God bless you. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Carolyn. Was Gwendolyn Moore on?
No.
All right. L.D. Robinson, please share a few thoughts with us.
Well, I would say I was very surprised, but I am very thankful. Literacy means a lot to me. If you ask my nieces who asked me to, all of them at various ages have asked me to read to them. And so I have a 4-year-old niece who loves for me to read stories to her. And so that actually continues a legacy in our family because my mom used to read to us and require us to read to her. But that is because her mother required the same of them. And so I'm quite surprised and thrilled to receive this because I can honestly say that literacy, it really is a legacy.
Well, she's just being humble, first of all. She's a publisher, author, she's a designer. None of this could happen without her. So thank you very much.
Most welcome.
You are being very humble, but if you saw the website, www.freshbookfestivals.net, that is her work.
Ah.
That is her work.
Okay, very good.
If you saw the flip program online, that is her work.
Oh, so this is who I need to talk to now?
That's correct. I'm just trying to deal with it.
All right, LD, I'll be calling you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Commissioner.
It was just awesome. The website is awesome. So yeah, thank you so much.
Well, thank you for
so
trusting me with the vision to help you with the vision for Fresh Book Festivals. I appreciate it.
Yes, yes. Donna's been raving about that book. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Next we have Alma Glover Smith.
Okay, am I?
Yep.
Am I muted?
You're unmuted already.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you, my president. Thank you. And when I say my president, she's / president commissioner. As you know, Paul is president of the Daytona Beach Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority. And I am deeply honored and touched by the fact that I was recognized for this wonderful award, and I'm very humbled and honored. Donna, I love you. I thank you so very much. I met Donna in 2019, and this is when we were getting ready to do the School America, which is an initiative we do in Delta. And I have been doing School America for some time now. This is decades ago, I think, when Paula was first president. She was the president. This was her second term being president. When she was president before, I did it under her leadership and under another president's leadership. Now we're doing it again. So I'm so humbled, and this is rewarding. And Donna, I thank you so very much. You never hesitated when I reached out to you and asked you. So I will to help out with anything we were doing. So this is shared with the Daytona Beach Sorors, along with every little boy and girl in the community who does not have the privilege of having books to read. I share this with them because literacy is a legacy, and this is a joyous occasion, and I thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Alma works very hard for us, you all. She cracks that whip and we jump. She takes her job seriously, and I really appreciate her. Thank you so much, Alma.
Thank you.
We love you. All right. Oh, here's another soror and link sister. Carla used to be over Arts and Letters for Delta, and now she's over Arts for the Links. Carla Y. Lester.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Again, I just want to say thank you. I was so surprised, and it's funny because I saw the Facebook post that Donna Graybanks posted where she was apologizing because she spelled my name wrong, and I was like, "What is this?" And so, very honored, very honored. I've been reading and loving books since I was knee-high to a grasshopper and could read. My mom teases that I would be the child that would be sitting in the corner. She didn't know where I was. I was in the corner somewhere with a book. And so and I've tried to hone that in my students at Bethune and looking at the different ways that we can do things like readers theater and narrative theater to bring books to life for students so that they can enjoy that love of reading and the adventures that you can go on. And so to be honored like this is truly just humbling. It's funny because I had a picture come up last week. I think it was from the 2013 Fresh Book Festival with myself and Rhonda, one of our other sorors. We were at the opening with the guest author who was there, and it was our picture. And I remember thinking, it doesn't seem like it's been that long. And to know that you've been doing this for 9 years, and I think I have been somehow involved, whether it's attending or coming or whatever, since at least 7 of those years that I can account for, because I just think it's great. I think it's a wonderful thing that you're doing. And I am so honored to be able to participate this year a little more and to be involved in this virtual experience and to see that even in the midst of all of this, we were able to keep this going because it is something that we need in Daytona. So thank you, Donna Graybanks. Thank you, Commissioner Soror Sister Paula Reed. And congratulations to all the other recipients. And thank you to those that just understand the value of reading, particularly for our young people, because that is where we grow our imagination, we learn to expand, and we can travel the world.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Let's give them all another round of applause.
So you didn't know how you're going to use your 15 minutes. Now I only have 3 minutes to tell you my question. So my question really is, Paula, when we sat down 9 years ago, did you ever envision that we would be here virtual and international right now? Did your vision ever include, what did you really think about it? You just thought, well, we're going to try to do this. And I mean, what was your thought?
Well, first of all, you caught me by surprise.
I did.
And I really didn't know how the city would be able to accommodate this. Did we have the facility? Would staff be willing to work on the evenings and weekends? Would the people come? Not only would the locals come, but would people come from, now we can say, around the world? You know, I just had not expanded my vision to that limit, but each year it just gets better and better and greater and greater. And hey, the sky's the limit. I guess we'll be in space next year.
don't know
We'll
if you
send
wanna
Booker
talk
to go
about
check it
it.
out for us. Let Booker film something up there and bring back. We'll
Come on,
send
Booker.
him.
Then me. Then me.
So anyway, Paula, I can't tell you how I appreciate your boldness, because it was a bold move to come before the commission and say, you know, we really want to put legacy on the map for reading and literacy. And so 10 years later, we are
Yeah.
still here. And you know, I just want to thank you. And I hope, well, I don't know if I'll be here with you 10 more years. I hope to hand it off to somebody younger. but in the meantime, I hope that you will, you know, hang in there with us, and the deltas and the links. I cannot, you know, what can I say? It's been years. And anyway, thank you so much. And congratulations to everybody.
Yes, congratulations to all the recipients. And it's my pleasure, Donna. You
Yeah.
have my full support as long as
Thank
I'm in this office and even out of the office, because I won't give up links in Delta, but I might give up commission at some point.
Well, we're not claiming that right now.
I just got reelected. You got me for 4 more years.
I got another good 8 years in me. So come on now. After the next 8, we have to rethink about 5. I got at least 8 more in me. So that's what I would love to spend.
Oh, so I need to run again?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 1:30, Donna Gray Banks.
Okay.
And I now pass the baton back to you.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And so up next, we have Keith Kareem Williams and Booker T. Madison, who I guess, did you guys meet at F.R.E.S.H, or did you know each other before? We met at
F.R.E.S.H, yes.
Can't hear you, Keith. Come off put yourself off mute, Keith. Where'd you go? Okay, where are you? Hey.
Okay.
He just had a birthday, so we're gonna give him a pass. You enjoyed your birthday, and we are so happy that you did.
Donna, I did way too much, Donna.
Listen, you know, when I was your age, I did way too much too. Now, if I do way too much, I'm in the house for a week. So, that's just the way that goes. And so, these two gentlemen met at F.R.E.S.H and became kindred spirits really quickly. And so, I didn't find it robbery for Booker to interview a man who aspires to be a filmmaker and is on his way. He is a man who writes in every genre, which I still don't understand. And he is a single father of 2 very young young adults now.
Yeah.
And anyway, so I'm going to turn it over to you, Booker. Thank you very much for being here.
Well, welcome to, I call him Reem, y'all. I'm sorry, he's my brother. You know,
Yes.
he's Keith Kareem Williams, but I call him Reem. You know, it's that New York thing. So, you know, well, it's a Black people thing. We shorten everyone's name, don't we? So I call him Reem. So I'm actually honored to interview Reem, because we have literally on those balconies and slabs outside of the hotel, what is it, the Best Western or whatever it is, literally talk for hours, literally, you know, before an event, after an event, just hanging out, talking about so many things. So I'm excited to not only interview him, but also to hear his responses. So Reem, my first question for you is that you had an accomplished academic career. You know, you went to a really good high school. You know, then you went to Brooklyn College. Tell us how that type of elite education shaped your experiences, because yes, you write in all different genres, but you have a particular gift for creating realism. So how did those formative educational years inform what you're doing now?
Yeah, it was a really great experience. And I almost, when I went to Brooklyn Tech High School, I considered that a real pivotal moment, and it was just a conversation. I grew up in the hood, right? I was just always a really smart kid, but I was the kid that the guys would be in front of the trap house and I'll be reading X-Men and they wouldn't bother me because they know, yo, that's the type of time Reem is on. So I passed the test to go to Brooklyn Tech. This is, from junior high school. And I was going to go to the local high school because I wanted to be with my friends. And another guy my age, he said to me, he heard me say, oh, I'm going to go to this school. He said, wait, you passed the test to go to Tech, but you going there? I was like, yeah. He said, he looked at me in my face and said, yo, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. He was like, go to Tech. And so that was a real important moment in my life because it put me in a different environment. Brooklyn Tech was more of a school with kids from all different walks of life, some from my hood, kids from everywhere. But that was the beginning of me learning to look outside of the environment that I grew up in and understanding that the world is bigger than my block. You know what I mean? And so I actually wanted to be an engineer at first, but life, you know what I mean? It didn't work out that way. But the beauty of it is I had professors that I was always a gifted writer. I would win poetry contests, essay contests, and my professors praised me to the point when I got to college. A professor said to me, do you pay for school? And I was like, yeah, I'm working 2 jobs and paying for school. He said, you shouldn't be. And that was another moment that his praise let me know that I had a shot at doing this for real, professionally as a career.
And just to put this into perspective, because New York City is unique in that we have these examination. Well, I'm in Atlanta now, but the examination high schools. I mean, it's good that Reem got in, but that's really it's a cultural and educational barrier for many of us to get in these examination high schools, and it opens so many doors. So kudos to you, one, for getting in and being successful. So let's talk about the writing. You have experience, or you were gaining experience and confidence through encouragement, through obviously study. But talk to us about this different genres piece. I mean, that's remarkably unique, and you even brash about it on your social media. Oh, pick a genre, I'll write it, which I love. Where did that come from, and how did you know I could flip it like that?
I credit my uncles because, like I said, my uncles, they lived in Weeksville projects in Bed-Stuy, Crown Heights, if you want to debate it, but it's like the edge of Crown Heights and Bed-Stuy. But my uncles, even though we lived in the hood, they exposed me to so many different things in terms of movies, film, music. I never listened to just say rap or hip hop or R&B. I was listening to Jimi Hendrix, Pink Floyd, Metallica. So all of those things and the movies that I watch were never just hood movies. I loved everything. I loved science fiction. I loved comic books. So when it came to writing, my first book was very urban. I wanted to, because I was inspired by Zora Neale Hurston, Ralph Ellison. I wanted to write something that painted a picture of where I grew up, my environment, my life, the people that I know. But I didn't want to write the kind of to me, it's pretty much almost like mainstream, where it's super sensationalized superhero drug dealer story. No, I wanted to write about regular, everyday people, because our lives are fascinating. The things that we deal with on a daily basis, what we go through, I didn't feel like I needed to sensationalize it. And I knew that if I did it the right way, people will fall in love with it, because I love realism. Even when I write fantasy and science fiction, you'll find it real, where you believe that these people are real people. So that's pretty much where all the different genres came from, because I'm influenced by so many different things. I read all different genres, because there's something you can learn from everything. If I believe that if you can admire something and it could be your favorite, but if that's all you absorb, if that's all you take in, I don't think you ever flourish. You don't become yourself. You'll start to mimic what you see. And when you have all these all the different input and all the different, all these different ideas from different genres, after a while you start to craft it, absorb it, and then you craft it, and now it's yours. It's unique. So, yeah.
So of the genres that you write, is there a particular genre that's more difficult to write, or is it more about the difficulty of the story, regardless of genre?
What's funny is that's a great question. I struggle the most with erotica. Just because I don't want it to just be sex, 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 sex. And then the act of sex, aside from, where they're having sex or why they're having sex, it's tricky to keep it interesting because it's almost like describing the different ways to eat a sandwich. You know what I mean? You try to find balance between like finding interesting words and ways to describe the act and the intimacy and so on and so forth. And then it's just tricky. A lot of times I'll write an erotic novel and like leave the sex scenes for last. Like I'll just put a peg in it and be like, I'll come back to it. I gotta be because I think I have to be in the mood to write it. I need a muse for that. So it's tricky.
Well, look, I love having the benefit of doing this on Zoom because I was able to see many of the ladies' faces when you were writing. Some, I'll share this quick anecdote. So, and I'm getting somewhere with this. So, like I tell my directing students that, like when someone's drunk, an actor will usually play this whole stumbling thing. But think about whenever you were drunk. You didn't want anyone in the world to know that you were drunk. So you're trying your hardest. So I liken that when I was looking at the faces, I could tell that some of y'all was like, I ain't gonna respond to that. Other y'all was like, okay, all right, yeah. So this is great. I love Zoom for that reason. Okay, so you talked about, writing the book, and one thing that I love about what you do is that the cover art, the back cover copy, the screenplay, the marketing piece, and you even passed on that gift to your son. So I know that a lot of people, they start doing the author thing and they don't realize just how much work is involved, but you seem to take it a step beyond even the work. Where did that come from, and what keeps you motivated?
I've been working. I got my first job when I was 14. So I've been working since I was a kid. And throughout my working career, when I had regular jobs, I always believed that I don't have to like the job, but once I applied for it, you gave me the opportunity, I'm gonna go above and beyond while I'm here. When it's too much for me, or I'm tired of it, bored, I need more money, whatever the case may be, I'm gonna come to you and let you know, listen, if you notice I have to move on, give you my reasons honestly. And so I was always a hard worker. All I did was take those 13-hour days, 14-hour days, and just applied it to myself. Because one day I said to myself, I slept 2 hours last night. The rest of the time I spent on this job because I was an operations manager. And I said to myself, if I can give that to someone else, if I give that to myself, I want to see how far I can go, right? So that's part of it. And then in terms of like me doing the cover art, me formatting my own books, everything that I learned to do was the result of me not being able to afford to pay someone else to do it. Because I have a notebook right now with over 120 plots written out, what, main characters, what the story's about, whatever have you. If I couldn't afford to put out the books at the pace that I was putting them out, if I had to hire someone else. So it was out of necessity, it was born of necessity. And now it's almost second nature to me. It's fun. I like having the control. I don't like the back and forth, like when I want to change it. Why? When I could do it. Now, there are things like when I'm learning about filmmaking, I can't do that. It's just, not to say that you could do a little, I can't do that. So now I'm into like a kind of work mode where I'm trying to get good people that are just as passionate as me involved with my projects.
Mhm.
That's something that I take really serious. I have to vet people, and you have to be as passionate about what we're doing. If you don't believe in it, it's going to show. So I'm learning to accept help and delegate, and also I'm a student. Booker T, while we're here, I just want to thank you for all the conversations, all the wisdom, all the knowledge. I don't even think I could ever repay you for the amount of pitfalls and things that you helped me avoid with the jewels and the gems that you gave me. So I appreciate you.
Yeah, well, the respect and the appreciation is mutual. So here's the next thing I want to touch on. I mean, my last book was published in 2011, right on the cusp of the ebook revolution.
Right.
And the fact that you still a part of your work day or work week is going on the street and selling books, which I've done. Now, granted, I haven't published a book in a very long time. How has the ebook revolution, the dearth of brick and mortar bookstores, how has that impacted the street bookseller nowadays? I mean, because if I publish another book, I'll get out there again, but I'm like, okay, is it still the same? It's very, very different than 2011. So tell us about that process.
The weird thing is, when my first book was on Kindle when I released it. I stubbornly stood on that hill like I'm pushing paperbacks, right? So now the ebook, because at first a lot of people, especially like in our community, they weren't up on it at first, right? So I was still moving paperbacks, but then with Kindle Fire and everything else, people, everybody caught up to the technology, they have it on their phones. And but the weird thing is, I'm like an anomaly now. There was an era where there were a lot of authors outside selling. Now there isn't. There really isn't. I don't really see it. So when I'm outside doing it, people are like, wow, you doing it? Yeah. So it's actually been beneficial to me in that regard. I've had to learn to balance, because there are a lot of readers that they don't want the paperback. They just want digital. So I've started to like create books that I know specifically I'm going to market this mostly as an ebook, and then I have paperbacks. So it's almost like you have to become a hybrid. But in terms of me going out and selling the books, it actually helped me because people see it. And then I do get the people that say, well, do you have it on Kindle? And I'll say yes, and I'll give them a card and say, there you go, just download it. Sometimes, depending on the day, I'll be like, download it right now. Let me see you do it. Let me see right now. I don't try, because once it's just marketing. Once a person walks away, right, you lose a lot of your customers that way. They're moving on with their life. They don't have that to worry about. So while you have someone's attention, make sure that you do something to keep their attention and make sure that you are memorable. So yeah.
As you were talking, I'm reminded of one of Jay-Z's famous quotes. He says, I'm not a businessman, I'm a business, man. And the authors can appreciate that punctuation, right? That adjusts the meaning. So take us inside your business, your brand. You're doing paperback books, you're doing ebooks, you're designing book covers, you're writing the stories, you're now adapting the books into screenplays, you're grooming your daughter to be a filmmaker, you're grooming your son. Well, he's already doing his own graphic arts. So take us into your business, man.
Well, I try to not be, the era that we live in is everything moves so fast. Everybody's attention span is so short. I find that with all the social media and internet stuff, it's very cold, right? So I really go above and beyond to not just bombard you with sales pitches. I try my best to get not customers or just readers, supporters. because what I'm trying to do is actually is bigger than myself. I also help other authors put their books out. I also coach other authors. I also give them feedback. I do a lot of freelance work because we have stories to tell, and our stories are way more diverse than what we see. Right? There's a certain type of story that's an easy pitch. They'll buy because they know that well. They're familiar with it. They know how to market it because they've seen other stories of that ilk have success. That's not to say that our other stories won't be successful, but we have to show that. We have to create that. We have to be that. So I try my best to make sure that it's not just about me, it's about other people and their stories and trying to help them become the best authors they can be because we have so many stories to tell.
Yeah.
I mean,
and Reem's not lying because I think you've given me notes on 2 different things that I've sent you. So he's not blowing smoke. He's telling the truth. So I want to open it up actually for questions. I have more questions, but at this point, are there any other questions that anyone in the group has? No? Okay. All right. So talk to us about this filmmaking journey. I know that you've invested in equipment. You've already had a couple of shoots. You've had some rough patches that you've overcome, and you have a plan and a strategy. So tell us about this. I don't want to say transformation because you're still storytelling. You're just telling visual stories.
Right.
What inspired that shift?
Before I wrote my first novel, I actually wanted to make it a movie first. But when I started researching, that was way back. I was like, man, I had no idea how to move forward and do it. And then at the same time, I was researching self-publishing. And self-publishing, because of the technology and print on demand, that was accessible to me. So I was like, I'm going to go this route. And with the filmmaking, I've been writing screenplays for a long time. But since I met you as well, and some of the books you recommended to me, and just your advice, I've gotten better. Because it's not just taking what you wrote in a book and just taking a dialogue and you just plug and play. It doesn't work like that. It's a different, it's a whole different beast. It's a different animal. And there are different rules. And I know, as creatives, we don't like to hear rules, but look, in order for you to bend the rules, you have to understand the rules first. Because if you bend the rules, you should be bending them with purpose. Right? So I didn't want to just risk it and willy-nilly hope I get lucky and get it right. So once I started understanding structure, I started watching other movies and films that I know were successful and what are considered classics, and even the bad ones, and realize, okay, this is what they did wrong. Because even in some terrible movies, you see things that they got that right though.
Right.
So this journey it's tricky because sometimes I have to take a minute, step away from writing a novel in order for me to now go and work on a screenplay, because it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. So I'm on that journey. I'm grateful for my cousin. My cousin, he been believing in me since I was a little kid. And he told me, listen, he does real estate. He was selling a house. So listen, Reem, when I sell this house, you're gonna go and get this film equipment. I was like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, sure. Because over the years, everybody, you know how it is. Everybody comes, yo, let's make a movie. And then when they start seeing what's involved, it's like, I don't know about that, right? This man really, he went on vacation. He sold a house, went on vacation with his family. I was like, yeah, whatever, man. And then when he came back, we actually went to B&H Photo in the city. And I'm there like, yo, that's too much. He's like, relax. So I have what I need, the basics. And now I'm just trying to get my feet wet in terms of doing that. You know what I mean? Dipping my toe in the pool.
That's good stuff. So we have only about 7 more minutes. So I have one more question.
Okay.
Then I'll open it up to the group again. Okay. Can you give us your greatest accomplishment as an artist / content creator, and the greatest obstacle that you had to overcome?
I'm going to start with the obstacle. The greatest obstacle was actually just being heard. And that was the hardest part of it. Even now, writing the books, that's the easy part compared to getting your work in front of the people that you want to get it in front of. That's the biggest obstacle. That's what makes people buckle. That's what makes people quit. That is the door that you're always opening. Sometimes you get open a little bit and it'll close back. That's the struggle, right? My greatest accomplishment is actually overcoming that to a degree. Where when I wake up in the morning and I check and somebody in Nottingham, England bought a copy of one of my books, and it's not as if I had to pitch them. Never spoke to them, anything. And it's somebody in Switzerland, somebody in New Zealand. You know, the awards that I get, I cherish them because I know where I started. You know what I mean? I know how many broke nights, Christmases, no gifts. It is what it is. But I can honestly say that when I'm gone, I've left work behind that I'm proud of. That hopefully 50 years, 100 years from now, someone will pick it up and be like, do you understand what this guy was saying? Like how I feel about authors that are gone when you pick up their work and be like, have you read this? So that's my greatest accomplishment, the legacy of it.
Any questions or comments from the group before I toss Reem my last question? I think we have maybe time for one more. Anyone? Okay, here's my last question.
Okay.
Last words are important. Be it when you retire from a company, heaven forbid, when you pass on from the earth. So your last words for this group. I mean, the cool thing about Zoom is we have all these people, but it's a unique congregation that's not likely to convene again, all these different people. So with that said, this audience of 47 that we have, which Donna, wow, it's amazing, the response to these events. So kudos to Donna, as always. What are your pearls of wisdom? What are the truth or truths that you want to leave us with that we can chew on until we have an opportunity to hear from you again?
Okay. About 2 summers ago, I was out selling books, and I get wisdom and pearls from people that I meet. That's why I enjoy doing it. It's the interaction and the conversation. It's not just about the sales. I've met so many interesting, fascinating people, and even the people that weren't particularly super awesome, they've dropped gems that stick with me. A lady said to me, I was talking about, sometimes the rough days and the rough patches and so on and so forth. And I said, but sometimes I'm afraid that it might not work out. And she said to me, faith and fear cannot exist in the same space. She said, so if you are telling me that you believe in yourself and you believe in your work, then you can't be fearful, right? So that's what I would tell everybody on this Zoom call, no matter what you're doing. Faith and fear cannot exist in the same space. And I'd rather go out irrationally confident that this is going to work out than being fearful, because even when we look at the world now, what motivates the worst part of humanity is fear. It's what they fear and what they fight against in relationships, in politics, and everything we see going around. Fear is the engine that drives all of it. You know what I mean? So I would tell people abandon fear. It's not real.
That's juicy. It reminds me, there's a scripture that says a double-minded man or woman or child, for that matter, is unstable in all his ways. So that was good stuff, my friend. And look, I'm convicted. He's preaching to me now. I'm like, oh, that's me. I got TV here, y'all. This half is faith. This half is fear. So I'm gonna have to cut myself in half. No, I'm joking. So thanks, Reem. This was
thank you.
Great, power packed. It was like a laser beam. It wasn't diffused light at all. It was a laser beam. So yeah, this was
I
good
can't
chat.
let him go. I got things I need to say.
Oh,
about
I knew Donna was bringing up the rear. So that's why I said, let me just have the soft landing, and then boom, here she comes.
But what he didn't tell you is how many novels have you written?
I think I'm up to 24 now. 24.
24 novels, right?
I'm about to be 25. I got to get to work on one when I get off of this call before they come get me.
And so tell us how long it takes you to, because you still do longhand, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Matter of fact, let me show you. Yeah, this is what I was doing before I got on here. Yeah, I still do longhand. But it helps me. It's an extra step. Donna's laughing. It's an extra step because with the longhand, I get a first draft. Then as I type it, I also change it. So it's a second draft. And then I'll print it out and go over it with a red pen. And when I do my red pen work and enter my changes, now I have a final draft. So it kind of streamlines the process for me. But it takes me years to write a book, believe it or not. It's just that I'm able to put them out so fast because I'm usually working on 2, 3 at the same time. So the one that I'm putting out now, I probably started a year and a half ago. It's just that I have so many in the pipeline that, you know what I mean? That's why I'm able to do it so quick.
Well, there's one thing I want everybody to know, and that is when I decided to start a prison ministry for reading, which was difficult to say the least because the warden didn't want it to happen in South Florida. Keith did not find it robbery because I was broke at the time to help me send books to the prisoners who will be there forever. And that is a ministry that he has done consistently for me for the past year. And I can't tell you what that means to me. I mean, there was a time when at that time, I don't know why I was so broke, but I was broke. But since then, of course, I haven't, asked him to give his talents away because I don't believe that. But I will say that the day that I asked him, he didn't say no. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. And I can't tell you how wonderful it is. And I won't tell you how I know they're reading them because we don't want nobody to know that.
Right.
They are really enjoying your writing. They are sharing the book amongst each other.
Good.
And you have given some of them maybe not the ability to write, but the wanting to write.
That's good.
And so anyway, I thank you for that.
And before I go, I'm also, because I'm aware of that now, like that I'm going to be sending books to them. There are certain books that I'm going to redo covers and have alternate covers because they won't let certain covers in. And I'm aware of that as moving forward because I'm really proud of that. Like to know that, just to give them a little, you know what I mean?
Like when they went on lockdown, they were like, we can't get any more books. I was like, you're on lockdown because books, right? So as soon as it opened up, you sent, I don't know, 5, I think. Yeah.
Just said something. I shipped the ones today too.
Yeah. And so, and then they got done with those and they were like, well, where's our next one? I was like, wait a minute. So, now they have a library of books. And anyway, thank you so much, my friend. It warms my heart. You just don't know. Like, I don't want to cry because, those guys are there for life.
But like, that's tough.
That's
and if I could do something because you remember when I was talking about comic books and me reading fantasy growing up, that helped take me away from the environment that I was growing up in, the things that were going on outside with my friends. And that's what saved my life and kept me sane. So if I can now in turn do that, I'm happy.
And they fight over the characters in your books. I'm like, listen, I didn't read them all. I can't fight with you because I haven't read them all. He writes too many books. But anyway, thank you, my friend. Thank you for taking the time today. Booker,
For having me.
always, my love. Thank you so much.
Until we can hang out again.
Yeah, I can't wait for us to be
Wait,
together
can't wait.
again.
In person?
In person. Yeah. Or in England.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
In
about.
person across the pond.
Yeah. David can't wait for us to come. So if it opens up, we want to go over and shake hands with our brothers and sisters in the United Kingdom. So thank you both. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right. So up next is Anne Marie Sorrell and Adrian Carter in 5 minutes. So we'll take a 5-minute break. Go take a nap, my friend.
Yeah. It's been I got stories.
We'll talk to you soon.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye. He celebrated his birthday and had a very wonderful time, so that's good. Okay, we got 5 minutes. We'll be right back.
How old was he, Donna?
Who? Keith? I don't have no idea.
Okay.
Too young for me.
Oh.
Too young for us.
Well, thank you, us.
And I'm married.
I was just asking.
I think his Facebook page said maybe 35. I think his page said in his 30s.
I have no idea, really. I don't know. Is he gone? We'll have to ask him.
All right, Paula.
Primrose says she thinks his book says in his 30s.
No, on
Oh,
his page,
really?
on his
No,
Facebook page.
really?
And maybe it was like 35 or something. I'm
Yeah.
not sure. I always think of it close to
Something
my
like that.
son.
I don't. You're right. That part.
That part.
I was just asking, Connie. I didn't want anything.
Oh, that's what you're doing, Sarah? Okay.
Now, ladies.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Okay, Paula.
You guys kept alluding to his birthday, so I'm like, well, how old is he? Donna, don't say nothing. Donna Tucker.
Tucker, don't say nothing. I really don't. I have to ask him. I have no idea how old he is. Let me ask him real quick. That's
Just wise for his age. I just wanted to know,
he's done a lot
Mhm.
in his years on this planet. So
Mhm.
Where is he based?
he's in Brooklyn.
He's in East New York. East New York, Brooklyn.
I think they call that Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of good people came out of East New York.
And you know
All
what?
right, Carolyn, we hear you.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
He's a single dad of 2 kids.
Every time there's shootings, every time they call it shootings or whatever, but then they call it the hood, but there's a whole lot of good people there.
Yeah.
Right.
A lot of superstars came from East New York.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other thing. I take my hat off to him. He raised 2 children by himself.
Wow.
Being an
That's
author.
commendable.
Yeah.
LD Robinson said he's 22.
No, he's not.
Oh, no, he's not.
No, just teasing.
Y'all because you want to keep him away from us.
He's trying to protect the baby.
Well, I mean, any young man who will take the time to send his books to the penal institution is okay by me. All those guys, I think we couldn't give it to the general population because the warden wouldn't let us. But there are 52 gentlemen in a ward, I guess they call it, who are lifers, who are going to be there forever unless, somebody intervenes because something happened.
Unless Kamala set them free.
Right. Unless Kamala has the ability to look at what's going on and why they're there. A lot of them just should not be there. But
exactly.
We're looking, just that he is a part of that ministry means everything to me. So I did ask him. He said, none of your business. No, he didn't. He'll let us know. So it's 2:10. Anne Marie Sorrell is here. Adrian Carter is here. Hey, how you doing?
Hi.
Where's Adrian? Y'all thought I saw him. Where'd he go? Adrian, come out.
Hey there, how are you? I am here. Good
How are you?
afternoon.
How are you? So
I'm very
Anne
well.
Marie Sorrell and I have been Fresh Book Festivaling for 7 years together, I think.
Been a while.
And so she is the author of Chronicles. Give me the right name. I'm sorry. It's been a long
Chronicles of a Serious Dater.
Cereal.
Of a serial dater.
Chronicles of a Serial Dater.
But she was serious though. But she was serious about it.
And Adrian, of course, everybody had met yesterday, but I'll let you guys introduce one another and each other. And thank you for being here at Fresh Book Festival 2021, which has gone virtual and international. I thank you for your time. So you're on deck, Adrian. There you go.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you've been enjoying the conference and the plethora of speakers and the engagement and the content that you've been receiving. Again, I'm Adrian Carter. I'm a conflict resolution and leadership development trainer. And I'm also having the wonderful opportunity to serve as today's moderator and interviewer for our Young Political and Published segment. And it's an honor to be here and to present to you all the wonderful, newly elected author and woman of many hats, Miss Anne Marie Sorrell. Welcome, everybody. You all please give her a round of applause. Put up the little virtual hands that clap or show yourself clapping. It's amazing to be here. So, Anne, how are you? Introduce yourself to everyone and just let everybody get a little bit more information about you.
I am wonderful. So happy Saturday, everyone. Donna, thank you so much for the opportunity, your continued support, your friendship, just everything that you have opened up to me since you met me from day one. So thank you. Thank you, Adrian, for being a part of Fresh Book Festival and being the moderator. So a little bit about me. I born Jamaica, raised in a small town of Pahokee, Western Palm Beach County, and I went to FAMU to get my bachelor's in healthcare administration, and then went to Nova Southeastern University for my master's in business administration. I am the founder and owner of the Mosaic Group, which is an award-winning advertising, marketing, public relations firm. I am also the founder and president of Cannabiziac, which we just started last year. And it's a global cannabis incubator, accelerator, and co-working company. I'm the author of Chronicles of a Serial Dater, which is my personal journey through the good, bad, funny, hot and steamy of dating and relationships. And as said before, I just recently was elected on November 3rd to be the supervisor for Palm Beach Soil and Water Conservation District. I am the first person of color that I'm aware of to hold this position in Palm Beach County.
That is really good stuff. So yes, a lot of chronicles. We have chronic and chronicles going on. I caught that. I don't know if anybody else did. I don't know if anyone in the background said, but when you said Jamaica, but a lot of times people do. So tell us, you are this woman of many hats and you bring so much to the table. What is a day like in the life of Anne Marie Sorrell?
Oh man, well, every day is completely different. Even when I try to plan it and I take my planner out on Sunday and I try to time block every part of my day, it never works out that way. So typically I am in meetings with clients, prospective clients. I am dealing with community issues. I am handling staff concerns, requests, reviews, approvals. I am just most times trying to catch my breath, to be honest and transparent about it. Yeah. It's some days it's a little overwhelming, but the all in all of what I do, I truly enjoy, and there's nothing that I'm doing that I don't love or have a passion for. And so that makes that makes everything that I do worth it, because I know I'm making an impact in the community. I'm making an impact in the lives of not just my employees, but people around me. So it makes it rewarding at the end of the day.
So let's break this down into three sections, because we have Ann, the author, we have the entrepreneur slash CEO slash founder, and we also have this political giant in the making that is newly elected to office. So let's talk about you as an author. You wrote the book Chronicles of a Serial Dater, a very personal story. What made you do that?
Well, I had gone through what I felt was the worst breakup of my life, and decided to start dating again. And as I would just venture out, and whether it was online dating or just going out to events and, meeting someone, I end up with just kind of the craziest situations or stories. And I'd go back and tell my friends about it, and they'd say, "Oh my God, like you should write a book." And I was like, "Yeah, nobody wants to hear about that." And coincidentally, I received an email from Omar Tyree about how to publish your first book. And so I joined his seminar and learned some tips, and actually got on and was talking, one of the people asking questions, ended up talking with him. And so I started just the outline, and I decided that it was a great way to take a self-assessment of my dating and relationship cycles throughout like my entire life. So I literally went back to my teenage years and all the way through college, through my 20s and early 30s at the time, and decided to document and see what were the circumstances, what were the lessons that I learned from it. And then I took it a step further, because I said, well, if this person was next to me, what would I tell him? And so I decided to also shed some light on the lessons that I thought that person could have learned and taken away from that situation as well. And I had no idea how successful it was going to be. I was a little apprehensive about sharing some of my very deep, personal, even sexual and exotic content. But I said, you know what, if I'm gonna put it out there, let me just put it all out there and see what happens.
Speaking of that, being that it was so personal and intimate, what ramifications do you think this might have on the people that you mentioned in the book?
Well, I did change the names to protect the innocent or guilty or whoever. So if you're not super close to me or have been a part of this journey, you may not know who I'm speaking of. Or maybe if you grew up in my hometown, you might know some of it. Or if you went to FAMU with me, you might know. But I don't think it has had any major ramifications. There had been, there are some people who I'm still friends with till this day that was like, am I in the book? And I'm like, well, maybe you should purchase it and read it. And if it sounds like you, it might be.
Might be.
And so
if it sounds familiar, it might be.
It might just be you. So I've had a couple of people who have read the book and said, oh, this sounds like my chapter. Is this my chapter? And I'm like, yeah, that's your chapter. And but we're still friends till this day. But there was an incident recently that kind of came a couple of incidents that came full circle. One person who re-entered my life, and I don't know why I decided to date him again, but that'll be for book 2. And then another person who I didn't date again, but decided to date a colleague, and come to find out 10 years later, he's still the same person. And she just happened to experience part of what I wrote in my book, unfortunately. So
very interesting.
Yeah. So, I tell people it's raw, uncut. I didn't make anything up. And that particular person tried to tell her that, she made those stories up to sell books. And then she experienced it for herself. And it's like, oh, okay.
Very interesting. Did you mentioned that you joined a publishing group or a workshop, but how did you go through the process after going through the workshop and writing your book? What steps did you take to actually publish your book?
So first, just writing it, I just, for anyone who's an aspiring author, the outline was super important, really just having a head dump of what's in your head and just outlining and really just starting to write. I tell anyone, just start to write and just, it'll come together. But once I started writing the book, I reached out to a friend of mine first, who she was an editor for our local newspaper. And she had written about 4 books of her own. So I reached out to her for advice, and she ended up being my first editor and giving me some guidance on just how to self-publish. At the time, Create Space was the platform. Now it's Kindle Publishing Direct. She told me how to get my ISBN number. So she really walked me through that process of self-publishing, and then she edited. I also hired I hired her to then edit my book. And then I hired a graphic designer to help me come up with the book cover, did photo shoots. I really invested in the whole process. And it was important to me. I didn't want to, for my first book, go and try to find an agent. It was important to me to, because it's such a personal story, to maintain my creativity, maintain all the rights, maintain the direction that I wanted the book to go in, how I wanted it to look, how I wanted it to be presented. So that was super important to me. And I wanted to really experience that entire process from start to finish. And so, so after hiring everyone and really being very involved in that whole process, this is the colors I want, this is I changed the title 4 times until the final title came to me while brushing my teeth. And that's when I was like, this is it. And, so even once the title came to me, I, looked it up, made sure no one else had it. I did a search for the domain name. I quickly went ahead and purchased the domain. Thank goodness I did, because within 3 months of me reserving the domain name and even just publishing the first draft of the book on Amazon, which was not ready for public purchase, but there's something about when you do that, it kind of reserves the rights to it. Someone else came up with an ebook with the same title, different type of content, but it was the same title. They came up with these little ebooks. And so I was like, oh my goodness, thank goodness that I went ahead and reserved this. I'll give a tip to anyone. Definitely, if you have an idea, concept for your book, go ahead and reserve all of your digital assets for that book. So that way, if someone else does come up with a title later, you've already reserved it for yourself. It's your unofficial copyright, so to speak. So that was a couple of things that I did. And then I just went through the whole process of going through Amazon and publishing through Amazon.
I want to remind folks that if you happen to have a question while we're going through the interview process, please feel free to put it inside of the chat box, and I'll try to integrate it while we're talking with Anne. How much, I'm going to ask you something, and I think this is important for people to know if you want to divulge, but what was the initial cost in getting that first book published?
Ooh, so I'm a little extra. So for me, so the publishing itself, I would say I spent roughly about $1,200 on the editing side of it. I probably spent another $1,500 to $2,000 on the cover, the layout, because I had my graphic person also do the layout of the entire book, because I wanted to make sure that it was just laid out properly. And I looked at other books and how other books were laid out. And I knew that I didn't have the capability to, sit there and try to lay out a book. It's just not me, and it wasn't the best use of my time. So I would say about another, what was that, $1,500 to $2,000 on the design, and then just purchasing the initial proofs, and then sending it to a couple of people to review as well. And I would say my last biggest expense, because I said I'm extra, was really launching the book. And so all of the marketing that went into that, like I got banners, I got swag bags, and I created like a serial dater survival kit. I had pens, I had bookmarks, and I really wanted my presentation when I went to do book signings to be just like really polished. So I probably invested another, $1,500 or so, $2,000 or so into swag and just all the signage and everything to make sure that I looked really polished when I went out. So I would say easily about $5,000 or so, easily to as a base. And then, if you're traveling to book festivals or events, that's another investment that I made. So the first year, I went to Essence Festival and I just kind of put it out there, stepped out on faith and applied. I didn't know I was going to be selected to be one of their featured authors. And that in itself, and it was literally like a 3 to 5 day turnaround, and I had to like order a bunch of books, get up there, bring people with me. And that was a pretty big expense, believe it or not, but I sold out once I got there. So that first year was definitely worth it, and it was worth the exposure. But it was something that if I had not saved some money and been prepared for it, I would not have been able to take advantage of that opportunity.
Now, I appreciate you sharing that with us, because I know a lot of times, whether people here in the room or those who see a playback of this are interested in being an author. And the writing is one part of it, but there is an expense that comes with publishing and ramping up and marketing. And that expense, depending on who you deal with and the quality of the people who you work with, such as your publisher or your editors or who does the graphic design or the book layout, depending on how good they are at their job, they can be expensive as well. So you're looking at a cost that can go from anywhere between $2,500 to $5,000 to launch just your book, your first book. So thanks for sharing that.
And let me add, I didn't add the audio version because I think that as anyone who's publishing a book, you have to definitely add an audio component to it. A lot of people are listening to Audible these days, and you want to be able to provide your book in the various formats that people are able to access. So that was another expense where, again, I wanted to ensure I could have recorded it at home on a phone device or something, but I was like, I'm not going to take that chance because Audible, the platform, requires certain technical components to the recording. So I actually went into a recording studio with someone with a company who had done recordings for major publishing houses and who had also who knew how to master the recordings for you. And so that was an additional expense. I want to say that one was probably around another $1,500. So when you look at, all the different ways that you're going to publish it, depending on, again, how you want to show up in the world. There's thousands and millions of books out there. So what's going to make your book stand out? What's going to make someone say, you know what, that was a really good book and I can't wait for the next one. And that is the mindset that I took with publishing my book, as well as doing the audio version. And I did voice it myself.
So you're looking at about $7,000 over the 18-month period that you may have put out. Well, the good thing about it is once you've done those things, you don't have to do them again. And so you're able to just continue to recoup the profits of continuing to just sell the books. So that's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Donna said it to me one time. We were having a talk, and she's like, well, once you publish a book, it's there. You can continue to promote that book for life.
Right.
And it's so true, because sometimes I literally have not been focused on like promoting the book for almost a year now. But I still get these royalty fees, just because I had a conversation and someone mentioned it in something that I'm doing that's totally different from the subject matter. And they say, oh, she's also an author. And literally people just go buy it. And I didn't even know until I see a royalty
check. Yeah. While you were going through this process, this $7,000 process, right? were there any mistakes that you made along the way that, can any one or two major mistakes that you said, oh man, that's you walked away with a really good learning opportunity that you could tell us about?
Yes, absolutely. So everyone is not as fortunate as me to either know a lot of people or have a lot of people know you. And so my biggest mistake was I had no marketing plan, no marketing strategy. It literally for me was like a check mark on my to-do list, like, oh, it's done, guys. Here it is, go to Amazon and buy it. So there was no strategy, no plan. And, I think that had I had a plan and a strategy, I could have done so much better with the book. And so thank goodness that I had a network and a tribe of people that literally, when I just put the image on social media, was like, hey, go buy it. That's when I started getting, hey, would you like to, like a friend of mine, Tamara G, she was working with Michael Baisden at the time. She's like, hey, I want to bring you on a Michael Baisden show. And I was like, okay, cool. And this person, hey, I want to do an interview. It was right before Valentine's Day. Let's talk about the book for Valentine's Day. And so it was because I had a network. But had I not had that network, and there's a lot of people who don't have that network and access to people. So having a marketing plan for your book, a marketing strategy, and a marketing budget for your book is absolutely necessary. The other piece is I knew nothing about the literary industry. And so thank goodness for Milton. I don't know if Milton's on here, Milton McCollum, and Donna, who he introduced me to Donna. And I went to my first F.R.E.S.H book festival, and the people that was there, I learned so much. And I'm sure you guys are learning so much from everybody here today and yesterday. The people that was there really opened my eyes to the industry. So the other piece that I would say is research the industry. If you're going to become an author, you got to know what authors do, where they go, how they connect with their audiences. There are different festivals, different events, book fairs, etc. How do you even get selected? How do you get featured? And I thank God for people like Donna who are looking out for the independent authors out here and giving us a platform, giving us an opportunity. Because on the major publishing front, if you're not published by a major house, you're oftentimes going to be overlooked. There are reviewers who don't even who won't even take your book and review it because you're self-published. So there was so much that I had to learn about the industry that I had no clue going into when I was writing a book.
That's really good stuff. With following up with marketing, when should marketing begin?
Oh, as soon as you know when you're going to publish. So if you're going to publish a book in the next 3 months, even 6 months doesn't hurt. Start doing teasers, start talking it up, do pre-orders, pre-sales. I didn't do any of that, but going forward for my next books, that I'll be doing conversations about it, pre-sales, pre-orders, pre-events to pre-booking engagement, speaking engagements. So I would say definitely at least 3 months before minimum is a good time frame to start marketing your book.
Okay, good stuff. So now you wear these many hats. We've talked about you being an author. Let's talk about you being this political woman and also your business. The Mosaic Group, how long has that been around? And what are some of the highlights that you had over the years with that company? You mentioned that it's award winning. Explain what that means to us.
Well, the Mosaic Group, I started 16 years ago. This is our 16th year. And in my mom's house, I was home from college and had just finished my master's and had just paid down on my first home and was waiting for it to be built. And so I was at, I had always known I wanted to be an entrepreneur. And I always say I've been an entrepreneur technically since I was 11, just because my mom had like 3 jobs and 3 side hustles. And she had us side hustling with her and making our own money. So she really taught us how to make our own money, save money, buy more inventory, sell, our products, et cetera. So my mom taught me that. I'm the youngest, so I was 11, the youngest of my siblings, learning how to sell products with my mom. And so I've been an entrepreneur since I was little, but I always knew, just based on jobs that I had had and how managers and CEOs treated people, that I wanted to work for myself so that I could be an example of how to treat people better that work with you. And so that was big for me. So I always knew going into college, I was gonna do something on my own. But I started the Mosaic Group as an event planning company for nonprofits. And it was to really help those nonprofits raise money, raise awareness about their cause and their charity. And that really started from me doing that type of work. I was doing events again since high school, college, and it was more so in a volunteer capacity. And then getting involved in a community, I would volunteer for different nonprofits and help them with their different events, even chambers of commerce. I was helping the Black Chamber start and get off the ground. And I really loved what I was doing. And so while I was working on my MBA, marketing was something that I also loved. And so I put the two together and started the company. And it was great because I've always been about community. So it's a great merge between nonprofits, awareness, community impact. And it kind of just evolved over the years into this community impact marketing agency. Everything we do, we don't necessarily market a product, bottled water, nothing. Everything we do, we market information and inform the community about education, healthcare issues, job opportunities, economic development, different types of infrastructure developments that's happening in community, environmental issues. So all those things that I get to work on as an agency has really opened my eyes to so many different things, all the different disparities we face in our communities in particular. And so we do a lot of work in minority communities. We do a lot of work in low income communities. So I'm seeing the disparities on a daily basis. And here I am as an agency with my team, we're trying to get the word out about, here's an educational opportunity, here's a job opportunity, here's this opportunity to our communities. And so that's why we're award winning, because we've gotten numerous awards for the community, the work that we've done in the community, with really just informing and impacting people in the community, especially communities of color. And so that also opened my mind up to government, how government is ran, where the lacking is, where the lack of knowledge, lack of involvement, where changes could be made. And so it's a great line, because I work with government agencies directly to help them get the word out about their different initiatives to our communities. And we get paid to do that. But then I also took a liking to working with candidates that I believe are going to make change in our community and are going to be good for our community. And so as an entity, we started also working with candidates and political issues that impact the community as well. So that's just
So you all have evolved from event planning with nonprofits to being a source of education and information as a service provider in terms of content, to then working with political candidates to make impact within the community.
Absolutely, you summed it up nicely. So it's a great mix of what we do, which ties all my passions into it. So we still do work with nonprofits, we work with government agencies, we work with small businesses and business owners, as well as corporate companies. But it all mostly comes back to the majority of the clients that we represent. Most of it, 90% of those clients, come back to some type of community impact and awareness. We do have those who we may develop personal brands for, or companies that we, launch marketing campaigns, initiatives for, but the 90% of our work is community impact.
This to have started this 16 years ago at your mother's house, it was a leap of faith. What has been the deciding factor. Can you tap into that moment where in this process you said, I made the right decision and I'm happy I made it and I'm on the right path? When did that moment happen for you and it clicked?
Wow. It happens multiple times. I think that recently, I had a staff retreat over right before the holidays, and here it is. I've always run my business by faith. We survived a recession barely. That's a whole story for a whole nother day. But I would say recently, when we had an exercise within our staff retreat where the consultant we brought in had everyone sit in a chair, and everyone had to come up and talk about what they were grateful for each person. And for me to sit in a chair and have my team express the things that they're grateful for about me, and it wasn't an ego thing. It was very authentic, was very genuine. It wasn't just internal. It was what they saw that I was doing external in the community. Those who had known me for years, even before being a part of my team, I have some people who have just been friends with me or worked with me for years that were now part of my team. And one of my mentors were there, and she had seen me from start of my business to present. But hearing the difference that I've made on them, their lives, their families, the community as a whole, hearing from them that I am actually making a difference I was so full, like I can't even explain it and describe it. But that's when I know that I'm doing the right thing, whether it's someone in my team or someone in the community who probably never even met me, but said, hey, I've seen your work, or I came to an event that you connected this person with that person, or I heard you speak here, or whatever the case may be. And they talk about how it's changed their life, and just a little bit of change, it just helps me say, okay, thank you, God, because I feel like you're ordering my steps and I'm doing what I was meant to do. I'm walking in my purpose. So it's those aha moments that allows me to reflect and really be thankful that I'm walking in my purpose every single day with what I do. And that is that it helps become my compass for how I do what I do, how I interact with people, how I treat people. It just becomes that compass for me.
That what I heard you say that I think was very relevant is it's like a car, and it gets full and it goes, but then there's a refill, right? So you had these instances of being refilled over the years, and that's been your motivation that's kept you going, and you were recently refilled with that. I think that's really good. I want to ask you about your political involvement. After having this amazing run with the Mosaic Group, popping up and one day decided to be an author and investing in yourself and going through that process, you then decided to become more politically involved. You started with the Gillum campaign, and you eventually ran for office on your own, and you won. Can you take us through that journey? What made you made that decision to get that involved to the point of actually deciding to also run?
So let me backtrack a little bit. So yeah, I was born in Jamaica. So I didn't become a U.S. citizen until 2004. And I remember I was in college during the 2000 election. And I remember being at home, leaving to go to Walmart, thinking that Al Gore had won, and came back from Walmart and saw that George Bush had won. And I was devastated. And I realized I couldn't vote, but I remember marching. I remember being, very active on FAMU's campus and just wishing for the day that I could cast my vote. And when I became a citizen in 2004, the first person I voted for, the first rally I went to was with John Kerry. And I was so fired up. It was something in me that was just like, man, I'm at this rally, it feels good. And I went and cast my vote for the first time. And I knew then that I had to continue to be involved in the political process, because I started to understand very early how important it was to be involved and to be a voice. And so fast forward to President Obama, I met him I started volunteering for the Urban League, and I met him in DC when he was a senator before he decided to run. I heard him speak. And for the first time, I started watching C-SPAN after hearing this man speaking. I was
when
like,
you grew up then, you started watching C-SPAN. You officially became an adult at that point. Keep going.
oh yes, I started watching C-SPAN because I just wanted to hear him and see how he functioned in the Senate. And I'm watching and I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. This man has it together. And so when he first came to West Palm Beach and announced he was running, it was like 100 of us that attended. I remember a good friend of mine from Louisiana. He came down for Spring Bling. Where are you going? You're not going to Spring Bling? No, I'm going to see the next president of the United States. And he was like, oh, he's not going to win. Hillary's going to win. Sure, that's fine. So I went and got my book signed by him and met him. And about 6 months later, I was hired to become a field director on his campaign. And I worked the 2008 campaign. In 2012, I got an opportunity to do some more work on his campaign again. And that was like the political bug for real, like, being a part of history. And so I then started also supporting local candidates. It was important for me to say, so I said, let me see who, and I'll say this for anyone out there, I started seeing what others do. And when I say others, I'm talking about my white counterparts. They would host these luncheons, host breakfast meetings, networking events, fundraisers for their candidates of choice. I didn't see us doing that. I didn't see us. And so it left us away from the table. It left us out of conversations. And so my little office space that we had at the time, and it wasn't big, so I said, we're going to use Black-owned restaurants. And so I started having Black-owned restaurants. We would host a candidates and cocktail and have it be a fundraiser and a friend raiser for local candidates that I believed in. And I didn't get paid to do that. Yeah.
I like that.
I didn't get paid to do it, but it was important for our community to now start meeting these candidates, having conversations with them, letting them know we're here. We're more than just a vote, we're a voice. And so that is how my journey really kicked off. So when it came time when Andrew Gillum decided to run, he made the announcement on Facebook, and my first march was that I participated in college was led by Andrew Gillum and this other gentleman. So I was like, oh, I remember him from college. Oh my God, I got to support him. So I immediately threw my support behind him. We held the first fundraiser in Palm Beach County for him, myself and a group of other Black professionals. When no one else believed in him, I was a member on the chamber board. They were talking about hosting everybody but Gillum for the chamber. And this is the major white chamber here. And I said, well, what about Andrew? Oh, well, we don't know how to get in touch with him. Don't worry, we'll make it happen. And I got him in front of them within 2 weeks. And so I say all that to say that it's important for me to not only work I've done the work as a paid consultant, but I've done the work as a volunteer and as a community member. And I would do it every day as a volunteer and a community member for candidates that support and is going to make an impact in our community. And so I've been told over the years and asked, will you run? Will you run for office? I'm like, no, I kind of enjoy being in the background and just, I'm an operative. I'm going to, get folks elected. That's my job. I get folks elected. But so many people said, no, you're an important community voice. You've been doing so much. It's time for you to step up. And so I really had to think about and pray on, and this opportunity came up and I said, okay, well, it's not a heavy lift, but it could be a good start. Let me test the waters. And so I accepted the call and announced on Earth Day, April 22nd, that I was going to run for Palm Beach Soil and Water Conservation District. And I had to really think about the connection to agriculture, to water, which is very imperative to all people. But our community don't pay attention to water. Think about Flint. We don't pay attention to ag issues in Florida. We are the 10th largest agriculture industry in the country. South Florida is the second largest economic engine for the state of Florida from agriculture. So it's a $1.38 billion industry. We're not paying attention to that. And so I felt that it was an opportunity to have a voice when it comes to our environment. We don't have that many voices, Black voices in our environmental issues. So it was a great opportunity for me to be in that space and bring that information to our community, but also bring our voices to that space. How do I bring our people to the table about these conversations? So those are the things that propelled me to run. And I was surprised because I didn't raise much money. I think I raised all of $5,000. And it was a countywide race. But again, it's a testament of the work that I've been doing. And I got 60% of the vote, 66% of the vote. Over 390,000 voters in Palm Beach County voted for me. My bragging rights is that I got more votes than Donald Trump in Palm Beach County.
Well, you know, I told you that for some reason, the energy down here in South Florida, I knew you were going to win. Don't ask me how I know. It was almost matter-of-factly, like it's going to happen. So congratulations. I'm happy that that worked out for you. And that's a phenomenal story to show how the works that you've done over the years continue to build you toward a particular trajectory. Like that's one of my major takeaways, how, you know, slow and steady. If you continue to do the work, continue to stay in your lane, build and expand, but remain within that space that's yours, how it continues to lead to greater opportunities. What are your goals after accomplishing so much? What are your goals for 2021? What do you do now?
Well, on a personal front, I'll be celebrating my 41st birthday next month. So on a personal front, I am hoping to become a mother this year, or at least leading into the next year. So that's something that I'm definitely, you know, taking personal time to really just work on that part of my life. The second thing, from a professional goal, I really want to, well, from political goal, I want to continue to be a part of the process, continue to inform and educate people in our community. So I take my oath of office on January 28th, and from there it all begins. And I invite you all to be a part of this journey for the next 4 years with me, as I'll be creating an environmental roundtable. So I'll be inviting people from various parts of the community to become a part of this roundtable, and we'll, you know, talk about issues that impact individual communities within Palm Beach County as it relates to environment and water and agriculture issues. And so that's one of the things I'll be doing. From a professional standpoint, Cannabisiac is my new baby. So I plan on really growing, no pun intended, that particular business. And again, getting more women, more Black folks, more minorities into the cannabis space nationally and globally. So being a part of that, and then continue to grow my agency. The Mosaic Group, we have some great people that I just brought on board. We're looking at a national expansion plan. One of my new execs that I just brought on is on the West Coast, so developing Mosaic West. So it's a lot going on. And I do have, I'm going to be co-authoring an entrepreneurial book that'll be published in June. So look out for that. And I'll be also publishing the marketing mashup as well. And at some point, I'm gonna get to Serial Data Part 2. I just haven't gotten there yet, guys.
Well, let me just tell you that I am the co-chair of the Environmental Justice Committee for the Florida Brownfields Association. So your non-heavy lifting just got heavy.
Well,
All of the connections are coming through. Look at
yes,
that.
Ms. Donna, you'll be one of my first guests because I will be doing a monthly podcast on environmental called, it's going to be Conservation Conversations. So you will be one of my first guests.
And you will be one of my first guests on our monthly meeting because it's very, very important. Environment is very, very important. We don't even think about it every day. We should, but we don't. And so welcome to the environmentalist. Hey, Jenny, are you on? Jenny Nazer is my environmentalist co-buddy. And so, yeah.
I'm here. I just typed thank you to Ms. Anne Marie Sorrell for her work on the environment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Irma Terry, she's probably on too. She's part of the Environmental Justice Committee for the Florida Brownfields Association.
Oh, excellent.
You just got inducted, my friend.
Okay. Listen, I know it's important, and I'm honored. So yes.
That's beautiful alignment. I went in closing. What is the word of wisdom that you can impart? Something, whether it's even if it's just for you, right? That you can share. But what would those words be?
So it sounds like a lot, and it is, guys. It really is. And I've had people tell me, "You're doing too much. You're doing the most," you know. But one of the things that I say, and I always think back to two things. I always try to do a check to say, okay, is this God ordering my step, or is this my ego? And so I always pray that it's God ordering my step, and that everything is in alignment with this purpose that I'm here for. So I would say to anyone who has an idea, has a burning desire for something, whatever that something is, it could be multiple things. Like me, I have multiple burning desires and ideas, clearly. Go for it. Go for it. The last thing you want to do is get to a point in life, because nothing is guaranteed. One day we're here, one day we're gone, or one day we're in our best mind and the next day we may not be, right? So whatever it is that you have that drive and willingness to do, go for it. Go to the beat of your drum. Don't listen to naysayers. Just really dive into it, but learn more about it, and then pray that God will order your steps and that you will attract the people necessary to walk that path with you. And then lastly, I would say, just continue to be authentic. I do a mentoring thing with the South Florida Business Journal called Mentoring Mondays, and women come and it's like a speed mentoring. And I had 4 women last year ask me about authenticity and how to be their authentic self. And I'm like, you should always show up as you, all day, every day. All day, every day, no matter what room you're in, no matter what situation, show up as yourself, your authentic self. You don't have to be someone else to be successful. You don't have to put on a front or facade to be successful. Just be exactly the amazing person that you are every single day. So just be authentically you, is what I would leave everyone with.
Thank you, Anne. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had the opportunity of hearing from one of South Florida's best, probably one of our nation's best, if you give it another 4 to 10 years. We don't know where you may end up being, but we are thankful and happy for the opportunity. And thank you for allowing us to interview you. Please give her another round of applause. And again, you all have a wonderful rest of the afternoon and continue to enjoy the F.R.E.S.H Book Festival.
Thank you very much. And Anne, I wanted to let you know that the president of the Daytona Beach chapter of Delta Sigma Theta is on the Zoom call today.
Ooh, see, I got my red.
I see. I tried to be neutral because I was coming from a Lynx meeting. I don't want to wear green.
And Angie B wanted to just give out a little sisterhood shout, baldness sisterhood shout. Yeah.
My favorite bald woman, Angie B. Love you, love you. Hey, Barty, I miss you guys.
We miss you.
Thank you very much for being on. And as always, we will be in touch really, really soon.
Thank you, everyone. This has been fun.
Thank you, Adrienne. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
And so up next on deck, who is it? It is L.D. Robinson and Francesca Penn. Are you here?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Francesca. I see you. And so, how are you? Francesca is an award-winning romance / almost erotica writer. And L.D. Robinson, of course, we've met for the past 2 days. She's a writer, a publisher, a designer, and I will let them do the rest of the introduction. So thank you, L.D. Robinson and Francesca Penn. Welcome to the 2021 Fresh Book Festival, which is virtual and international.
Thank you so much, Donna. My name is LD Robinson, and I have the pleasure of being with one of Ladero Press's, one of our first authors. I believe Francesca was our third author that I signed to the company. And so she's been through the mountains and the valleys, a lot of valleys, as I figured this out. I'm gonna read a bio and we're gonna get started. Francesca Penn lives in Texas with her husband and son. While obtaining her technical writing degree, a creative writing course in playwriting elective reawakened her desire to create stories. Her brain lives in fiction. Even the songs she listens to on the radio have music videos in her head. When she is not writing, she can be found hounding her loved ones with multiple what-if scenarios. As a true closet romantic, she is prone to filling up her DVR with Hallmark movies. A friend once told her she trained the whole 20+ years she'd known her to write romance since her nose was always in a love story. Francesca believes that love is colorblind and plans to provide a mix of couples of different races and ethnicities because to her, men are like Skittles, and we all know their motto. If you want more, she can be found at author Francesca Penn. Welcome today, Francesca.
Hi, thank you for having me. How are you?
I am well. It's good to talk with you again. As always, we chat back and forth, but it's good to have you here at Fresh Book Festival. It's your first Fresh Book Festival, and so it's a great year to be, as Fresh is virtual and international, and this its 10th year. So welcome.
Oh wow! Well,
yeah,
thank you.
Quite special. Quite special.
Oh yeah, that's very special. I'm excited.
From the bio, we know that you write erotica. I want to ask you, how did you get into erotica? It's not like every day somebody wakes up and says, you know, I think I'll be erotica. I'll write erotica. I don't have anything else to do.
By accident.
How did you get into erotica and the genre that is, and was it planned?
No, it was an accident. So for me, basically, I read a lot of romance novels. And then so as it progressed, I started off with, the usual Harlequin, Daniel Steele and stuff. But as it progressed, now with the more contemporary authors, I was like, you could say that word in a romance novel. So so when I started to write, I did try to keep like the realistic expectations of would a person's thoughts be this clean? And a lot of times they're not. So I just try to keep it more realistic. And then I didn't realize it was erotica until I gave it to you. So I was like, yay, I wrote a love story. So I was like, oh, okay.
I remember that conversation of classify your work. And so with every author, we always want to make sure that we have it categorized properly. And so the conversation about romance and erotic romance, we came to a place of understanding.
Yeah.
Well, you have had a lot of success with your books. And in 2 years, you have released almost 17 books. At one point, I was looking online, and I think out of the top 50 books on Kindle in African American erotica, I believe 7 of those were yours. And that says a lot. I mean, you were in some pretty great company, alongside Zane and others, and that's a pretty good spot to be for a new author. How do you keep up with all those characters in your head? I mean, to put out 17 books that are consistently rated well by the readers, how do you keep up with all those people in your head?
Once at first they're just an idea, like the person, or like it will be from like a situation or something like that. But then once I sit down and name them and determine who they are, it's like meeting other people. It's hard to confuse one with the other for me. So as soon as their story unfolds or who they are becomes more apparent, it's easy to keep up with them because they're all different to me. So I guess 17 books, that's a lot of characters. So I guess like how a parent knows the difference between their twins.
Yeah.
So each is unique in experiences and the things they go through. It's easy. And then a lot of reasons what happened is my brain sets me up because I'll think of like this scene or this moment and I'm like, I really need to put in a book, or I have a concept of a book. And I'll say, okay, I'll write the introduction so it's there.
Mm-hmm.
And then next thing you know, it's like 7 chapters later. And I'd also, when I had gone to one of the other festivals, the guy, he was I believe a therapist, and he had written a book or whatever, and he was just talking about ways of being effective. And then he was saying that even as a writer, if you're going to procrastinate, because all of us do, I think it's like embedded in writer DNA to procrastinate at some point. He says procrastinate with a new project. So if you're ignoring these characters, at least get some of these characters out. And then so that ended up happening. And that's how, I guess, with the output, because for example, just this past summer, I released The Summer Boyfriend, but the book that I was writing in parallel to him was ready as well, and they happened to be friends. So I was like, I'll just give both a few weeks apart. So yeah, it's really just once I name them, they become their own person per se. So it's kind of hard. It's easy to keep up with who they are and what happens.
Well, you told us that you've got these characters and these stories in your head. When it comes to erotica, it really how do you determine how much to unveil in your character's thoughts and actions versus how much to leave to readers' imaginations?
Well, like, okay, even with erotica, right, there's this fine line between Cinemax and Playboy.
Mm-hmm.
So do you still need the story and the plot there? So it's more about character when you're setting up the characters and the scenes. So not every sex scene is necessary. Even in erotica, it's okay to fade to black. They get the point, So, and that's what happens. Some people write. I've seen some other authors, unfortunately, even though it's in the erotica section, some people are still looking for a story because the marketing of a romantic erotic book versus this is just going to be like penthouse letters is two different things. And, people have two different expectations. So I try to focus on the story. And then eventually I ask myself, is this necessary to the overall story? And then when it is, so sometimes I still incorporate fade to black because it's like, okay, you got it. You had an explicit scene here. There's an explicit scene there. We get the idea. So that's what I try to incorporate. And so, like I said, I just try to keep it realistic, in a sense, because when people are with the person that they love or that they want to be with like that, it's not, everything is not always so like vanilla in their head. It's really not.
I like the way you phrase that. So
It's not so
vanilla in
vanilla.
there. With almost 8 billion people on the earth.
Right, everyone's thoughts aren't as clean. So I just try to.
I imagine that.
So go ahead.
You talked a little bit about sort of the differences, the ability to fade to black, right? And so we have all these categories of romance. What is the difference, in your opinion, between erotic romance and romance? Because I read a lot of books, because I'm a reader, but I also read a lot of material because of being a publisher. And so making sure that books are, fall into the right category matters. And so some romance still has, those sexy scenes, right? So what's the difference between erotic romance and just, say something along the line of a desire, right?
I used to read those too. Word choices, like I do believe it boils down to word choices and usage. So like for me, the first book, Take It or whatever, it was erotic, but like Nick wasn't as raw as his brother. So I tried to vary it based on because individuals are all different. But yeah, to me the biggest difference is word usage, because romance is it's still romanticized, less F words, more flowery, and then the erotic, lack of a better word, some people will say, or like if a person reads romance and then they jump to erotic, some people will be like, "Whoo, that was a lot for me," or "That was a little vulgar," and it's just like, but these are the words that people use in these situations. Everyone doesn't walk around call it making love. They use a 4-letter word, add an ing, and then keep it going. So yeah, it's definitely word choice and how it is. And I also think like sometimes in romance, even if the ladies they're like cute and quirky, or people like they're almost perfect, and so all the other like baser thoughts aren't there. Like they're really not going to be step out of a princess type of role. And sometimes in my books, the ladies' mouths are almost as bad as the men sometimes, because some women mouths are just as bad as men. So yeah, it's definitely the word choices and like what you allow your characters to go through.
Okay, fair enough. I will say, as the publisher and editor of your first several books, I have had to read your manuscripts. I've read them multiple times. By the time we get to publication, the book has been read, 5 or 6 times. I'm pretty sure that I am stuck on Dex's gift to Kayla, in Admit It. How do you prepare to write a sexy scene? I mean, the idea of Dex gifting Kayla, and you have to read Admit, everyone. I mean, it's a Fresh Book Festival, so with him gifting her, like, how do you write, how do you prepare to write a sexy scene? I mean, it's in your head and the characters are there. How do you go to that imaginative place of total sort of erotica and abandonment to get this scene on paper?
You know, I wish that I had like some special way, but I really don't. I just let the characters guide it. Now, don't get me wrong. Some books have started from, ooh, I have this sex scene in mind. So that, you know, it starts from there, but it's just, you know, the idea. And then there's times when I'm writing and there's a sex scene that's not supposed to be there and it just pops up. So I try to keep it, um, some are inspired by music. Because in Admit It, let's go back to Admit It with Dex. Dex told her to give him 3 songs and she'll sleep for the rest of the night. And he meant it. So so the music, sometimes the music can inspire it, but I really don't have preparation for the sex scene per se. I just have to not be grumpy. Like if I'm not feeling well, or if I'm hurt in some kind of way or annoyed, the sex scene is just not gonna happen. It's just like, let me go move to a more emotional part, ruin someone's life. So I just have to not be grumpy. I mean, because I don't really do the, because you know, even within erotica, there is like darker erotica, um, where people get to like BDSM, or there's bully romances, and then there's what I've learned lately. They call them dubcon and non-con. So it really, that fine line of dark romance to where a reader may be uncomfortable. So maybe if you're doing dubcon, which is dubious consent, if y'all don't know, if y'all haven't heard that, maybe if you're doing dubious consent, where you have kind of like the what's that movie that everyone's in love with now? The 365, the net with the guy kidnaps the girl. So unless you're doing something like that, I don't think being in a bad mood is good for writing erotica, especially one of those scenes, because it will probably lead to something rougher like that. But overall, just not to be in a bad mood is usually just fine. Like I don't do any kind of special preparation. Um, Sometimes I will reread it, you know, like reread leading up to that scene to kind of like follow their mindset and how they feel, and if this sex scene is going to be significant in any kind of way. Because sometimes the scene is led by the significance of the moment. Like for example, in the Christmas one, Xmas and O's, uh, he was dealing with a girl who never had an orgasm before, and it was his job to make it happen. So when it comes to stuff like that, um, you know, there are like certain songs or things I thought about, or what I felt he needed to do to get her to that moment. So I'll like look into that, because she was one of those people who thought too much. So he had to like continue to, so I looked up like sense confusion and stuff like that, what people would do. But outside of a little research, no, I have nothing special. In fact, a lot of times if I wander off in a book to pick it up to come back for later, it's usually in the middle or right before a sex scene. I'll disappear for a little bit and then come back and be like, okay, let's do this.
Fantastic. So we talked a little bit before about your books and the fact that they sell well. as a publisher, that's always a good thing. But I think as an author, it is it has to be gratifying to know that there are people who want to purchase your book, who want to read the next book. You have a group called Pens Pals, and I peek into that group ever so often and see that readers want to know, like, okay, so why did you do this and why did you do that and when is this book coming out? Having those books sell, and you primarily do that digitally through Kindle. How did it feel the first time you saw a bestseller tag against one of your books?
It was shocking, like, because I did not have any expectation of it whatsoever, because I got it with the very first book. Take It was the first bestseller tag that I saw, and I was like, wow, these people don't even know me. Like, I really just put this book, we just put this book out. I think it happened you put it out, and then the next day I got the bestseller, and I was just sitting here like, wow. So it was shocking. Like, it's a really cool feeling, but yeah, it's very shocking. Like, they don't even know me, and then you get because some of these readers, they don't. I mean, I wasn't emailing Danielle Steele or Nora Roberts or Sandra Brown. Like, I didn't speak, but now readers will find you on Facebook, or some will DM me while reading to give me their thoughts chapter by chapter. And I'm just like, okay, thanks. So
I've seen some of the posts in Pens Pals, and I'm thinking, I wonder how she's dealing with that one, because people can be very frank in their opinions about characters. I mean, Kayla's pretty hated,
Oh my gosh, you would think I wrote a whole villain.
Next is pretty loved, and I think if they can scratch Kayla out of the book, they just scratch her out.
They really
they're writing
would.
their own name, something like that.
And I learned, I was like, oh, I made him too perfect. He's a chef that can put you to sleep in 15 minutes. Like, he's too perfect. He's rich. I was just like, I need to give him flaws. So I do make sure that my other guys have flaws, because he was like this Saint Dex. He could do no wrong.
I think that will always be a book that people go back to and say, you know what? I started, this grabbed me and made me a Francesca Pin fan. You are also a hybrid author. You are traditionally published, but you also self-publish. We talked about your very prolific writing and the fact that I, as a publisher with other people, could not keep up with the pace. And so we had a very frank conversation about your writing and what you should do in order to get these characters that you're putting on paper, get them out to the world. And so we had that conversation about self-publishing, what you needed to do. We walked through the process of helping you do that. What advice do you have to authors who want to straddle both worlds, be published by a publishing house and self-publish? And what lessons do you have from doing both of those? I know I certainly have lessons being the publisher. Unfortunately for you and one of our other authors, my grandmother was in the midst of transition when your books were being released. And so that meant a couple of things in terms of how much attention was given to your release. And so we were still surprised by the fact that Take It did so well,
Right.
and has done well. And in the midst of all of that. So What advice do you have to people who maybe want to self-publish, or they want to be published by through a publishing house? And what are some of those lessons on either one?
So lessons, not just working with you, but talking to other authors. One of the things that what I've learned is the big deal is read your contract, know your terms with your publisher, and know where you stand, because I've seen so many people get with the wrong publisher and their life is just miserable, but they're locked into 3 more books. And then that also is bad, because if they have a bad relationship with their publisher and they're locked into 3 more books, let's just face it, that publisher's going to get substandard books because they're just trying to do the basics to get out of their contract. So read the contract is definitely a big thing, to make sure it even, I don't even know if all publishers allow authors to be hybrid. So that's one thing. 2, I feel that if a person is self-published, they can know what all it entails, and they can possibly they can understand their publisher more, because without communication, the author, especially if they're just like, I read a book, here, give it to the publisher, when is it going to come out? They don't know every
Next
little
week.
step in the process. Right.
Yeah.
And so like
Next week.
I've
It's a good
even
week.
I've even had like some authors, because I think it's because of the volume that I have out. I think other authors forget that I am not some seasoned author who's been doing this for 7 years or anything like that. I'm still fairly new. The first book came out October of 2018. So I'm a new author, but some other authors, they complain to me like, I've been on the scene forever, and it's just like, don't let the every other month releases fool you. I'm still pretty new. But they come and they complain because they went with a indie publisher route, and they'll have like these complaints because they haven't self-published yet and they don't know the process or whatever. So like, for example, I think one author was mad that she gave her book to her publisher, and now she's hearing from this editor, and it's like, what's your publisher's job to get your book edited, whether
Yes. Yes, that is our job.
they're gonna provide an editor. That's their job, to provide an editor. And editors are gonna have their own opinions. Now, how far your publisher wants the editor to be in your business, ask them that. I was like, because if you look at, I don't know who are the big guys like Penguin or Avon or stuff like that, their editors have the power to go in there and say, these first 3 chapters suck, drop them. And so that's also another difference though too, because when you have the indie editor telling you to do this, you're like, dude, I don't have a 200K advance from you in my account. I have other stuff to do. I just can't be, so I've seen that where like some of the publishers, they don't communicate the process to their authors, therefore their authors don't understand the process. But when you self-publish, you kind of understand the process, because also one of the great tips for self-publishing is get more than one opinion. If you say, hey, I need an editor, and the first editor come to you and they're like, we're going to charge you $1,000, great. Don't just assume that's the norm, because I've seen that as well. Like, you try to engage with an editor and they want to charge you publishing house prices, and it's like, you're not in a publishing house. So all the stuff that comes along with being in a major publishing house does not come with this $1,000 edit. My book's not going to be promoted by y'all, so it's like, so that's also a tip for indie editors too. You can't come independent is to tell these indie authors who also have other jobs and other stuff to do along with writing books that you want to charge them $5 a page. That's not happening. You're not going to get any business. You might as well go reapply to whatever publishing house you just left. It's not happening. So realistic expectations is another thing that I would tell an incoming author, because it's like, you're not going to drop a book. Ideally, you're not going to drop a book and then be E.L. James or one of these other people. If it happens, great, but don't expect that your first book is going to make you millions of dollars, unless you just have that kind of luck. Because being an author is like any other industry. When you see these people and they're famous, they're like in a small percentage of what's actually out there. So patience is one thing, because that's another thing I've learned with being a self-published author. I don't release release dates. I do not make promises on when something's going to come out until I have all of the facts per se. So if I give it to the editor, until we talk about schedule and all the other stuff, I don't say this is going to be out next week, because I think that's one of the perks of being, you put your own release date pressure on yourself. So if you don't have to, don't do that.
It's a lesson learned from a publisher's standpoint as well, because you don't know that things may change, right? We set release dates for Take It, only to find out that, I would be a caretaker for my grandmother, and that meant, something else completely different in terms of expectations. And you don't like to disappoint authors, because things happen. I mean, one of the things we've seen in the case of COVID with publishing here in the past 8 or 9 months, is everybody's been impacted. And so dates that we set for books, we were impacted by our printer and distributor, their timelines changing, things that we could get, sort of out to market, within 5 days, suddenly became 15, 30 days. And so those impacts against dates and timelines really happen. And that's a lesson that I had to learn, because I'm a planner. And so planning for releases, when you have multiple books that are being worked on, multiple authors who want to see their books in print, I've had to, back up a little bit and say, push things out a bit farther, set an expectation that the book will get released, but when, that is like completely different. That's a new goal for 2021.
Yes, I'm a big fan of winter, summer, fall. Like, I'm not telling you the month until I know exactly. Yes, because like even with me, I had my dad died all of a sudden right when we were releasing the Valentine's Day book. And I literally was at his funeral the day before, just to turn around and have to be like, new book out, yay, And so it kind of stopped some of the writing for a moment there, because it's just like, didn't feel like it. And so when we did the Summer Boyfriends, that's because that was actually done. It was like technically the second book, because I did it right after Take It, and it was just sitting there. So I was like, why don't we just work to get this one out instead of me actually writing? And then so that's why I had to release that statement to the readers about where these two books came from. And it also explains why they don't have Chase It yet, because Chase It was the book I was working on. I was just like, I don't feel like it. So I had to like find creativity with other projects. Now I can go back to Chase It and to work on that so that we can get it out. But yeah, it's like things happen and life happen, and I don't know if the people expect authors just to be these machines, but we're people too, and our life catches up with us sometimes. And so that's why, that's one of the things about that's good with being like in the author, or at least having a publisher that understands that life happens. So this release date, it sounded great in theory, but it's not going to happen.
Yes, we've had a few of those that sounded great in
I
theory.
still get emails, like people find me, they're like, oh my God, I just read Take It and Admit It. Because, I get it. Take It came out October 2018. Admit It came out January 2019, somewhere around there. And they're like, where's Chase It? And I'm like,
it's coming
on my computer.
It's coming.
Still, it's there. I mean, but stuff happens. In the meantime, why don't you join Xmas and O's or one of these other projects that are out?
So what wisdom do you have for
I can hear you.
authors?
I can hear you, but I'm gonna plug up my computer real quick. Go ahead with the question.
What wisdom do you have for authors who desire to write erotica? I mean, they've got these thoughts in their minds and they think this would make a great story. Maybe they are hesitant because of what their friends and family will think about them being erotic writers, right?
Right.
We've frequently talked about your mom reading your books and her eyebrows
like,
going back to her head, like, did you really have to write that?
You are so nasty.
What advice do you have to someone who wants to, and the field is wide open, right? I think that's one thing in terms of digital platforms, be it Smashwords, be it Barnes and Noble, be it Apple, Amazon, Kobo. Being on the digital platform is very easy. And so because it's so easy, there's also a great span in terms of quality of what we see. And so what advice do you have for authors who want to enter into this space, who, of writing erotica?
Well, if they're really worried about what their family and friends are going to think, I would say use a pen name. I also say, as much as your friends and family love you, they're not going to be the ones buying your book. Therefore, they cannot control your monetary desires. I mean, don't read it. But if you're willing to, be frank with your family. I mean, because when my dad was alive, he knew the books and he knew the idea of the content. He would tell people I write books, but he wasn't going to read it because he was just like, I'm good. Nope. And then so when he saw my mom reading it, he was like, are you serious right now? And then my mom would get to the point, like, she was fine with Nick because, Nick wasn't as in your face, he still had his own things to work through. But when she got to Dex, the wild brother, she was just like, she would hand me the book and be like, yeah, take me to when this scene is over. So I've actually even seen an erotic romance author. She has went through her books and parent-proofed them, where I guess she cut scenes or fade to black in those areas, where if a person wanted to discuss a book with their parent but didn't want to see all that, they can give them the parent version. I mean, so that's an option. I mean,
They sort of take off the explicit label, right? Warning, explicit. Oh, no, this is sort of general romance.
It's a double work. But for me, it's basically like, look, I pretty much took one of my playwright professors' advice into consideration, and it's true. I'm not doing it. It's my characters. I didn't say it. It's my characters. And it's true because honestly, in real life, all day, every day, I do not speak like my characters at all. Like, so it's them, it's their story, it's their thoughts and their actions. And then so I just say, either have a frank conversation with your family and friends, be like, listen, you have children, I'm a product of you, or stuff like that. You know how we all got here. It's just, stop playing. Because I'm sure my mom has some stories. So it's like, lady, don't front with me. There's 6 of us. Leave me alone. But but yeah, I would say either be honest with your family or do a pen name and release it, because you don't have to share it, at least not in the beginning, because they're not going to be the ones that are making you the bulk of your money. So, so that would be my advice. But yeah, you gotta let the character tell their story. It's not your story. Stop inserting yourself into your character. Let them be free. So if them being free requires erotic, because everyone has their own threshold of what they like to do in their free time, then that is just that. So yeah, either be honest with your family, create a pen name, because they're not going to make you your money anyway.
Well, we appreciate your time today, and we are going to open it up for questions. If you have questions for Francesca, we invite you to put them in the chat box. She'll happily answer them for you. Any questions?
Well, my erotica sister, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
So I have the biggest problem is I do too many other things besides write. But when when your characters are when people are always when you write a certain portion of your book, right, that you thought would never have any reaction. Tell me about mine was an abortion scene, right? So tell us about one of your scenes you wrote that you just wrote and thought would never have any kind of reaction from people, but you get email on it all the time.
I would say my most recent one was the most that I thought was going to be a big deal, but I got the most pushback on is when I recreated, because I entered a series. It's called Once Upon a Villain, and you take a famous villain, give them a second chance, and retell their story. I chose Loki, the mischievous Norse god, and when I wrote him, just based off of what you read, because even Norse mythology, Greek mythology, it doesn't really change much. The gods are rude. They do what they want. So when I wrote Loki in that way, they were like, oh my gosh, he's abusive, he's a rapist. And it's just like, he's in tune with everything she thinks. He knows before she knows. He's a god. You're aware of that, right? So it was actually that, like, because most of my books, while they're, romance erotica, there's, I guess, quite a bit of comedy in it, because usually a takeaway from some of my books is, it's always that how they're funny and how, like, these mishaps had them laughing. And Loki wasn't as funny. He was serious. So I didn't think it was, so that's it. I didn't think he was going to be a big deal, because what it was is his wife was reincarnated into a human woman, and he had to find her to make her immortal again, to make her a goddess. And so he acted in those senses and made her, treated her like he would treat her if she was a goddess. And people saw it as like abusive or whatever, because the human part of her brain wasn't really grasping that there's a god following me around. So she freaked out and she ran off, and like she went to like this remote island, and he just manifests there, and he's like, what part of God didn't you understand? Like, did you think I was regional, or like what were you doing? So they tried to paint him as this, like, the dude from Enough, or what's the other one, Sleeping with the Enemy. He was not like that at all, because he would sneak up and have sex with her. It's just like, it's his wife. But that book, and that's the section when they have, because when she said, no, this is too much, she wasn't talking about the sex. She was talking about how could she feel so connected with a person she just met, because her human brain was trying to understand something on a godly level, but it just went over readers' heads, and he's now my most abusive and rapey character. So I actually had to go put a dubious consent warning on there, even though I don't write dubious consent or dark romance. So it's just like, so that was it. That had the biggest reaction that I did not expect. Like, it was just I stressed people out in under 300, under 30K. I had people stressed out. It was a novella.
And I have a character named Rodney that everybody loved. Who was really a terrible person. But, you know, they just, I mean, I don't know why they loved him, but
they love the terrible ones. I don't.
Yeah, I was like, he's a rat. What's up with that? But so tell me a character that you wrote purposefully to be not such a nice person, but you know, everybody fell in love with him or her.
I would say my meanest. Well, I think it's still Loki, but my meanest guy that I purposely wrote mean because I was gonna, you know, try the subgenre bully romance where this guy's just terrible, but he falls the hardest. So that was Hell on Earth. His last name was Hell, Hale. So Hell on Earth. Oren was very mean in the beginning. And I warned my readers about that, and some were big triggered. I got a couple of DNFs, did not finish. It's like, oh, suck it up and finish. It's like, get to the next chapter, right? But yeah, so, but the characters, the people who did loved him to death because they saw his progression. And when I was in the beta process, his dad was like a total rat, and people were trying to be like, oh, but I want to know about Mr. Hale. So I had to actually make him worse to the point where he was unredeemable so they can take focus off of this dude. It's like, he's not a good guy. He's not. And it's crazy that they do that because in one of the other books, I had this complete sweetheart. And he people were all about his brother. The one with the, you know, tattoos, cursing everybody out, flicking people off at funerals. They wanted to know more about him. So I actually had to make him a bigger character that warranted a book because they wanted the jerks. Also, since I write, you know, hodgepodge of the different races, like I switch it up and everything like that. So one of the issues though is when people want these stories, they want this villain or this alpha guy. But if the male, like if I do interracial, right, and the guy is just his normal self and he's white, people start looking for degradation of Black women, slave master mentality, la la la. And it's like, how did you bring that mindset to an interracial novel? Like it really says Black woman, white man. How did we get here? So that is actually one of the tricks. So then I have to create more non-Black people just to make the story go. Like if, for example, if I have a ex-boyfriend who's a total jerk and he really is a bad guy, he cannot be Black. He has to be something else. Because if she gets with the white guy, I've had readers push back and be like, oh, so all Black guys are terrible. It's like, did not say that. Did not say that. This one Black guy is. He's terrible. And so, right, that's one of the irritating parts about writing an interracial romance sometimes is people look for things because the people are different races that aren't there.
I think speaking of that, I remember a thread about one of the characters and one of the relationships. And I thought, you know, if you've been out with someone more than once, if you've dated anyone, you know, if you've dated more than a couple guys, that's probably a good reason that you're not still dating the first guy. It may not be something awful, but it's part of life, right? We all meet people who are less than stellar in being their authentic selves. You know, they're just really just not, you know, nice guys. And that's whether they are Black men, whether they are white men, whether they're Latino men, you know, it doesn't matter. You know, we all meet someone who, you know, is simply, you know, they're just not, you know,
not good for you at all.
They're not good for you.
Yeah, and that's for like one book, and then it's crazy that you have to make those conscious decisions because it's like, dude, if he's Black and a serial killer, he's Black and a serial killer. Enjoy the story, but you do like in the other Spring Summer Fallen, I made the ex-boyfriend Asian because I knew he was gonna be bonkers. Because had I made an ex-boyfriend Black, it would have been so that's one of the things about doing interracial romance. It's just people look for stuff that's not there. And so that can be something that you have to navigate. So that's also another tidbit of information for anyone. If you're gonna do interracial, do not make the pervy ex Black. Let him be something else. Anything but Black, because people tend to think that sometimes if it's an interracial, it's anti-Black love, and that's not the case. It's just sometimes you happen to fall for someone who's not Black. But great tidbit. So most of my villains are non-Black because they can't be without my readers crucifying me. Because I did it too. I even tested it because in the first summer boyfriend, the ex-boyfriend was Asian. No one said nothing about T.O., right? So then the next summer boyfriend, I allowed him to still be Black, and he did terrible stuff through the entire book. And then when the white boyfriend gets mad and gets him fired, they're like, "Oh, so we have the white man fired a Black man." It's like, did you not read what he did in the first 20 chapters? So
yes.
That's a tip right there. Be mindful how you portray your Black men. Unless everybody's Black, be mindful how you portray your Black men.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Well, we are almost at the close. If there are no more questions, we want to thank you for your time today, Francesca. We are F.R.E.S.H is all about books along the spectrum. It's fiction, romance, erotica, spiritual, health and healing, and more. And so we have enjoyed a peek into the mind of an erotic romance writer this afternoon. And we wish you well and enjoy the rest of the festival, everyone. It's been a wonderful day so far, so enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank y'all for having me. It was fun.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
It's nice to meet somebody who else writes about good stuff.
Yes.
As her brother calls it, nasty.
Quit calling stuff carrot sticks, because that's not what it is.
Right. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
Quit calling it a thumper rumper.
Oh my gosh. Yes. I've seen so many names for it. It's just like, just call it what it is.
He had a good wiener. That's not what it is.
No.
Oh, God, I get so sick of that. So anyway, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Francesca. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
So up next is Constant Portier. Are you on? There you are. Yay. Welcome to the Fresh Book Festival 2021, virtual and international. We are very glad to have you here this afternoon. And Miss Portier is from Daytona Beach. And that's where we're bringing the Fresh Book Festival to you. And we're going to put you on speaker screen really quickly. And so, Constance, tell us all about who you are.
Well, I'm still trying to figure that out. But what I do know is I'm a veteran teacher with over 42 years, national board certified in music. And I am a founder of two choirs, one West Palm Beach at a church, St. John in West Palm Beach, called the Rosebuds Choir. And here I am the founder of the Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune Legacy Choir. Legacy Children's Choir, I should say, which is the only Black-based choir at a university of ethnicity in America. So we don't have any HBCU children's choirs per se, other than that little snippet. I am the wife of a very busy musician who just happens to be one of the directors at Bethune-Cookman University. I'm a musician. I sing and travel and direct and play for choirs. And my son is a musician, so I'm always going here and there, sometimes out of the country to see him perform. My daughter is a ghostwriter, editor, and I have two wonderful grandchildren, Chase and Cameron Huger, and 13 godchildren. So one of the things that is really different about me is I'm very easy to move into different situations, whether it be high school, middle, elementary, college. So I've done the gamut here and there over the years.
But you have a radio show too, you told me about.
Oh, yeah. So if you've ever heard of Auntie Connie on Sundays at 1 o'clock at Joy 106.3, I have a youth Bible study group to accommodate youth in a way that I'm not seeing them getting the attention that they need because of the pandemic. Most programs are geared to adults. And as we're not meeting in schools and churches, etc., I felt like the youth needed something special. So I'm Auntie Connie, and my grandchildren help me. My 6-year-old granddaughter does the scriptures. She reads the scriptures for the program, and my 12-year-old grandson gives the tips of the day. So we all are family.
That's wonderful. Is it once a week?
Yes, Sundays at 1 o'clock.
Right. I mean, people think that that is not a lot. That's a lot because you look up it's Sunday. So
Yeah.
so when do you find time to do it? You spend a special day is set aside or a special hour?
My husband produces it, so we work together with both of our schedules whenever he's ready to put things together. I get the materials to him and let him go for it, and then we send it over.
So you're a children's author. Tell us why you felt it was important to write children's books. That's the first question. And then tell us how your grandson became the lead character in most of the books.
Well, that's one and the same because whenever I did have time with my grandson, I would teach him things, read to him, and it's amazing the things that he taught me. For example, the first time he visited, he couldn't speak. By the next summer, he was speaking, and every night I would read to him from the Bible. During the day, I'd read other books. So one night I was beginning to read to him. He was just back from Atlanta and coming to visit me. I started reading a story, and he said, he was relaxed, his arms behind his head. It's like, no, read my story. I said, what story? He said, read my story. Now, remember the summer before, he couldn't talk. And I couldn't remember last year which part of the Bible he considered his story. And it just captivated my interest that this child who couldn't talk was able to remember from a year ago. So I prayed. I said, God, please help me. I know this child is getting frustrated. And he said, read my story. So I started with Genesis. In the beginning, God created. He was like, you don't even know my story. And so I started with the New Testament, John 1:1. And in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was, and he went, that taught me so much. And the early intervention with reading, flashcards, putting on phonics for entertainment became a natural part for him in the schedule here. So I can be in bed and he gets up before me and knows how to operate the electronic stuff. And he automatically went to his phonics videos and things of that nature. So back to the rest of the question, why do I feel so compelled to do that? When Chase went to kindergarten at 5 years old, he was reading on a fifth grade level. I don't think that's anything extraordinary because anyone who puts in the time gets the same benefits, and the child gets the most because you're preparing them for life. Not only that, the brain determines how much information it can take at one time from 0 to 5 or 6 years old. So the establishment of the capacity for children to even focus is already done before they go to kindergarten. So I'm like getting very passionate. I had two successful children and gifted, et cetera, et cetera. But today, as a teacher, especially in elementary school, I'm seeing children coming in way behind kindergarten level and 2 or 3 years above. So there's this big 7 year gap. I'm like, I need to talk to these people. They need to understand it's not the teacher's fault. Don't blame the teacher if they have to deal with the product that you brought to the table.
Yeah, that the our theory is that if you read, your child will read.
Yes.
They emulate what you do, right?
Exactly.
And so you have to not only read yourself, but read to them.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very important. And so, with your musical background, gives you a natural talent to tell stories, and your voice tells a story, of course, while you're singing. But you have to kind of condense all that and still give a book to a child that will keep their attention. How do you do that?
Well, for me, it's easy because all of the stories are nonfiction. So they're actually the life of a true child doing what children do. And that helps a lot because other children can identify with those activities. The wording itself, as I expressed about the 7 year gap, is contingent upon the student and how much they know. So when a parent asks me, well, what level is this? What grade is this? I said, it depends on the child. And I said, if your child is not reading on this level, which the first set, the Chase series is K through 2, I said, read to them until they can read it to themselves and read it back to you. So you're training them to read and they are learning to take over and be independent. So the second book that I wrote outside of the series is Chase's Musical Day. And I penned that third through fifth grade, but I did run it by a lot of students, let them read it and give me their, you know, ideas about what level they thought it was, how did they enjoy it, etc. So that works, especially with children being on electronics all the time, having to read instructions. And now with the school being at home and they're manipulating the electronics themselves, they know a lot more than I would when I was a child. So I don't like to just say this is a kindergarten level because I don't know the child yet.
When you wrote in levels, did you write in levels as to the age that Chase was?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Because as I said, Chase was on the fifth grade level when he went to kindergarten.
Oh, wow.
Cameron is 6 now and reading from the King James Version. In fact, everybody's invited if you want to listen in the last Sunday of this month. She will read from Genesis, the first chapter, the entire chapter. And I think that's phenomenal for a 6-year-old, because a lot of adults say, I can't understand that Bible. I don't read that. I just read an easy version of something of that nature. But that's not in my nature to, you know, go away from a standard that I've already set for one child and try another one with a different one.
So Cameron and Chase are brothers and sisters?
Yes.
Yes.
One of the books that I've written is called Chase Cuts the Gender Cake. And in that story, Chase gets up one day and goes to his mom and says, Mom, I finally figured out how I can have fun all the time, because he hated whenever his friends would leave. And she said, What is it? He said, We can have a baby. And she goes, A baby? And I'll talk to your dad and we'll see what happens. And then they come back one day and say, We want to talk to you. And he's giddy about it because he kind of figured out what was going on, heard rumors, overheard telephone calls about his grandmama saying something in the oven when nothing was in the oven. So he really plans to have a boy, and he has a very long list demonstrated in the book or illustrated in the book of all the things he's going to do with his brother. And people say, Well, Chase, what if it's a girl? What are you going to do then? So he went and wrote another list, and it was quite short. But when she was born, the first night at home, she cried, and he was the first one to get up and run to her because the parent, Carla, was just tired from having her. And he took her in his arms, and she looked dead in his eyes, and vice versa. And that's when he realized it was she who needed a brother.
That's fabulous. That's a good story. And so when you decided to write the series, how did you find your illustrator?
Well, my godmother lives in Chipley, Florida. I was visiting and she had a book. She said, Look at this book a friend of mine just wrote. And I went, Oh, the illustrations took over from the story of the book. And I was like, Who is this illustrator? I looked him up online, and we have been friends ever since. Now I'm the godmother of his baby. Yeah.
And you self-published through who?
I self-published through Amazon, but it was not a direct pen to publish experience for me. I started out, as I said, with the illustrator, and it was a good thing I did. I'll explain that later. And he was working for a company of a lady who had him as her illustrator for all of her children's books. Every client that she had for a children's book went to him. And I started backing up with time of getting some things done and trying to teach myself how to self-publish. As a result, I was running here and there, singing, directing, organizing. My husband, I'm trying to keep up with him and the band, and my son. He and I, my husband and I had to go out of the country, in the country, to, keep up with him, along with the, founding the choir and other things, and a full-time job teaching. So he said, Why don't you just go on and let her do it, and I'll give you a good reference. So I spoke to her and told her, Look, I want to self-publish. I need help. I have been looking at some things. I have some information, but I am getting behind my own personal schedule, and I'd like to see these things move on. So can you train me how to self? Oh, sure, I can do that. At the end of the day, she didn't use any of my ISBNs. And that was a big problem because everything drives the ISBN drives everything. So people weren't talking to me whenever I would call and try to market because the ISBN went to her. And so I realized I was in a pickle. I had to order my books from her. And then I realized she wasn't really publishing them. She would farm them out, her business out to some other company that actually published the book. So if I wanted a book, I had to order it from her, but she would get it from them, change the box, send it to me, charge me for the shipping, charge me for the book, charge me the taxes for what she had to pay from them and from her, the over cost of getting them to me. So out of pocket, I really wasn't making anything on the books for years. And one day I decided to stop and said, okay, that's it. I'll start over, finish the rest of the books on my agenda, and we'll take it from there. But she called me because she wasn't making money anymore. And why aren't you selling your books? You should be vending. You should be doing that. So I explained what I explained to you. She said, you know what? I do remember you saying you wanted me to help you self-publish. Now, this is thousands of dollars later because anyone who has a book know that they have spent thousands for just one. And these are 5 books in the series. So I'm like, I'm not spending another penny. After 3 years, my first check from her was $13.67. So we agreed to disagree. And the Lord reminded her of why I approached her. We made a contract, sort of like a divorce, and I went on my way. And then by then, my daughter, Carla, had started her own business and was able to help me actually get the book published. And that's how it started. They started rolling. We started doing one book at a time. I did have to change a little something, but I also added something because I wanted to put Black history in the book. So every book has a famous Black American featured. For example, the gender cake we were talking about, she told everybody that she sent a notice to go to Publix at 12 o'clock on Saturday. You will get a cake and take it home. You will cut the cake. Well, Chase was on vacation at our house when we went to pick it up, but we kept getting lagged in time because of the stoplights. And you know, when you're in a hurry and you have to sit there and wait, it's a lot. So that book highlights Garrett Morgan, who invented the stoplight. When he wanted to plan a party, which was our first book, Chase the Party Planner. The first book was Chase Plans a Party, but after I divorced the publisher, I just tweaked it, Chase the Party Planner. And Chase had all of the intentions of having a great time and having friends to play with. Children like to play. So when he asked me to have a party, I said, sure, you can have a party. And he was waiting for me to do everything. I said, well, who are you inviting? And he told me who he wanted to. I said, well, you need to write that down. I helped him spell out his list. He was doing pretty well without me. And then I said, well, what are you going to serve? Who are you? Okay, who's going to do this? Who's going to do that? What games, what activities are you going to do? How are you going to let them know? He did everything himself. And so he felt accomplished when he looked at his party. And I said, that was a great organizer. So he felt like Martin Luther King. And so there's a bio of Martin Luther King. All of the books also have activity pages, so children can doodle with activities focused on the content area of the book and the story behind it.
So Constance, tell our audience how they can reach you and how they can get copies of the books.
Okay, you can go through my website at constanceportierbooks.com. And Portier is Poitier. Or you can call 386-212-5507. And you will get yours truly.
And you will autograph the book and send it for. Yes. Very good. There's nothing like an autograph book. You know, an autograph book is worth money. I tell everybody you want to get a book autographed because, you know, if I'm not here, it's probably worth more money. So we put that in the chat box, constanceportierbook.com. Can we put the phone number in there too? Say it again.
386-212-5507.
Okay. Thank you, Constance. Thank you for being on F.R.E.S.H 2021 Virtual and International. I appreciate you.
Donna.
Thank you.
Hi, Donna Tucker.
Donna Tucker.
Primrose. Okay.
Everybody.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank
A copy of that book.
Great job, Connie. Great job.
Okay. Thank
Long
you.
time no see.
You gotta see her
Long
on
time.
There's 6 books all together, and all of them have illustrations, but I forgot to mention the parent tips. One of the passions that drove me to write the book. So I do parent programs where I speak to them and help them understand how to start children off at an early age. And we have to understand that a lot of parents just got out of prison. A lot of grandparents are having children that they need to take care of. Some people have death in the family, and other family members take the children who never had any intent to raise them, and they don't know what to do. So that's one of the loves of my life, opening that gate and letting them see what they can be as a parent and their accomplishments through the child.
Okay, thank you so much. Everybody, we have that in the chat room, all that information. Did you get it in there, LD? Okay, great. Thank you so much. It's in the chat room if you need it. Up next on deck is Elizabeth LaShawn. How are you? Elizabeth, you're on mute.
Hello. Hi.
How are you? Could you please introduce yourself to everyone?
Hi, I'm Elizabeth LaShawn. I am a Chi-Town queen. I live in Dallas now. I am the founder and CEO of May I Publishing, where I have published 5 of my novels. I've been part of 2 anthologies with 2 great pens you guys have had here at the F.R.E.S.H Festival, Keith Kareem Williams, and also my business partner and sister, K.R. Bankston, as well as D.K. Gaston. I am the co-founder of the Literary Evolution and Hard Candy Publishing. I'm a public speaker, a consultant, an author spotlight. So, Lighthouse.
Tell us about the evolution.
So Literary Evolution, that is something that me and K.R. Bankston established. We wanted something for African-American authors who are not in the popular genres to be showcased. So paranormal, fantasy, erotica, any genre. We really want to showcase independent authors and give them some way they can be seen and showcased. So that's Literary Evolution.
And how does one get involved with Literary Evolution?
We do have an email. We do have a Facebook page, an Instagram page. We did not have a festival this year because of the coronavirus. We did have one in 2018, which was really great in Atlanta. We normally have it annually in Atlanta. So we advertise it. You guys can always email us, thelitevolve@gmail.com. Again, thelitevolve@gmail.com, and get information about it when we have our next event.
Are you trying to do it virtual this year or no?
We did not do a virtual event this year.
Okay. You want to be in person in 2022?
Correct.
So tell us about the Lighthouse.
So the Author Lighthouse, yeah, the Author Lighthouse, how that came about, it's a popular saying, I agree with you. You're going to pay on the front end or the back end, but you're going to pay either way. And when you first decide to become an author, it is a very singular undertaking. You don't know where to start. It's not like you have a network. You don't have a tribe most times. And with any business, there are sharks out there that will take advantage of your naivete. They have gimmicks for ISBN and everything else, like Constance.
We just heard about that, yeah.
Right, or her experience, Constance, or she thought, and actually that person was getting money from her. So my goal as the Author Lighthouse is to pretty much navigate authors on their journey to becoming an author. It could be from how to write a book, that minute, to, okay, I've written a book, what do I do to self-publish? Or how do I get it to a publishing house? So I'm there to guide you to that journey.
So you have 5 books. Tell us about that genre and that journey.
Okay, so I have 5 books. 4 of them are part of the Love series. The Love series, all of my books are very emotional, thought-provoking. They're drama books. They have a mix of crime, romance in there. They are not your typical, I guess, romance books. They have a hot flair to them. And I always try to make each one of when you read my books, you're gonna think, you're gonna feel something, it's gonna pull at your heartstrings. That's my goal when you finish a book by me.
It's a series?
It is a series. So you have Inconvenient Love is the first book, Lethal Love, A Mother's Love, and Lionheart is the release that this year.
And you're going to keep the series going, or you got something new coming up?
I have 3 more books in that series that I'm working on. But I also am working, we haven't released even book 1 yet, but me and KR Bankston are working on book 5 of a series we're releasing called Daily Taboo that's coming out. So you're going to see a different blend where I'm more of the emotion, the thought, and she's more of the criminal mastermind. You see us blend.
So tell us about the other services you have for inspiring authors and published authors for that matter. I mean, how could you help somebody who's already published, and what are the steps you take a person who says, okay, I want to write a book, here's my first 10 pages?
Okay, so you see a thing say, hey, I want to write a book, here's my first 10 pages. I am going to be looking at that book for structure, character development. Do you know the elements of writing a book? Do you understand plot? Do you understand how to form, set in a scene? So those are things I'm gonna be looking for if you're brand new first 10 pages. If you have already published a book, maybe it wasn't successful, maybe you don't know I did it, but I didn't know what I was doing, I'm gonna do those same things with you. But it's not gonna be as much hand holding. Sometimes you're a new author, you need that encouragement. You need me to give you the basics. You need me to tell you it has to be chapters. You need to do characters. If you've already published, I'm going to try to, I guess, take you deeper. I'm going to try to make sure you're really honing your craft. Are these characters developed? Maybe this is where you did not go wrong and you did not go right in the manuscript. So I'm going to do more content editing for you, for lack of a better word. If you already
established. At one point, it probably was more hands-on, but now with the pandemic, are you doing virtual coaching?
Correct. I do virtual coaching. I also do with KR Banks, we have done master classes, and we gear those to different people. One of our master classes that we have done is really, what are the elements of writing a book? What do you need to write a book? Because you can have an idea, but have no idea to bring it to fruition. So our job is to help you to say, this is what you need to do to create a book. Now that you know, do you want to do it? Yes, I want to do it. Or no, you might just want to ghostwrite it. I mean, okay, this is a lot. I don't want to do it, but I would love for somebody to write it for me and bring it to life. And I provide those services as well.
When you decide to take on a client, what does that, you don't have to give us a full price, but what does that money look like?
I guess it depends on what kind of services that you're looking for. If you're looking for,
so you have an a la carte and you have some packages, is that right?
Correct. So my first thing is, what is your goal? So if you say, I want you to come and help me with your, because most of it is very vague. I want you to do my project. And I don't know where to go. I first recommend, let's just do a consultation. Let's do a 1-hour consultation. I'm going to charge you $75. We're going to sit and talk about what do you want to do? Because you might want to do ghostwriting. You might need somebody to hand hold and do those things for you. So if you want to ghostwrite, that also differentiates of how involved am I? Am I writing the whole manuscript or are we writing it together? So that price is going to vary, as well. If you want me to do the hand-holding author spotlight where I'm giving you encouraging words, you send me feedback and I respond to you once a week. Those are more of a monthly package that we would tailor and we talk about. So it just depends on, to me, where you're in the process and what do you need.
So do you have a variety of editors and illustrators in your tribe?
I don't offer editing services. I don't offer illustrating services. What I offer is getting you to the so I do more content editing and I refer you to editors. I do have editors I refer you to, but I do not provide that service or it's gone under me. I will refer you out and tell you these are people who I know. Always do your research with even who I refer you to, but I don't provide that service.
Okay, so let me just walk me through it. So I've given you my first 10 pages because we have a lot of first-time authors on the call. So I give you my first 10 pages. We do the 1 hour, $75 consultation. Then what? Then do you give me deadlines? Like I need your next 50 pages or I need your...
Yes, if you, now after that 1 hour consultation and we decide to move forward with our package or what we're gonna agree upon, yes, I'm gonna give you a deadline because I have write projects too. So in that 10 pages, I'm gonna tell you what I feel your strengths are, what I feel your weaknesses are, what I feel you need to focus on. I'm gonna give you an in-depth analysis of what I found, the areas you need to work on. And if we continue forward, I want you to bring it back, making those changes or ask me questions. I'm going to give you examples, give you highlights. I'm going to ask you, who is your favorite author? Even if it's me, read not to copy them, but read to see how they do some of those things. You have to kind of study craft. So I'm going to give you the direction and help you hone it so you can be better.
I think a lot of first-time authors don't understand that it's hard to take criticism, right? When you when you think you have the book of this century, you know, you have the next war and peace, right? And so you have someone that you can have a contract with to tell you what to do, not what to do, but, you know, hone your skills. Do you find that sometimes just pushback from new authors?
There is, and I started telling them, you know, we're artists, we're sensitive about our, you know, so, and I understand, and I tell them sometimes you have to walk away, but it is gonna only work if you trust me, if you have faith in me. Because you go to the doctor, you might want a second opinion, but you have some type of faith in them to have a expertise to what they're telling you. So I do tell them, even if it doesn't sit right with you, come back and you can always question me. May ask me, why do you feel this way? What am I missing? So I can even give you deeper analysis and deeper understanding of what the problem is. Because as you know, right, Donna, that problem gonna keep showing up until you fix it, correct it, identify it. That manuscript is gonna be the same problem until you can change it.
Yeah, it's really hard for once you decide you're gonna be Rihanna Hutch up there. Let me get you back here. Okay. So let me start talking so I can get you back.
I'm here. I'm here.
So yeah, sometimes I think that the new authors are the hardest ones to, you know, get going because they really do think they wrote the first War and Peace, and so it's much harder. So is there anything else you'd like to give us information on before we part?
Well, for your new authors that are listening, aspiring authors, I am giving away 2 10-page manuscripts analysis. You can reach me for information at www.elizabethlashawn.com. You're going to go to Contact Elizabeth. The first 2 that take it for that author will receive those services. You also can get more information about my consulting services on their website. Just click on the consulting services tabs. My novels are there. I look forward to working with you guys, and thank you so much, Donna, for this opportunity.
Oh, before you leave, when do you think your next Zoom consultation or Zoom event will be? So people who are interested in learning more about it on a personal level, are you going to do more than one person, like a group?
Correct. So what we do, we actually do ours on Google Hangouts. Me and KR Bank start master classes. We do plan to do one probably end of this month, if not February, the holidays and everything we had going on. So we do plan to do another one, and we do have topics. So our next one will be how to self-publish, what the roadmap is to self-publishing. So that is more for people who have, you know, pretty much almost completed manuscript or are ready to actually put their baby out there. But we constantly have them. If you contact us and you want one for the how to write or what is the components of writing a novel, reach out, and we do have those. We'll let you know the information.
So yeah, make sure we know about that so we can put it out on everything that we have, all our platforms, because there are a lot of people who just want to get started and don't know how. There's a lot of things that I do, but I can't tell you how to get started. I get it from LD Robinson, who is my publisher. So, you know, I can do a lot of things, but I can't tell you how to get started. So it's nice to have another platform for people to go to who are aspiring authors. So I thank you, Elizabeth, for being with us.
Thank you for having me. I so appreciate it. It's been a great event.
Thank you. So up next is T. Where are you? There you are.
Hi, Donna. How are you?
Brianna, how are you?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. This is Brianna.
So, let's see. Wait, what? We don't need her. She's good. So, Brianna, there you go. Yay! Background.
Hey, so how has it been for you today? I think it's been a long day.
Great today. So everybody doesn't know that. Get some feedback. I guess can we do something about your mic, or is it turn it down?
Sorry.
That's all right. Good now? No, what? Can you hear me, Brianna?
Yes.
Okay. So
I can hear you. Yes.
Tell
yes.
everybody where you're.
Well, yes. First of all, I would like to tell everyone out here that it's my great pleasure to be with you all this evening. So, first of all, good evening, good afternoon, and good morning globally, because globally to everyone who is watching this show today, and my sincere gratitude to Donna and everyone concerned with the Fresh Book Festival to make this a big successful event and to invite authors like us and many people globally from all around the world. Yes, and as I said, I'm Bryna, and I'm the author of A Journey with You and Behind the Curtains. Book festivals have always been the best way to reach out globally to millions of viewers and to book lovers. So, starting my journey right from the Ubud International Writers Festival, Bali, Indonesia 2020, to the Frankfurt Book Fair, Germany 2020, the Miami Book Fair 2020, and here I am today evening in front of you all with the prestigious Fresh Book Festival, Florida, USA, with Donna and with everyone out here. Now, all this have been great platforms for me to speak to people. And today I'm connecting Asia, America, and the entire world together in the Fresh Book Festival.
You
21.
are.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Donna.
I'm so excited. So, how long have you been writing?
The desire to write was right there from the beginning, I guess, from an early age. But I started writing somewhere around 2017, the end of 2017, and I continued writing. My first book was completed by the end of 2017, and it got accepted by a well known publisher, Lighthouse Christian Publishing from the United States. And my second book, Behind the Curtains, it got published from Custom Books, Hong Kong, somewhere around the mid of 2018. And I still continue writing today. My third book, which is named A Masked Identity, and it's a psychological thriller, has also been accepted by a well known publisher in India. And I'm in the process of writing my fourth book. And I'll be rather happy and to share it with all the publishers around here who's listening to me today. Yes.
So, Bree, tell me about pushing your name out there.
Both my books, it was always traditional publishing for me. And I know, I hope all of you can understand how difficult it is to get your books, reaching out there and pitching out to traditional publishers, because self-publishing is one thing where it's everything at your own hand and you have a certain control over it. But traditional publishing is somewhere, a certain bit of luck, a certain bit of hard work, and everything depends on that. And yes, definitely it was not a bed of roses for me, I would say. It was the biggest challenge, because writing a manuscript and getting it completed was one thing, and to get it published successfully was a different thing. But luckily for me, both my books caught the attention of well-known publishers, Lighthouse Christian Publishing for A Journey with You, and Custom Books from Hong Kong for Behind the Curtains, and both of them got traditionally published.
You write in several different genres. Let's talk about the first book. We'll talk about the second. We'll talk about the one. Let's start with the
Right, Donna. As a writer, I think that no writer should restrict himself or herself to one single topic. That's what I think. So I've always believed in writing in diverse topics. Um, because I come from India, I have a different culture, and I come from a different community, and I love traveling and I love meeting people. So in that process, I come to know about different people, different communities, and culture, and so many other things when I travel to different parts of the world. By the way, traveling is one of my hobbies, so I do that often with my family. Yes. So in that process, I thought that, to write my both my published books, and in fact my third one and my fourth one, also in different genres. So my first book, A Journey with You, it's a romantic fiction, but it's inspired by true events, and it's a story of a young woman, a young widowed woman in a patriarchal society, and who tries to establish her identity. At the same time, it also focuses on certain gruesome events of the city and the country she comes from in India, and the inner turmoil, the inner conflict within the woman herself, and her conflict with the society, and how she resolves certain things in the society like terrorism and bloodshed and so many other things. My second book, Behind the Curtains, of course, as I said, it's on a totally different topic. It's an erotic romance. Yes, Donna, it's an erotic romance, and yes, because it's a story of three people who come from three different parts of the world. One of them is from the United States, one of them is Korean, and one is a French. One of the girls is French, and they come together and they meet in the beautiful country of Bali, Indonesia, and they fall in love. And I thought, why not an erotic romance? Because I think people, they have a very wrong idea of erotic, because they tend to confuse it with something else, whereas I think it's a part of life, and it's a basic need of human being, which it exists in everyone's life. So why not write something on that? Whereas my third book, as I said, it's a psychological thriller. It deals with the concept of mental health and so on. And my fourth book deals with, again, certain true inspired events from my country, from different places. So that's how, I think traveling has given me that scope. um, Reading, of course, I love reading a lot, has given me that scope of dwelling in different topics. I was lucky enough to get my second book, Behind the Curtains, also being accepted by one of the well-known international OTT platforms. And I'm working on making this into a movie. I'm directing the movie myself, and I've prepared the script also.
Wow, that's exciting.
Thank you. So yeah, so that's how my journey has been till now.
Tell us your process of how you write.
Um, about how I write and the process of how I
Like
write.
chapter, like how do you get the process
Uh, the topics are generally, very frankly, I don't have a very particular, stringent, or rather a strict process, or a way of writing my books. As I said, my topics are quite diverse, and I think being so diverse requires different ways of writing different novels. I would say my first one, the process was first to research about certain events happening. It's actually about the city I grew up in India, and inspired by certain true events. So the process involved a lot of researching on certain historical events which occurred once upon a time, and then writing about it. So I had to be sure that what I was writing had a place in history somewhere. The second one, of course, the erotic romance, was because I felt that why not an erotic romance, and why a love between two people, three people coming together and falling in love. So I also like to write in concepts which is a bit unusual, which people don't like to think about that much. Because yes, and my third one, again, it's a psychological thriller because it deals with mental health, and the process of writing that again has been I think it goes back right to my childhood, where I was quite fascinated by all those psychological books and those thrillers and everything that I read. And of course, the topic of mental health that I've taken up is quite true. It happens, I mean, it exists, though we don't realize it. So that's how the process is. So since the topics are diverse, so the process keeps on changing. And of course, I draw inspiration from real life and people.
Our
Our
last
last
is an
is an
erotic
erotic
also.
also.
And I want to ask
ask
you, how hard
how
was
hard
it
was it
for you to
for you
tell
to tell
friends
friends
and
and
family
family
that you were
that
going
you
to
were going
write
to
an
write
erotic
a
novel?
novel? I guess first to think about it, of course, was a bit difficult for me because I'm an Asian first, I'm an Indian, right? And so I come from a society which is not very much open to erotic novels or, any kind of thing that's erotic, or it's a bit way out of, usual things. So, yeah, of course, I wouldn't say that it was, a very smooth journey for me. um, uh, but I had the courage. I'm a type of person who likes to fight and who likes to fight against, the wrong things in society and go ahead. I believe in myself a lot, and that's why I just went ahead with the concept. And of course, pitching it to publishers was very difficult because you know that feeling, right, Donna? Like,
Oh yeah.
oh, erotic romance, and 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 that to a woman writing it, erotic romance from a female, from a woman, is totally a different topic, and that to someone, people wouldn't believe when Asian, okay, you're an Indian and you wrote an erotic romance, how did that happen? So, but it happened. I mean, I just went forward. So I would just say I did it and I went forward, and there was nothing that could hold me back. I guess that was the
How did you
key.
like the Miami book?
Sorry, Donna, I didn't get you.
How did you
How
like
did you like
the
the
Miami
Miami
Book
Book
Festival?
Festival? It was good. I mean, suddenly I got one day I just received an email from the Miami Book Fair that, that would you like to exhibit your book? So it was nice. I got a chance. I got an opportunity to meet different people out there. So it's been a nice experience for me. Not only Miami Book Fair. I mean the Frankfurt Book Festival and Ubud in Indonesia and so on. So that was good actually.
Did you have
Did
a
you have a
chance
chance
to speak at
speak
any
at
of the
any of the
events?
events? Sorry, did you ask me about speaking?
I know there's
I
a
know
bad
there's a
feedback. I'm
feedback.
sorry.
Yeah, I think your voice is a bit broken, Donna. I mean,
Turn your mic.
turn your mic.
Did you get a
Did you get
chance
a
to
chance to
speak
speak
at any of
at
those?
any of those? Yes, I did speak at the Ubud International Writers Festival in Bali, Indonesia, and it was a 1 hour to 1 hour and 30 minutes event with the audience right here and people globally. I mean, Ubud Festival is a very big festival. It's international, where, of course, this year it was virtual due to the COVID-19 situation, but otherwise they would preferably do it live. But it was nice. I mean, usually expats from different countries, they fly and they come. But this time, of course, it was virtual. So I got a good chance of talking about 1 hour, 30 minutes or something like that to people.
Tell us
Tell
how
us how
it
it
is
is
for a female
female
to be
to be
published
published
in your
in
country.
your country. Um, there are a lot of women writers, of course, in my country. It's not that difficult, but yes, of course, like if you would compare the ratio of uh, men to women, then
Right.
of course men are a lot more in my country. So yes, women writers are, in comparison, less to men writers. But as I say, that I'm a kind of person who likes to break against the ordinary and come out as being unusual, or I don't know, however people take me. But that's what I did. So my first intention, or my first concern in my mind, was not to publish both my books in India, rather to publish both my books in the United States and Hong Kong, rather than trying that in India.
So how did
So
you
how
make
did you make
connection in Hong Kong?
As it was traditional publishing, so and it was erotic romance, so I was in the process of pitching to different traditional publishers, and I had it in my mind right on from the beginning that I'm not going to pitch to Indian publishers. For one reason, that I wanted to I'm an Asian and I wanted my stories to reach across abroad globally to audience. The second reason was that I didn't want an erotic romance to be published in India. So I wanted it outside. So I had been pitching to different publishers. And luckily, one day I get a call, I get an email from the Custom Books, Hong Kong, that we are ready to take your manuscript and we are ready to traditionally publish it. So that's how it was reaching out to Hong Kong Custom Books.
Tell us about the book covers. Who does those?
That's interesting. I mean, that was a totally a different journey altogether again. My book covers are something which usually I decide on because I don't like I'm not. Yeah, it would be nice if publishers would. I wouldn't say that I'm not open to it, but then I rather prefer designing my own book covers because that was a totally different journey. Selecting one and then again thinking that, oh no, I'm not going to go with that. Probably I'm going to go with a different one and so on. So that's how it was. So I remember how, I and my, I discuss all this with my husband. So how both of us, we spent, nights and days and deciding, okay, we are going to go with this book cover, and no, we are going to go with a different book cover because that seems nice and that matches with the theme. So the first thing in our mind was to match with the theme, because both are diverse topics, so the covers had to be very different. And yes, that was it. And the covers got accepted too, luckily, by the publishers, and they came out with the covers that we designed ourselves. Yes.
Your thriller. What kind of research are you doing?
Sorry, can you come again, Donna?
For your thriller?
I couldn't. Your voice just broke.
I know, right? For your thriller, what kind of research are you doing?
For my thriller, what kind of publisher?
Research.
Okay. Yeah, so my third one is a psychological thriller and it's based on mental health, the concept of mental health. I had to because since it's mental health and it's not fictional totally, because it exists, it happens with people. People do suffer from different psychological concerns, or mental health is very important nowadays, and we all are concerned about mental health. So when we talk about a well-being today, in today's society, we don't talk only about a physical health, but rather we talk about the development of a mental health. So I have picked up a certain theme of a certain disease relating to mental health that happens with uh, someone, a girl in the story. And I had to research a lot because this is psychological. I had to, read psychological books, which I never did before. But for the sake of writing, I had to do that. Meet people, on the net, meet people, some family friends I know that who might have gone through the same kind of things. So this was the kind of research that I did. So it was more of not only reading and researching, but also meeting people and knowing about how it is like to be in such a situation and how does it affect them. Yes.
I have gallery. Somebody else asked that question because my feedback is terrible. LD, ask her the chat box.
Oh, my question is, in a country, actually you can see it in the chat box.
Yeah, I could see a number of chats on my chat box lined up. Is it the last question by you?
Yes.
Okay, in a country that is the origin of Kam Sutra, why would there be issues with publishing erotica? That's an interesting question. What I would say, what I think is, yes, definitely, India is a country where Kam Sutra was written. And so definitely people shouldn't be having problem with erotic romance, rather, isn't it? That's the first question that would come to anyone's mind. Whereas Kam Sutra was written by a very famous person whom we know historically now. It was written by a rishi. and Rishi and Swami are religious person. They are known to be religious person, widely accepted by the community in India, because Indians are very, they believe rishis and swamis. If you know it, if you have some idea about this spiritual, because they are known to be spiritual persons, and what they do or what they say or what they write are widely accepted in India by at least 90% of the, or 95% of the population, I would say. So it was written by a famous rishi, and he had written Kam Sutra during the historical times of the kings and the queens, and he wrote about, real postures that was actually performed by couples. The second reason why this would be accepted, and I feel that, I had a feeling that not my one, the second reason was India during the time, historical times of the kings and the queens, was much more developed. Yes, this is ironical. It was much more developed. People were more open to themes like that rather than what they are today. Because today many things have come in between. It's not just, two people enjoying something. A lot of things have come in between. The fear of the society, political reasons, community, caste, so many and millions of things coming in between. So I think this is a reason that why comes in the land of Kam Sutra, coming from such a land which produced something like this. Uh, I thought of publishing my book abroad, out of India rather than in India. Thank you.
So, listen, could you tell everybody a copy of your book and put all your in the chat room?
Yes. You can get, I'll write on the chat here.
But tell us.
Yes, you can get a copy of my book from Amazon.com. A Journey with You is available in Amazon.com. You can purchase it from there. And Behind the Curtains is available both in Amazon.com as well as in Amazon.in.
So thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much, Donna, and thanks to everyone. Though it's not possible for me to know everyone out here. I know many people are here today. Thanks to everyone for listening to me and giving me the opportunity to be a part of the Fresh Book Festival, Florida. Hope you have a nice time, and thanks. I should be clapping for everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So up next, can you hear me? What, I don't know. It must have been the connection from her, huh? Because that's too bad. Because it kept coming in and out. Is Brian with us? Don't see him.
I didn't even see him.
Yes. No.
I don't see him.
Haven't seen him check in.
He hasn't checked in? Okay, let me give him my
Anyway,
it's really nice to have her from Indonesia. I don't know what time it is there.
Yeah, it really was.
Yes.
There he is.
International.
Right. Fresh Book Festival 2021. Virtual.
Who knew?
Yeah. Hey there, Brian. How are you?
Oh, he's there.
Hey, how you doing? What's happening?
We are good. We are good. We're winding down from this 2-day event. It has been awesome. Couldn't have asked for anything better. Thank you for joining us this evening. And I'll just give you a brief history about how I met Brian. I met him through Primrose Cameron. She has a
Hey, Primrose.
Hey.
I don't know if she still has, but she had a book group at that time.
Kind of transitioned.
Yeah, like 2008, was it? Yeah. And Davida Bonner was there. Hi, Davida.
Hi.
And so since that day, I've kind of just been bugging Brian ever since that. So that's many, many years.
You ain't been bugging me. You've been taking care of me. You've been taking care of me.
So I only say that to say, and we've been trying to say it the whole time, is that the connections that you make these 2 days can be connections of a lifetime. And so make sure you take, that food from this 2-day event and chew on it and make connections, because that's what it's all about. So I'm going to turn this over to you, Primrose and Davita, and welcome, Brian. I love having you here.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
So yay, we're almost to the end, but for me, this is definitely the beginning. I'm just super excited. My name is Primrose Cameron. I think I've attended all of the F.R.E.S.H book festivals, right? Every year, some way, somehow. So I definitely could not miss today. And I just want to thank you, Donna, for continuing to provide the gift that keeps on giving, right? So that's definitely the connections that we continue to have. But my history with Brian goes back to chocolate. So those who know me and know me well, you know I'm a foodie. Brian, you know it. But he did not know it then. And so as a new book club host so many years ago, right, Davita, we were in my den scratching our heads saying, how are we going to get folks to read? What are we going to do? And that particular day, I opened up my mail and I had this manuscript. When I say manuscript, I had it like it was on paper, manuscript, right? And it had chocolate in it. So as I'm eating the chocolate, I'm like, well, what does this guy want? And then I said, wait, he wants me to read the manuscript. And I am telling you, we have been rocking and rolling ever since. That's when I realized the value of not only reading the books, like I majored in English at Cookman, did all that stuff, loved reading, right? Here, there, and everywhere. But it was tuning into the author's purpose and tuning in from whence they came and where they were going that truly created that connection. And Brian, you did that for me, right? And so you took what was Woman to Woman Book Club way back then, kind of transitioned into Sisters Build, but it's the same thing. And what we're trying to do is really just further develop in our minds based on the literature that comes from African-American authors. So not only did he send chocolate, let's take it a little further, ladies, because I know we've only had a few gentlemen on today. Not only did he send chocolate, he jumped in his vehicle from Texas and created his own tour. Now I remember this as if it was yesterday.
That was 2005.
Thank you.
Yeah.
2005.
Yeah.
He jumped in his vehicle, had books on hand, and was stopping in random places such as DeLand, Florida. Florida, right? A restaurant, by the way, Brian, that's no longer even there. It's called something totally different. That's how long it's been.
Wow, that's how long it's been.
Yeah.
Right. So your writing has expanded and has grown past the restaurant that we met in 2005. Right. And the number of people that have not only your books on their shelves, but have you in their Kindle, have you on their minds, go to Walmart and pick up a copy of Brian's books. From there you came, and I'm just so excited that I have been able to witness and be a part of that. And we did not know each other from.
No, we didn't. We did. You know, I just my degrees are in business, right? So I had just finished my MBA program, so I had all these. I mean, I was dreaming about marketing plans and stuff like that. I mean, you go through an MBA program, that's what you deal with, right? So I was doing the corporate America thing, and it, you know, after I'd written that book, I was just like, you know, okay, how do I get this book out? I don't know any book clubs. I don't know anything about anything. But what I did know was how to sell a product. So I was like, I started doing all these SWOT analysis and all this stuff they teach you in grad school about business. And I came to the conclusion that, you know, as a new author who doesn't know anyone, I need to find large pockets of people that will buy my product. And I landed on sororities and I landed on book clubs. So then I was like, okay, how do I get their attention? And it just so happened I had just taken a business trip to San Francisco. And anyone who's been to San Francisco, you'll know that that's the headquarters for Ghirardelli Chocolate. Is in San Francisco.
It is.
So I went into, if you go to the headquarters, you go to this main factory, this plant where they make it. And you know, as a guest or whatever, you can get all these samples. So I just got all this chocolate I paid for, and I went to Walmart and bought a bunch of coffee mugs that I saw on sale, and I put the chocolate bags inside the mug, and I had identified like 20 book clubs presidents. That you ain't have Google back then, so you had to actually scroll the internet and try to find them. And I found 20 people, and your book club was on there. And I sent packages with the coffee mug, the chocolate samples, and an excerpt of my book. And to this day, 15 years, 16 years later, of those 20, I still deal with 3 of those book clubs to this day. So I tell young authors all the time, are you interested or are you committed? Are you interested in being an author and making and doing this for a living, or are you committed? Because if you're committed, then you will do what you need to do. So the moment Primrose contacted me, I hopped in my car and I drove some 16 hours. I drove from Dallas, Texas to Daytona Beach, D-Land area, got a ticket en route. But you know what? 16 years later, I'm still on this phone.
Exactly.
So I see a lot of young authors, they fail to realize that writing the book is the easy part. Getting people who are not emotionally invested in your success to come out of their wallets and give you $10 for a product from a person they don't know, that's the challenge. And the authors who accept that challenge and figure out ways to maneuver are the ones who last past 3 years in this business. The life expectancy of an author is about 3 years. The first time you're excited. The second time you figure out, I'm going to try a different thing. I'm going to have the second book. By the third book, when those sales ain't right, most people tap out.
Yeah.
So the ones who don't tap out are the ones who embrace the challenge of selling a product. This is a business. Don't get it twisted.
So being one of the hardest working men in the business of not only literature, but of being an educator and doing other things from here, there, and a little bit of everywhere. Let's start with your first book. What was it called? Because I would tell you when I said, he wants me to read what?
The SWAP game.
Yes.
SWAP game. SWAP was an acronym called Sex with Another Partner. And basically it was about these two couples. One couple were swingers, and they move into the neighborhood and they befriend their neighbors. And the quiet neighbors are secretly admiring the attractive new couple. And when they finally get invited over for, a let's get to know each other dinner, they get turned out. And the man encourages his very, very demure and quiet wife to participate. And when he realizes that this man, their new neighbor, is a pro at this, and he turns his wife out, he wants to back away, but the wife is hooked. She's addicted. So the book is called The SWAP Game. And what I wanted to do, it's very easy to write a book about swinging and all this, but those who know how I write, I try to write about the things that aren't on the surface. So what I thought, let me back up. I came up with the idea. I was watching this show that used to come on HBO called Real Sex. The show was called Real Sex back in the day. And they would have all these different 15s, it was like 60 minutes, but usually about sexual topics. And there was basically a swingers convention in Wyoming. And the thing that blew me away was that the people who put the swinging convention together was a Black couple. They were only Black couple there, but they were the organizers. And I remember watching that thinking, well, I didn't know Black folks swung. I didn't know that. I didn't know they was into all of that, right? But that was the first thing that caught my attention. But what I found myself thinking about was, wow, I know the male ego. I know the male ego. I'll bet there was some interesting conversations on the way home after the swinging convention. Because I know men well, as being a man, I know all it takes is for you to see another man pleasuring your woman better than you. And all that good stuff goes out the window and that ego and jealousy comes out. So I thought it would be interesting to write a book that dealt with the aftermath of swinging. And that's what the swap game is about. It starts out with this couple experimenting, but what happens when they go home and the man realizes that he's not as good as he thought he was? And that's what the book was about. And I'm gonna tell you how crazy things are and how life works out. My agent just told me last week to start writing a screenplay for the swap game, and it's about to be pitched to be a movie 15 years later. Ain't that something?
Yes.
Is that something how things come full circle?
I love it.
That was my first book 33 books ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how was that published, Brian?
I published that back in the day myself. After when I got to this game, I immediately opened my own publishing company. Eventually, I signed with Simon & Schuster, but that was a self-published project.
Thank you.
Brian, what has been the inspiration for some of your other books? I know in general, the swap game was your first, and you shared with us briefly about that one, but some of the other things that you've been writing within those other 32 books, what have been some of the inspirations for that?
One of the first things you have to do is you have to create a brand. I knew, kind of going back to my business background, anybody can produce a product, but the companies that last are the ones that have brands. So I made a decision way back then, even with the swap game, that I was going to write thought-provoking books with a twist. That was my tagline. I handled it just like you would handle your company. Thought-provoking books with a twist. So to answer your question, Davida, every book that I come out has to fit within that tagline. It has to be a thought-provoking topic, and it has to have a twist at the end. So what I do is I take moral dilemmas and I wrap a story around them. And every one of my books, I wrote this book here. You guys see this book here?
Yeah, Nina's got a secret.
Nina's got a secret.
Yeah.
This book was about a woman who marries a man who has a handicapped child who's 10. She has a child that's not handicapped who's 10. She gets into a car wreck. The car goes into a lake. Let me back up. She doesn't really want to be the mother to this handicapped child, but he's rich. So she sucks it up and deals with it. One day he goes on a business trip. She puts the kids into the car rides off the road, goes into a lake. The kids are drowning. The handicapped child is within arm's reach of her. Her child is several feet away. She bypasses the handicapped child and saves her child. She is going to take this secret to her grave, but she has a problem. Someone saw the whole thing. So the fundamental question becomes, as a mother, who would you save? Would you save your baby that you gave birth to? Or would you save your husband's handicapped child? Now, on the surface, the knee-jerk reaction might be, I'm gonna save whichever child I can save first, but I question that. Really? I don't know if it's that simple. Think about the child you gave birth to, 12, 24 hours giving birth. Are you really going to watch your child drown and save someone else's? So I just try to write books with moral dilemmas and force the reader to read for entertainment, but to also have to think. And that's my brand, Davida.
Thank you.
So when you're in that mode, I know you have, different streams. We'll be talking a little bit more about that, about the different streams of income and some different things that you've been doing in the literary world. So what are some of the things that you're working on now, Brian?
I have transitioned I do a lot of ghostwriting. I probably write 4 or 5 novels a year for other people on the down low. And I just opened a company last month where I take authors' novels and I adapt them to screenplays. Because I also write screenplays. When I'm not writing novels, I'm the lead writer for a television show. And I've adapted a couple of my books to screenplays, and they're out in Hollywood being shot. So I just thought, I saw an opportunity. And once again, a businessman kicked in. Most fiction writers, and I won't say every, but most fiction writers have visions and dreams of one day seeing their books on television or on the big screen. The problem is that 80% of authors don't know how to write screenplays. I do. So I created a company where I take authors' books, and for a small fee, I turn their novels into screenplays so that they can pitch them to Hollywood.
Nice. Now, are you still teaching writing courses?
Yeah, I'm still an adjunct professor. I'm like a Jamaican. I got 50 million hustles.
Yeah.
Look, I got 50 million hustles, man. You know what? When I am not doing all of that every semester, I'm a college professor. I teach creative writing at a couple of colleges here in Dallas.
Okay. Thank
you.
you.
I learned a lot. Look, I spent a lot of years in corporate America.
Mm-hmm.
And when that's why I went and got the MBA and all those things, because I saw myself one day being someone's CEO. And then when a recession hit, I got laid off without warning. I went into work one Wednesday morning making $100,000 a year. I was 38 years old. And by 3:00 p.m., I was unemployed. And no one told me it was coming. And that stung. And it really it sent my life into a tailspin financially. I mean, I had just bought a brand new house. You know what I'm saying? It was actually traumatic. I'm not even trying to be funny. It was traumatizing. I was trying to figure out what I was going to do. The lesson I learned from that is that all this energy you're putting into trying to climb someone corporate's ladder, put it into your own career. So I can honestly say, and God is so good, I started pouring my energy into my own career. I went ahead and decided to become a college professor because it was really low maintenance, and also it helped me become a better writer. And I enjoy teaching and pouring into people and their dreams. I like teaching, but only at the college level. I don't think I can handle high school. So I like teaching at the college level, but outside of teaching a couple of nights a week every semester, I haven't been back to anybody's job since 2009.
Thank you.
Well, Brian, that leads right into the next question about residual income. What are some of the other, you've mentioned some things to us already, but what are some other recommendations that you think that up and coming authors and authors who've been writing for years, what are some other ways that they can possibly, provide residual income for themselves?
First thing they need to do is learn how to hustle with the book. I know a lot of good writers. Look, there are a lot of people that can write books, but they couldn't sell cotton candy to a group of 5-year-olds. You know what I'm saying? You need to go grab some Zig Ziglar, go on YouTube, learn how to sell a product. At the end of the day, look, we are in the sales business. Sales 101. People buy products from people they like. I knew I had, before I could get Primrose and her 10, 15 book club members to buy my book, I had to make Primrose like me. So I sent her some damn chocolate.
Thank you.
People buy products from people they like. Sales 101. A lot of authors they don't understand that. They're so busy focusing on writing the book, they don't learn how to sell it. So the first thing that you need to understand is how to sell a product. Second thing, they need to take some creative writing classes and invest in learning the craft, because Even though you may have a lot of personality, if you can't write, the books won't sell. So they kind of go hand in hand. Then after you have, I won't say perfected the craft, but become better at the craft of writing, couple that with learning how to sell a product, perfecting your elevator speech, all those things that go into selling a product. Once you learn those two things, then you need to get up off your butt and go sell the book. Get from behind your computer and get out there and meet people. People buy products from people they like, and no one can get to like you if they never meet you.
So true.
So as far as the other things that I do, those things were just born from these foundational pieces that I just told you. At some point, I got good enough at writing books to where people would hire me to write their books for them. And then I got good enough at writing screenplays to where people would hire me to write their screenplays for them. But all of that, those things are the byproduct of first learning the craft. So
thank you.
I hope that answered it.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you spoke briefly about, your pathway from being self-published to Simon & Schuster. Mm-hmm. What do you have as tips for the first time author who's working towards being published?
Are you interested? Or are you committed? It's my first, it seems like a very basic question, but it to me is the root of all success. I have never not accomplished something that I was committed to. Whenever I have failed in life, Primrose, is because I was interested in, and as a result, I gave a half-assed effort. So the very first thing you need to decide is that, are you really committed to being an author? Or are you one of these people who just wants to be able to print up some business cards, throw a book release party, and go around and brag about the fact that you wrote a book? See, I find that a lot of young authors is just in it to be able to, it's a glorified look at me moment. But if you're committed, you will start doing all of these things that will take you from having a book to establishing a career. So ask yourself, are you interested in making this a career? Let me tell you, it's sweet to be able to say I ain't went to nobody's job since 2009. So it's a beautiful thing, but you have to put in the work. You have to be willing to drive 16 hours to go meet Primrose in her book club. And a lot of people just, I'm saying that jokingly, but it's the truth. A lot of authors would not do that. And I would, and I did. And because I was committed to making this a career. So I would recommend that you first ask yourself that question. And secondly, you need to take creative writing classes. I can't stress that. I'm not even saying that just because I'm a professor who teaches creative writing. I'm telling you what I know. There are doctors, surgeons. And I know this because for years, even before I left the corporate world, I spent quite a few years working in healthcare. You go into a doctor's suite, and those surgeons are sitting in there reading medical journals. You never stop learning. So yeah, you need to always be honing your craft constantly. So you need to commit to making this an actual career. Part of that commitment entails studying the craft, and you just those two things. I think that those are the two foundational pillars. And if in fact this is the lane that God intends you to be in, He will make a way.
Now, Brian, did you have an agent through this process? Did you knock on Simon & Schuster's door? Did they knock on yours?
No. What ended up happening was this book, Nina's God's Secret. This was my seventh book. I wouldn't even call it self-published, but because I owned a publishing company, I had authors signed to my label. But I published this myself. The book came out, and it landed on the Oprah Book Club What to Read list. And an agent saw it. And I remember it so well. I was at the National Book Club conference in Atlanta, and this agent approached me, said, "I read your book. I love the book. Do you have representation?" And the rest is history. 2 months later, I had a couple of options. One of those options was Simon & Schuster, and that's the deal we went with. Simon & Schuster, it had also made the Dallas Morning News bestseller list. So the book sold a lot of units on its own, with me just behind it. And Simon & Schuster felt that, well, if he can move 6,000 units by himself, imagine what he can do with our wallet, our bank accounts. So Simon & Schuster bought the rights to a 7-year-old book. Well, let me back up. The book was written in 2008. I signed with Simon & Schuster in 2012. So by the time they bought the book, it was 4 years old. It had more than paid for itself. And the agent was like, "You already have other books in your catalog. Let them have it. They're going to write you a check." So they wrote me an advance check. They took the rights to the book. They slapped a new cover on the book. They re-released the book in 2012. And the book in the first month landed on the Amazon bestseller list, Target retail stores. Back then we had Black Expressions. I don't know if y'all remember Black Expressions.
Yes, definitely.
Dallas Morning News. Within 1 month of Simon & Schuster re-releasing the book, Walmart, the book landed on like 5 different bestsellers. And it sold a bunch of more thousands of copies, and the rest is kind of history.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Brian,
I am proof. I am living proof. It doesn't happen often, but I am proof that you can, in fact, sell a major publishing house a book that was previously published. But most of the time, they don't want to do that. They want a brand new manuscript that has never been published before. But Nina's Got a Secret sold so many copies as an independent, they went ahead and took a chance on it.
Boy, that's amazing. Thank you. Brian, do you remember the first book that you read that had a major impact on you? If you could think back, was there something that you read for the first time that kind of made you think, wow?
I remember it like it was yesterday because I wasn't a real big reader. I read 2 books. The Autobiography of Malcolm X by Alex Haley. And the other book, I remember this so well because I remember the year, I remember exactly. I was living in Monterey, California. It was 1993. And I read a book called Makes Me Want to Holler by a brother named Nate McCall.
Oh, yeah.
By Nathan McCall. Makes Me Want to Holler and the Autobiography of Malcolm X. And those 2 books kind of lit a fire under me. And interestingly enough, my bookshelf was littered with business books. I didn't even, when I started writing fiction in 2005, I didn't really read much fiction. I didn't. But I went through what I went through with Mama's Lies, Daddy's Pain, which is the book. For those who don't know, I'm one of these brothers who found out after 17 years of raising a child that I'm not the biological father. So I was angry. I was upset. So since I didn't want to go to jail for choking somebody, I wrote a book. But the problem is that I had this book finished and I didn't know what to do with it because I didn't know anything about publishing. But once again, I had just finished grad school, so I was in full business mind. And I thought to myself, this book is intense. This book is going to tick off a lot of women because I'm talking about a topic that's sensitive, and that's women going around giving men charges for babies that they know ain't theirs. So I said, I need a topic that would be more interesting and would be maybe more appealing, definitely more attention grabbing. And I came up with the swap game. The swap game was written in 4 months, but it was only written to provide a gateway for me introducing Mama's Lies to people. It was actually written second. It was actually the second book I actually wrote. It was the second book I wrote, but it was the first book I published.
Wow. Thank you.
Now, what are some other books, Brian, that you would recommend? And I know you and I have had these conversations in depth, that you would recommend for authors to really grab hold of and kind of jumpstart their knowledge base?
I'm a big Stephen King fan. I'm a big Stephen King fan. I think Stephen King, I don't know that anyone ever masters the craft, but Stephen King can write. And if you can just get past the fact, people have this false perception that he writes hard. The truth of the matter is, if you read enough Stephen King, he really writes suspense thrillers. Yeah, there's an it and maybe a Cujo thrown in, but for the most part, his books are more psychological thrillers. If you look at books like The Institute or Misery or Thinner, his books really are psychological. And the dude can write. I mean, he is. I mean, I read Under the Dome by Stephen King, and especially as a college professor of creative writing, I ended up making it coursework in my classes for my students because the first chapter is a tutorial on how to write in third person. So I think that Stephen King, I think the late great Eric Jerome Dickey. Go read some Dickey. Yeah. I think Bernice McFadden is a beast.
Oh yes.
Go read some Bernice McFadden. Talking about a sister that's mastered the craft. And ironically, Bernice is a professor of creative writing at Tulane University in New Orleans, in my hometown. But she will tell you, it's one of the reasons why I continue to teach. The more you teach, the better you get. And so if you want a tutorial on how to write, go pick up some Bernice McFadden. I recently read The Book of Harlot by Bernice McFadden. Go check that out. Her research is impeccable. Her prose are impeccable. The transition from chapter to chapter. I mean, it's just, once you become an author, you should be writing to learn the craft. You should be reading, not just for entertainment, but to learn the craft. And if you look at it through that lens, when you read Gone Girl by Gillian Flynn, or The Book of Harlot by Bernice McFadden, or even something like To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee. You start reading it from a writer's perspective, and you see the mastery of the craft. You should be reading with a notepad, taking notes. So those are just some books that I recommend to authors that I meet and to my students.
Thank you. I know we have about 5 minutes. Davida has the last question.
What inspired you, Brian, to do the Sleepy Carter series? I know that's a mystery book.
Yeah, what inspired me is that, quite frankly, I can't stand doing what everybody else do, and I just think there's enough Christian fiction, erotica, and street lit out there. I remember looking around, and I've always been a mystery fan. I was a fan of Scooby-Doo as a child. I just love mystery, right? It's just always been my thing. And I remember one day looking up saying, you know what? If you lined up 100 avid readers and you asked them to name a Black mystery writer, most of them will call out Walter Mosley, but they'll struggle to name someone else. And then that's when that business mind kicks in, and I thought, there's my next lane. Walter needs some company. Business 101, the biggest profits are where other people aren't. So I started writing mysteries, and I'm happy to say the first Sleepy Carter mystery was dropped in 2012, and as of last year, it is in Hollywood with my agent being pitched to become a television series. So it can be done. For those who don't know, Sleepy Carter is about a New Orleans detective. He was New Orleans version of Sherlock Holmes. solved all these cases. One day he goes out and he celebrates another solved case. He gets drunk, hops behind the wheel of his car and goes the wrong way down a one-way street. An oncoming car swerves, crashes, the car explodes, the couple inside the car die. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, there's no one around. Sleepy Carter panics because he's drunk. He leaves the scene. At the same time, Hurricane Katrina is coming through New Orleans. So he basically, he packs a bag, empties out his checking account, and just disappears. The police department assumes that he drowned in the floodwaters like everyone else. But really, it was just his conscience and the need to get away. And he just walked away from his life, became a homeless man right there on the streets of New Orleans. After a decade, guilt gets the best of him. The city has come back, but he's still homeless. And he decides, I'm gonna come clean and confess what I did, although everyone thinks he's dead. Now, the problem is, he's gonna confess to the daughter of the couple that died in that crash. The problem is that that daughter is now 27 years old and she's a New Orleans police detective. So Sleepy Carter shows back up on her steps. I did something. I want to confess to it. She looks at him. She says, hold up, I know your face. You're Sleepy Carter. You're the guy whose picture's all over our squad room. You're a living legend. Well, you're a legend that everyone thinks is dead. I need to call them and let them know you're alive. He says, no, please don't do that. She says, I gotta let my boss know you're alive. They'll probably throw you a parade. He says, I tell you what, he gets this light bulb moment. If you don't tell anyone I'm alive, I will help you solve your cases so that you can become the best detective in the city. She says, okay, that's a deal, but I need to make sure you won't go underground again. So you stay in my parents' garage, which is a converted apartment. She takes a picture of him and she says, if you leave, I'm gonna tell everyone you're alive. She says that garage, which is a converted, is now an apartment, is better than sleeping on park benches. You stay back there. So now we have this brilliant man, this genius, living in the garage of the white woman whose parents he killed. She thinks he's just helping her out the kindness of his heart, but what she doesn't realize, it's really him, it's his penance. It's him paying back his debt. So every book is her solving a murder, and every murder is named after something that's uniquely New Orleans. The last book that came out was called Coffee, Beignets, and Murder. Every book is named after something that's uniquely New Orleans. She brings her cases home. Sleepy helps her solve the cases and rises up the ranks. And at the end of every book, she turns to him and says, don't forget, part of our agreement was that you'll also help me find the person who killed my parents. And what she don't know is that the person who killed her parents is staying right there in her garage. That's the Sleepy Carter mystery series in synopsis.
And it's because of that, Brian Smith, and we thank you for today's interview, that we continue to read your work year after year after year, 33 novels later. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all having me. Thank you, Donna, love you, baby. Primrose, Davina, love you, baby.
Likewise. Good to see you, Brian.
You have a great one. Thank you.
Who that?
Who that?
Who that?
You know, there's nothing like Brian. I'm telling you, just it's
box of chocolate.
Right, a box of chocolate, and you know, it's like you haven't seen him in 10 years, but it's like you just talked to him last week, right? So we're looking for Pamela Hayes from the UK. She probably sleep.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Night.
Thank you.
She is probably in the bed. I don't know. What time is it there? It's probably 1 a.m., right?
It's 10:30 there.
What time is it there?
It's 5 hours difference.
Yeah.
It's 10:30 there.
10:30 there.
So we're going to give her a few minutes. Maybe something happened. I want to take a moment to say thank you to Grits. And Grits is a company of Galen Ferguson. Galen, could you put your face up so everybody could see you? Her, the person behind the scenes the whole time. There she is. She's the one responsible for the movies, the commercials. She, I know you guys thought I was doing it all myself, right? No. That's Galen Ferguson with Grits, Grits. If you need someone to help you with virtual programming or anything. Wait a minute, Galen, don't go away. Tell everybody else what else you do besides that nice hair. We love your hair. Tell us what else you do, Galen.
Hi, everyone. I am Galen Ferguson from Grits Productions, girl raised in the South. I'm just outside of Atlanta, Georgia, and I am an event production specialist. I help entrepreneurs launch their products and services through live events, and I was happy to have Donna on one of my events at the end of last year, the Black Woman Entrepreneur Tour. So I'm happy to help her with her event this year. So thank you all. Nice meeting you all.
There we go again. I'm telling you about those connections. You cannot not make a connection while you're here. Miss Pat Williams, please.
Oh, no.
I've known Pat for 20 years. Oh my goodness, right?
Close, if not.
Close to 20 years. And Pat has been the Donna Where's This Person and what time is it? And they got 5 minutes and playing music. And so thank you so much for your time.
Everybody.
You can tell people about your product really quickly that you are doing now, Pat?
Yes, we are newly P Candles and Things, and I've transitioned into the crafting industry. Candles, body butters, spray mists for body and bed linens, etc.
So that's her new product. And how can they reach you?
Currently, you can reach me by my phone or my email, and I can put both of those into chat for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pat, for everything you've done in this past 6 months. Hey, Donald, you just joining us. Oh my goodness, this is Donald down there. LD Robinson, can't leave you out. Come on now, tell everybody what you do and how to get in touch with you.
Sorry about that. My name is LD Robinson, and I am a publisher and website designer, and I do social media marketing. And you can get in touch with me at laderopress.com for books and book-related things. And for website updates or new websites, you can reach me at laderodesignworks.com. Or call me at 888-369-6206.
And last but not least, Miss Angie B. and Barty Productions. Tell us what you do and how to get in touch with you.
Oh, the Lord. I'm sorry. I didn't even know. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thanks, Donna. I'm sorry. I was so wrapped up. I do appreciate the opportunity to talk about Angie B and Barty Productions. Our website is daqueenbee.com, DAQUEENBEE.com. LD Robinson designed our website. I truly do appreciate it. You can watch us Wednesday nights on Facebook Live at 7 p.m. with Getting Over the Hump with Angie B and Barty. But if you don't mind, and I'll make this quick, I want to shout out to the Tamara Latimer Cancer Foundation in Michigan. They are dedicated to the prevention, treatment, cure, and care of pediatric and young adult cancer patients and families. Barbara Latimer is the founder of the nonprofit, and she founded it because she lost her college-age daughter to cancer. And she wrote for the cancer volume of Confinement Chronicles. She got her days a little mixed up. She thought she was supposed to be in the Confinement Chronicles today at 5 and was a little discouraged when she realized that she missed her opportunity from yesterday. But she did message me and said she felt so intimidated in this group with all these authors, and she learned so much. And the little bitty piece that she wrote was just not enough compared to what all you guys have written. So I encourage you guys to visit THOM Latimer Cares, LATIMERCARES.org, TomLatimerCares.org. Powerful organization, and I just can't thank them enough for what they've done to illuminate my eyes to cancer and young adults. Her daughter was 21 years old and a senior when she lost her to cancer. So thank you, Donna. I appreciate the opportunity to put in a book.
Thank you, everybody. Please make sure that you reach out to the mayor and to Paula Reed and tell them how you enjoyed your 2 days here at the F.R.E.S.H Book Festival, which is virtual and international. It would mean so much. We want to keep this going, and it takes funding to keep it going. And so we want them to know how much it has been appreciated. And let me tell you guys, everybody who's not here, this has been an awesome 2 days. And if we could put up Eric's picture really quickly, I'd like to end just by saying that he is really one of the reasons why a lot of us are writers. We will miss Eric Jerome Dickey just profusely. He meant so much. So many. Yeah. Eric, we will miss you. A lot of us are writers because of you. And I'm sorry, a lot of us didn't get a chance to tell you that. But we'll go down in history as one of the best. Would you say that, you guys? One of the best. Yeah, definitely. And so we're going to say goodnight to the F.R.E.S.H Book Festival 2021, which was virtual and international. And I thank you all for spending the time with us. Thank you. Good night. Good night, everybody. Inspire me in every song. Every song, baby, I'm touching you.